Chapter 1300. Humph. Seeing how cowardly the soldiers were, Ouyang coldly snorted and ignored them. He continued to follow the direction the young soldier pointed at. The path ahead was very calm and relaxed. There were no obstructions at all. The soldiers that were passing by also tactfully opened up a path for them. Along the way, under the guidance of a young soldier, Ouyang finally arrived before the three marshals. Yuan Shan, Ma Ming, and Lu Qingshan were all middle-aged men. Earlier, a soldier had reported to them. Thus, the instant they saw Ouyang, the two of them respectfully stood where they were and waited for Ouyang instructions. Although the three of them were marshals, they were unfortunately mortals. They had never heard of Ouyang method of killing people, swords falling from the sky and killing 10,000 people in one go. With such a method, not to mention them, even if the emperors of the three great empires were here, they would also obediently stand to the side and not dare to speak. You all, looking at the three of them, Ouyang spoke. You three are the marshals of these 1.5 million soldiers? At that moment, the three of them were acting very submissive. They did not have the might and dignity of a leader at all. This caused Ouyang to doubt whether the three of them before him were truly marshals. Say, Senior, the three of them are the marshals of the three empires. They are Tianling Yuan Shan, Duan Rue, Ma Ming, Xie Xian, and Lu Qingshan. There is no mistake. The young soldier in Ouyang hand felt Ouyang doubtful gaze and immediately spoke to confirm. Right. Senior, the three marshals are the marshals of the three empires. There is no mistake about that. Yes. At that moment, in order to not be implicated, the surrounding people could not help but nod and confirm that the three people before them were their marshals. At that moment, after being confirmed by the crowd, the three marshals' expressions turned ugly. After all, this group of soldiers would usually try to curry favor with them. Never did they expect that in a time of crisis, they would betray them without the slightest hesitation. Although they were forced to do so, the speed of their betrayal was a bit too fast. Of course, the three of them did not deny it. They immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. That's right, Senior. The three of us are indeed marshals. Hearing this, Ouyang nodded his head. He glanced around, and seeing that there was nothing else to do, he sat down in mid-air. Amazingly, Ouyang sat down in mid-air. Once again, the crowd realized that Ouyang didn't speak his mind. Regarding this, the three marshals swore in their hearts that they definitely could not afford to offend this person. Thinking about this, Tianling Yuan Shan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Senior, may I ask what instructions you have for this banquet? Please speak. As long as it's something you say, we will naturally do our best to accomplish it for you. Yes. Senior, please tell us. As long as we can do it, no. Even if we can't do it, we will try our best to do it for Senior. That's right, Senior. Just say the word. We'll go through mountains of knives, pots of oil, wind, and rain. Just say the word, and we'll do it. The three of them expressed their stance. To them, the situation before them was a crisis, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity. If they could obtain benefits from the person before them, then their future would definitely skyrocket, and they would have a meteoric rise. Seeing how the three of them expressed their stance, Ouyang naturally understood their intentions. Smiling, he opened his mouth and stated his motive for this banquet. The three of you bring the army back the way you came from. I won't start a massacre. After all, I don't have any enmity with you. What? Go back. Retreat? The three of them were stunned as they stared blankly at Ouyang, as though they thought that they had heard wrongly. Retreat? This was something that they had never thought of before. Furthermore, they had never linked Ouyang with the Hongtian Empire. After all, if the Hongtian Empire had such a powerful existence, then their empires would have long ceased to exist. There wouldn't be such a scene today. Why? You're not willing? Seeing the three of them in such a state, Ouyang frowned slightly. His tone turned from gentle at the start to extremely cold. It was as though every single word of his could freeze them to death. The surrounding soldiers didn't dare to have any thoughts. After all, This matter didn't fall on their heads no matter what. Even if they didn't retreat, it was something that could be done with a single word from the marshal. They were just executing his orders. Unknowingly, the surrounding soldiers slowly retreated to a 1-mile radius. Within this 1-mile radius, only Ouyangzhen and the others were left. The entire place was silent. The three marshals didn't say a word. They were hesitant about retreating. After all, mobilizing 500,000 soldiers would consume a huge amount of resources. They couldn't afford to do so. Although they were worried that they would be killed, if they were to return just like that, the Emperor Lord might question them when they returned to the Empire. Even if they were to tell him what happened here, the Emperor Lords might not believe that such a person exists. Who would believe that 10,000 people would die in a single move? Seeing that the three of them still hadn't made up their minds, a cold smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand, and instantly, a long sword descended from the sky. The long sword emitted a buzzing sound. Raising his head to look at the three of them, his bloodthirsty expression appeared once again. You have to be clear that I am not discussing with the three of you. I am informing you. Of course, you can choose not to agree. However, you have to believe in my ability. With a wave of my hand, I can kill one. 5 million of you. Oh, that's not right. How many are left now? 1? 3 million? Or 1? 2 million people? As long as I wave my hand, everyone here will die. Don't worry, there won't be any pain. Plop. The three of them fell to the ground. Their faces were pale, and their legs were trembling. They were in a state of extreme fear. Looking at the three of them, Ouyangzhen smiled. He raised his hand and grabbed the sword hilt. He circulated his cultivation and spiritual energy into the long sword. Believe in me. I can do it. As he spoke, he waved his hand and slashed the sword in the air. Bang! Kacha! In the distance, a loud sound could be heard. Dust filled the sky, and the ground trembled. The surrounding ground cracked. Tell me, what do you think of my sword? Looking at the three of them, they were so shocked that they couldn't control themselves. This was exactly what he wanted to see. How many of you do you think I can kill with this sword? The power of this sword was huge. Anyone with a discerning eye could calculate that if this sword didn't reach 1 million, it should be at least 400,000 to 500,000. Moreover, this was just a casual attack from Ouyangzhen. If he used his full strength, how many of them would be able to survive? If Linley were to attack, most likely no one present would be able to live. Senior. Looking at the dusty scene, he swallowed his saliva and quickly said, Senior, Tianling is willing to retreat. Not only that, Tianling will not invade Hongtian Empire in the future. This, hearing Yuan Shan's words, Ma Ming and Lu Qingshan looked at each other and shook their heads bitterly. At this moment, 10,000 curses were running through their hearts. Initially, they thought that this was a chance for them to make a name for themselves. However, at this moment, they had even made a military order in front of their respective emperor, saying that they were going to take down Hongtian Empire. But now, not only did they fail to do it, they even lost so many soldiers. This put them in a difficult position. As for Yuan Shan, the two of them obviously didn't have the same courage as him. On the surface, Yuan Shan was the marshal of this army. However, Yuan Shan's other identity was the younger brother of Tianling Empire's emperor. Even if they didn't complete the mission, they wouldn't be punished when they returned. They were different. Their family wasn't made up of commoners. The reason why they were where they were was because they didn't fight on the battlefield. They couldn't afford to pay for it. The two of you, looking at the two of them hesitating and being submissive, he frowned and said coldly, You're not willing to retreat? Ouyangzhen didn't expect this. He didn't expect that even after using his cultivation, the two of them still wouldn't be afraid. At the same time, he was curious about what the two of them were thinking. Senior, the two of us have a problem. Yuan Shan suddenly said, Oh, what's the problem? Ouyangzhen curiously looked at Ma Ming and Lu Qingshan. Yuan Shan looked at Ma Ming and Lu Qingshan and didn't hide anything. He said, Their family started out as commoners. They have many wives and children. This time, they must have made a military order. I'm different. I'm the younger brother of Tianling Empire's emperor. Even if I fail, it doesn't matter. They're different. They can't afford to pay for it. So, Senior, do you think there's a way to get the best of both worlds? Hearing this, Ouyang Zhen was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. However, the army must be retreated. Thinking of this, he looked at the three of them and his expression softened. The three of you can retreat first. Of course, it's not permanent. However, there are still some matters in Hongtian Empire that I need to deal with. When I'm done, I will inform you. At that time, I won't care whether Hongtian Empire lives or dies. At the same time, during this period, I won't give them any help. So, saying this, 3 jade bottles appeared in his hand. He handed them to the three of them and said, "There's a water cloud pill here. It can cure all kinds of illnesses. As long as that person still has a breath left, eat it and you'll definitely be able to recover. With this medicine, I believe that your emperor won't punish you after you take it back. As for what I said today, you just need to pass it back to your emperor." The three of them were stunned. They looked at the 3 jade bottles with doubt in their eyes, recovering all injuries in an instant. Is this possible? Anyway, in their worldview, there was no such thing. "Senior, I believe in you." At this moment, Yuan Shan was still the first to step forward. He took one of the jade bottles and said respectfully, "Looking for someone like you. This thing shouldn't be fake." However, as he spoke, he hesitated. He looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped. "Speak, what's the matter?" He raised his head and looked at Ouyang Zhen. His eyes were resolute as he said, "Senior, I saw your method just now. I want to ask, what is it?" Hearing this, Ma Ming and the other two looked over. They were also curious, but they weren't as bold as Yuan Shan. Looking at the three of them, Ouyang Zhen didn't hide anything. After all, in his heart, the three of them weren't a threat at all. Even in the entire empty underworld region, no one could threaten him. Looking at the three of them, Ouyang Zhen said, "Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and go against the heavens to become immortals. I'm above immortals. I'm at the supreme realm of immortals. With a wave of my hand, I can destroy the stars. With a wave of my sword, I can cut the sea. I can go to the heavens or the earth easily." So, at this point, Ouyang Zhen didn't continue. He believed that even if he didn't say it, the three of them would understand what he meant. Above immortals, supreme realm of immortals. Hearing Ouyang Zhen's introduction, the three of them subconsciously muttered to themselves as they looked into the distance. Immortals, this word was extremely attractive to them. In the empty underworld region, there were also legends of immortals. However, to their knowledge, they had always thought that it was merely a legend, or even a painting that only existed. However, at this moment, hearing Ouyang Zhen's words, they believed it. They believed it without a doubt. With that method just now, can a mortal do it? All right, take the medicinal pills. It's decided to retreat. Saying this, he stood up and looked at the three of them. He reminded them, "The three of you are quite talented in cultivation. Unfortunately, you've passed the best age for cultivation. However, if you have the help of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, you should still be able to step into the ranks of cultivation." After saying this, Ouyang Zhen left in a flash, leaving the three of them in a daze. Ouyang Zhen's words completely aroused the passion in the hearts of the three of them. Who in the world didn't want to cultivate? Unfortunately, the path of cultivation was too difficult. Moreover, there was no way out. "Senior," when Yuan Shan came back to his senses and called out, he looked over. At this moment, Ouyang Zhen's figure was still there. "Yuan Shan, look, what is that?" Just when Yuan Shan was feeling disappointed, Ma Ming's voice suddenly sounded. "What is it?" He turned around and looked at Ma Ming. When he looked at where Ma Ming was pointing, he saw an ancient book with an animal skin cover. He took a step forward and squatted down. He reached out and grabbed the ancient book in his hand. The 3 words on the cover were particularly eye-catching. Wind and cloud art. Is it a cultivation technique? Maybe it is. The 3 of them were in a daze. One after another, they asked the question that was in their hearts. "Quickly, take a look. What is written inside?" Ma Ming was the first to come back to his senses. He eagerly said to Yuan Shan, Yes. Quickly." Hearing the 2 of them, Yuan Shan came back to his senses and quickly flipped open the ancient book in his hand. Wind and cloud art. When cultivated to the highest realm, one will be able to reach the heavens and have an unlimited lifespan. This is really a cultivation technique. Looking at the line of extremely exciting words, the three of them were completely certain. I didn't expect that we would have such an opportunity this time. The three of them couldn't help but nod in agreement. Then, let's copy this book separately. As for the original book, I think we should put it away and protect it together. What do you think? Once this idea came out, the other two nodded their heads and endured the pain. In their hearts, this was their opportunity. At the same time, it was also something that could change their lives. Thus, it should be done. Chapter 1301. In the distance, on a hill that was relatively far away, Li Jiping led a group of subordinates and rode on a tall horse. They stood proudly and looked into the distance. In the vast wilderness, there was not a single person, not even an animal. Looking at the desolate scene, Li Jiping turned around and asked the general beside him, "Didn't you say that one? 5 million soldiers were coming? Why is it that I don't feel the aura of an army here? Moreover, the terrain here is open. If there were so many people, we would naturally be able to see them." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the desolate area in front of him and said coldly, "Speak. Is there anyone here?" Li Jiping was furious. Lying in the military was a violation of the military rules. As such, the punishment would be 100 beatings, and the punishment would be beheading. Hearing this, the general beside him was so frightened that he fell off his horse. He looked puzzled and explained, "Marshal, this general is not sure. This general only heard it from the messenger." Indeed, he did not know that the young soldier who sent the message had bypassed them and went straight to Li Jiping. It was only after Li Jiping found them that he learned about this matter. "Therefore, you don't know?" Li Jiping frowned. He had forgotten about this. However, as a general, he did not even know where the enemy's army was. This made him even angrier. "Men, drag him down. 50 beatings and demote him by 1 rank. Keep him for observation." "Marshal, this subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate knows his mistake. Marshal, please be merciful." The middle-aged general was dumbfounded. He did not expect that a moment of carelessness would lead to an unknown fire. "Drag him down." Li Jiping turned around and ignored the general's begging. He waved his hand to the people around him. Suddenly, 4 people walked out and dragged the middle-aged general away. The rest of the people did not dare to speak. They were truly afraid of the marshal in front of them. Of course, they were also in awe. Otherwise, they would not have stayed here and not left. As for the general who was demoted, he was really pitiful. If it was not for Ouyang Zhen stopping him, let alone one, 5 million soldiers, the enemy would have already been in front of them. Sigh. Looking ahead, Li Jiping sighed and shook his head. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. After this, send people to scout out within 10 miles. If there is any movement, report it immediately." Plop, just as Li Jiping's voice fell, he heard a series of noises behind him. He turned around and saw over a dozen generals kneeling on the ground. They cupped their hands and said, "Marshal, don't worry. We will do our best." Looking at the crowd, Li Jiping smiled bitterly and ignored them. After Ouyang Zhen left, he did not continue to protect Li Jiping, but returned to the Heavenly Emperor's city. He believed that with his deterrence, the 3 empires wouldn't dare to invade again. Of course, that was while he was still in Hongtian Empire. As for what would happen after he left, he didn't care. When he arrived at Wang Xiangwa's house, Wang Xiangwa couldn't take it anymore because of the shock he had suffered. He was even a little dazed. During this period of time, Wang Xiangwa was like an old child. This made his wife very happy, because only in this way could he stay by her side. Ouyang Zhen did not care about this. He only had himself to blame. He had given him a chance before, but he did not know how to cherish it. Now, he could only blame the heavens for not helping him. "Senior, my husband is already in such a state. I hope that Senior can be merciful and let him go. After all, you have already found what you want. Therefore, plop." The old lady directly kneeled in front of Ouyang Zhen and kowtowed. Tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Senior, my husband has never done anything evil in his life. This is the only time he was forced into a corner. Therefore, Senior, I beg of you. Pa pa pa. Her head knocked against the ground, causing Ouyang to have a headache. Looking at her age, if she wasn't in her 70s, she was in her 60s. Mortals at this age were usually very weak. At this moment, the old lady was willing to go to such an extent for her husband. However, it was a pity. If he was the one handling this matter, he would definitely not do anything. Unfortunately, this matter was handled by Lin Ray. It was not appropriate for him to interfere. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, a gentle spiritual energy gushed out and lifted the old lady up from the ground. Girl, you don't have to beg me for this matter. What I said is useless. However, I can promise you that I will speak for you. As for what will happen in the end, then... As he spoke, he shrugged helplessly. Thank you, Senior. This is good. This is good. Hearing Ouyang words, the old lady cried tears of joy. All right, quickly go back and rest. For a mortal to do this, your muscles and bones are already injured. Go back. As he spoke, in order to prevent the old lady from kneeling again, he turned around and left. In the backyard beside the rockery, Ouyang came here but did not enter. Without Lin Ray's order, he did not dare to enter. He still wanted to live for a few more years. He looked at the surrounding weeds and did not care. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Cultivators were heaven-defying people. As long as there was a place to cultivate and no one disturbed them, it was fine. In the royal palace, in order to celebrate his scheme against Li Jiping, Hongji celebrated every night. During the day, he even held a banquet. It was for no other reason than that Li Jiping would definitely die this time. However, little did he know that while he was enjoying himself every night, Li Jiping, whom he wanted to kill, was currently training his soldiers at the border with nothing to do. In the royal palace, Hongji was in the main hall. He lifted his head and looked at the huge royal palace. A smile appeared on his face. From today onwards, this place belongs to the emperor. Emperor equals? What a joke. Just thinking about this title makes him feel extremely displeased. This title was bestowed upon him by the previous emperor when he was still alive. Due to the existence of the title Emperor equal to 1, the citizens of Hongtian Empire only have the title Emperor equal to 1 in their hearts, while he, the true ruler of the empire, has been forgotten by the people. This was a scene that no one in power wanted to see. However, it happened in Hongtian Empire. This was also the reason why Hongtian and Hongji could not tolerate him. Of course, another reason was because of the wife of the emperor equals, Li Jiping. Thinking about that woman, Hongji sighed in his heart. What do you mean by this woman is rare in the mortal world? What do you mean by a fairy? That woman back then was definitely one. However, in the end, she would rather die than submit. Because of this, there was almost a mutiny back then. Looking at the clouds and the sky, a bloodthirsty look appeared on his face. Li Jiping, do you really think that you can replace the emperor? Do you really think that you are amazing just because you have 50% of the army? And now, aren't you still being schemed against by the emperor? Chapter 1302. Another month passed quietly. Within the underground palace, Linley was still seated cross-legged in his room, working hard to refine the energy from the hovering mirror within his body. It could be said that he had gained a lot from this. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out in the quiet room. The scarlet flaming tiger, who was cultivating, sensed it and stopped cultivating. It looked around, but there was nothing unusual. Did I hear it wrong? Thinking that it might have heard it wrong, it immediately went back to cultivating. Then, at this moment, the thunderous sound appeared again. This time, the scarlet flaming tiger was sure that there was indeed that sound in the room. Moreover, the sound seemed to be coming from, as he thought about it, he couldn't help but look at Linley. He hesitantly walked over to Linley, as if he was waiting for the voice to appear again. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, the sound it was waiting for did not appear. Sigh. Did something go wrong with my cultivation? Thinking about it, the scarlet flaming tiger checked its situation. Rumble. This time it was really fine. It looked at Lin Ray. At this moment, it was sure that the sound was coming from Lin Ray's body. His face was filled with worry. He instantly released his divine will, covering Linley with his divine sense. In the instant that the flaming tiger's divine sense covered the area around Linley's body, it saw circles of something that looked like ripples of water, with Linley at the center, spreading outwards in all directions. I'm about to break through. That's right, I'm about to break through. That's why there's such a scene. However, at this moment, it felt an extremely terrifying power from the illusory ripples. He could feel that this small ripple was not something he could resist at his current level. Late stage complete Dao Fruit Realm. After sensing it carefully, the scarlet flaming tiger was sure that this was the sign of a breakthrough. Damn, is Brother Lei going to defy the heavens? Breaking through to the complete Dao Fruit Realm would normally take tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. Even first-rate geniuses would need tens of thousands of years. However, Brother Lei 1 month? Heavens! Is he trying to set the record for the fastest breakthrough to the great circle of the Dao Fruit Realm in the Holy World? Thinking about it, the Scarlet Flame Tiger couldn't help but become excited. Now, it was as if he had broken through himself. He was jumping with joy. It was all thanks to the palace's explanation. Otherwise, how could it withstand his excitement? Of course, it is also because the Scarlet Flaming Tiger held back its strength. One of the reasons was because it was afraid of disturbing Lin Rei's cultivation. Otherwise, forget about this place. Even the entire capital of Hongtian Empire wouldn't be enough for him to torment. While cultivating, Lin Rei's consciousness was very clear. Feeling the Scarlet Flaming Tiger's excitement, Lin Rei smiled. He doted on the Scarlet Flaming Tiger a lot. After all, it had grown up with him. This kind of feeling was very special. Finally, I've reached perfection of the Dao Fruit Realm. Lin Rei smiled as he felt the strength surging through his body. Previously, he thought that it would take a long time for him to make a breakthrough. He did not expect that he would be able to break through to the great perfection Dao Fruit Realm with just a single trip. Now, if he were to go out and fight the demonic beast from before, he would not be able to kill it, but he would not have to flee in such a sorry state. Moreover, he fell into such a desolate place with nothing to show for it. Of course, being able to make a breakthrough was something that Lin Rei did not dare to think about. After all, he bought this place and wanted to see even a single cultivator, let alone others. Boom! Feeling the aura in his body, he couldn't help but mobilize his aura. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the surrounding walls. The floating mirror seemed to have sensed that the palace was not stable anymore. Without saying a word, it turned into a ray of light. Hey, this guy, I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. Feeling the floating mirror in his arms, Lin Rei was completely speechless. Damn you. In any case, you are the one who led us through endless characters. Why are you so cowardly? Of course, that was one thing, but the smile on his face made them completely speechless. You bastard. As he spoke, with a thought, the hovering treasured mirror was collected into his storage ring. Linley didn't plan to collect it into his system yet. After all, he had only heard about the hovering treasured mirror from the system. Who knew what other functions it had? Moreover, just a trace of energy could allow him to cultivate so quickly. If he were to place it in the system, no one could guarantee what would appear behind his back. Phew. After doing all this, Lin Rei let out a long breath. He opened his eyes that were still closed and fixed his gaze on the Scarlet Flaming Tiger in front of him. You. Looking at the Scarlet Flaming Tiger, Lin Rei smiled bitterly. Okay, thanks to you for protecting my hair this time. This time, I have a good harvest. In an instant, he put all the things he brought on this trip in a special place to display all kinds of heavenly treasures. The Scarlet Flaming Tiger was shy. Hearing Lin Rei's praise and seeing the shy look on the Scarlet Flaming Tiger's face, Lin Rei's eyes lit up. Little tiger, this time my cultivation has increased very quickly. Originally, I wanted to go out and gain experience. Now I want to go out and see what kind of place this underworld is. After saying that, the scarlet flaming tiger looked like it was ready to set off at any time. Don't. Lin Rei understood the scarlet flaming tiger's meaning very well. However, now that he had cultivated for so long, he still had to come in contact with the following matters. After saying that, he got up and walked to the front of the scarlet flaming tiger. He stretched out his hand and stroked its fur. In the whole world, probably only Lin Rei could touch it like this. Brother Lei, I know you want to go, but right now, the most important thing is still Li Jiping's matter. He hasn't finished his matter. It's not time for me to leave yet. Even if I want to leave, I have to completely settle the matter here first. Little tiger, you have to know that this matter is very important to me. So, next, you and Ouyang Zhen will go to the border to protect Li Jiping. At the same time, let him know the current situation. So, next, it's up to the two of you. Lin Rei instructed while comforting the scarlet flaming tiger. Little did he know that the matter he gave was completed by Ouyang Zhen. Moreover, it was done very well. At this moment, not only was there not a single enemy at the border, even the three marshals who sent out their troops previously brought congratulatory gifts to express their gratitude. Just when Li Jiping was in a daze, the three marshals had already delivered the gifts and let him leave. Got it, Brother Lei. The scarlet flaming tiger understood Lin Rei's meaning. In the end, it nodded and replied, Don't worry, Brother Lei's matter is my matter. And if that's the case, then let's go. We've already emptied this place. Just like that, the two of them left the palace together. When they left, Fan Jun was also among them. Chapter 1303. The two of them went back the way they came. Along the way, they weren't stopped like when they first arrived. However, they still saw OL6 sitting on the ground foolishly, staring blankly ahead. His mouth was dripping with saliva and his pants were soaked. His hands were constantly fiddling with the mud on the ground. The two of them approached OL6. Their eyes were emotionless as they looked at him. When facing an enemy, not killing him was already being merciful. If they still felt pity for him, they would be courting death. Brother Lei, how about no need? Lin Rei waved his hand and interrupted the scarlet flame tiger. His gaze fell on OL6. He shook his head and said indifferently, I've seen his memories. He has killed countless people in his life. Most of them were innocent people. Although I can't be considered a good person, at least I'm not a bad person. For such a person, perhaps this kind of ending is to let him pay for the mistakes he has made in his life. Finished speaking, he didn't say anything else and walked outside. As for the scarlet flame tiger, after hearing Lin Rei's words, it nodded in agreement. It didn't pay attention to him and followed Lin Rei. In the outside world, not far from the cave entrance, Ouyang Zhen was cultivating. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from the cave entrance. Immediately, his eyes opened and he went to the cave entrance in a flash. In the next moment, when he saw Lin Rei's head rise from the cave, Ouyang Zhen smiled. He withdrew his vigilance and stood respectfully to the side. The moment Lin Rei appeared at the cave entrance, he felt Ouyang Zhen's presence. He looked at him and smiled. With a light jump, he landed on the ground. Whoosh! A red figure instantly rushed out from the cave entrance. It was so fast that even Ouyang Zhen could only see a red shadow. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose and a figure appeared in the midst of the cloud of dust. Without a doubt, it was the scarlet flame tiger. Seeing little tiger's exaggerated appearance, Lin Rei helplessly shook his head. He took a step back and acted as if he didn't know him. On the contrary, Ouyang Zhen, who was at the side, was endlessly envious. After all, only the scarlet flame tiger followed him into the cave, and he knew that he did not have the qualifications to do so. At this moment, Ouyang Zhen swore in his heart that he would work even harder in the future. Only then would he be able to be like the scarlet flame tiger and accompany Lin Rei wherever he went. Brother Lei, wasn't I cool just now? When the two heard the scarlet flame tiger's voice, they looked at each other and shrugged helplessly before walking out. Leaving behind the scarlet flaming tiger, Ouyang Zhen recounted everything that had happened during this period of time, including his trip to the border and the fact that he had distributed the cultivation technique of the Empire's marshals. He also blurted it all out. Hearing this, Lin Rei's eyes flashed with a strange light. When he was in the underground palace, he was still thinking of sending the Scarlet Flame Tiger to the border to help Li Jiping. He did not expect to hear such good news as soon as he came out. For a moment, he approved of Ouyang Zhen even more. Not bad. Nodding, he reached out and patted Ouyang Zhen's shoulder. Feeling Lin Rei's gratified expression, Ouyang Zhen quickly cupped his hands and expressed himself. "It is my honor to work for young master." In response, the Scarlet Flame Tiger behind him grinned. In any case, it was a demonic beast that had lived for 4,000 to 5,000 years. Although its intelligence was still that of a child's, it had seen a lot and knew a lot. The Scarlet Flame Tiger knew what Ouyang Zhen was thinking. It was nothing more than wanting to gain Lin Rei's trust. As he walked, Lin Rei admired Ouyang Zhen more and more as he looked at him. As expected of someone who had been the head of a family, he did things so quickly. Involuntarily, Lin Rei began to consider whether he should pass the little bit of power in his body to Ouyang Zhen. He believed that as long as he passed a little bit to Ouyang Zhen, he would be able to completely break free from the quasi-sage realm and become a true sage. Tisk, smacking his lips, Lin Rei thought of Ouyang Zhen's future use. In the end, he decided that when he had time, he would pass the terrifying power to Ouyang Zhen. In this way, he would have one more sage by his side. As for Little Tiger, thinking that Little Tiger was a demonic beast and that it had to undergo a heavenly tribulation in order to break through to the sage realm, Yi Fuqian did not act rashly. It was very serious for a demonic beast to enter the sage realm. Generally, people of the 10,000 races would be very prepared if they wanted to enter the sage realm. Naturally, the more divine artifacts they had, the better. One had to know that when the 10,000 races underwent the tribulation, the lightning tribulation would increase exponentially. As Lin Rei's exclusive demonic beast, Little Tiger naturally could not suffer. Divine artifact? It might be a little difficult for others. After all, divine artifacts were very rare even in the holy world. However, it was not the case for him. Wasn't it just a divine artifact? He could have as many as he wanted. Currently, the prerequisite was that he had enough refining materials to support his divine artifact. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. As Little Tiger was a very ordinary demonic beast, it could not really transform into a human. Therefore, it was very important for it to enter the sage realm this time. As long as it entered the sage realm, Little Tiger could completely get rid of its demonic body and transform into a human. At that time, its cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. Thinking about it, Little Tiger could not help but feel happy. It was still in a state of self-satisfaction. This kid. Looking at the Scarlet Flame Tiger, Lin Rei smiled bitterly. More than 4,000 years had passed. He did not expect the Scarlet Flame Tiger to still be so childish. Host, you still need to prepare some things for the Scarlet Flame Tiger's advancement to the Sage Realm. After all, the Scarlet Flame Tiger's body is very low. If it rashly advances, it might be dangerous. The system's sudden words made Lin Rei have to take it seriously. Lin Rei regarded Little Tiger as his brother. As the saying goes, when a brother is in trouble, he naturally has to help him to the end. Moreover, his brother was his reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would be killed without mercy. Feeling Lin Rei's agitated emotions, the Scarlet Flame Tiger looked over. Ouyang Zhen did the same. On the other hand, Lin Rei did not know. At this moment, he only cared about the system's words. Little Tiger is a low-level demonic beast. If not for the Dragon Clan's bloodline in its body and the system's cleansing of its body, it would not have reached its current level. Although it previously obtained Xie Feng's undying flame, it is a pity that it is useless. The only way to truly change the Scarlet Flame Tiger's body and bloodline is to change. Only by solving the fundamental problem will the next breakthrough be smooth and without any danger. Hearing this, Lin Rei rolled his eyes. In his opinion, the system's words were equivalent to nonsense. What he wanted to know was the solution, not this. Of course, now that he had a favor to ask of the system, he naturally could not speak carelessly. He tried to calm down and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, how can I completely solve little Tiger's physical condition?" Chapter 1304. The Bloodline Flower, together with a complete high-level bloodline and the undying flame, could completely solve the problem of the red flaming tiger being a low-level beast. Bloodline Flower. Hearing this, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. He had never heard of such a thing before. He understood the meaning of the Bloodline Flower, but its actual use, Lin Ray was silent. The system side. Seems like I have to send you to the library to consolidate your knowledge. You don't even know about the Bloodline Flower. While sighing, the system explained the use of the Bloodline Flower. The Bloodline Flower grows in the mountains. Its grade is unknown, but it has the innate ability to fuse bloodlines. Hearing the introduction of the Bloodline Flower, Lin Ray was stunned. Damn, that's it? Of course, although the introduction was in front of him, Lin Ray understood when he heard that it could fuse bloodlines and that the system wanted to find a high-level beast bloodline. However, where could he find the Bloodline Flower? He had never heard of such a thing. Even in the Holy World, he wasn't sure if it existed. However, the system knew what Lin Ray was worried about. It continued, "You don't have to go back to the Holy World. The Bloodline Flower can be found in the empty underworld region." Really? Nonsense. If there wasn't, I wouldn't have said it. The system said angrily. That. Lin Ray was a little embarrassed by the system. He scratched his head and smiled. "Well, tell me where the Bloodline Flower can be found. With Ouyang Zheng here, I don't have to worry about not completing the mission. Well, I'll use the opportunity to go to the underworld to find the Bloodline Flower you mentioned." In the outside world, Ouyang Zheng and the red flaming tiger saw Lin Ray stop and stare blankly ahead. Ouyang Zheng was worried and wanted to wake Lin Ray up. "Don't move. When Brother Lei is in this state, don't move. He might be thinking about something." He turned his head and looked over with a puzzled expression. He really wanted to ask what was going on, but unfortunately, before he could speak, the Scarlet Flame Tiger hurriedly shook its head and explained, "This kind of situation often happens in the past. It'll be fine after a while." Previously, Brother Lei also said that at this time, if there's no problem, don't wake him up. As it spoke, the Scarlet Flame Tiger walked to the side and lay on the ground, waiting. Is there such a thing? Looking at the Scarlet Flame Tiger lying on the ground, Ouyang Zheng really wanted to go up and call out to it. However, when he thought about how the Scarlet Flame Tiger had followed Lin Ray for so many years, he naturally didn't hesitate. He stood to the side and quietly waited. The Bloodline Flower is in the empty underworld realm. As for where it is, I don't know. The system replied. Lin Ray, if others didn't know, he might have thought it was true. But the system didn't know. This was really strange. Of course, he knew that he could exchange for bloodline flowers in the system. But what about high-grade beast bloodlines? He understood that the level of that kind of thing was very expensive, and he now owed hundreds of millions. How could he have the money to get a loan? Moreover, she didn't have much time left. At most, she only had a year before he had to return the money. If he still hadn't returned the money after a year, then what awaited him was only his life as collateral. You really don't know? You really don't know? The concise conversation made Lin Ray completely lose hope. Lin Ray didn't continue. Since the system said so, it meant that there was no need to continue talking about the gift. In a flash, he exited the system space, and his spiritual sense returned to his body. Lin Ray recovered from his daze. He turned around and looked at the Scarlet Flame Tiger. His eyes were filled with determination. It seems that it's time to hurry up and find this guy a bloodline flower and a high-grade beast bloodline. Thinking of this, he waved to the two. Let's go. Stepping out of the backyard, the Scarlet Flame Tiger got up and chased after Lin Ray. The three of them came to the front yard. Under Ouyang Zhen's lead, the three of them came to Wang Xiangwa's door. Old man, do you know? You haven't been with me like this for a long, long time. Outside the door, hearing the voice from the room, Lin Ray fell into silence. Seeing that Lin Ray didn't speak, Ouyang Zhen didn't dare to say a word. The Scarlet Flame Tiger also walked to the sideboard. Actually, this is quite good. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Previously, because of you, Shunner had been suppressing himself and didn't live the life he wanted. He always wanted to satisfy you, but it's a pity that you always despise your son for not doing well enough. Now that your son has left with his wife and children, maybe this time he can truly break away from his previous life and return to his original state. And you, as she spoke, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. However, there was a smile on her face. You can finally calm down and no longer care about those things that chase after fame and fortune. It's a pity that you can peacefully accompany me in my old age. Outside the door, listening to the old woman's words, he couldn't help but think of his wife and son in the sect. He even somewhat agreed with the old woman's words. He began to doubt whether his son was really willing to inherit his sect. Was he really willing to be like her and become an expert that could crush all living things? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. He understood that if he didn't have enough strength to make all living things panic, then the so-called ideal life in his heart wouldn't be able to be realized. As the saying goes, first bitterness, then sweetness. If he didn't put in the effort before, how could he have the sweetness later? Thinking about his thoughts just now, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that this sovereign's Tao heart would be shaken by the words of an old woman. Because you have always placed too much importance on your relatives, family, brothers, and so on. So much so that your Tao heart was shaken by these words. The system spoke and then fell into silence again. Lin Ray didn't think too much about this. His Tao heart was shaken because it wasn't stable enough. At the same time, it also proved that his cultivation hadn't reached the level where his Tao heart was truly firm. Taking a step forward, he reached out and pushed the door open. His figure appeared in the room. The old woman was sitting by the bedside, looking at her sleeping husband. Hearing the sound behind her, she turned around. When she saw Lin Li, she hurriedly rose to her feet as though she had been electrocuted. She hurriedly walked over to Lin Li. Qianbei, as she spoke, she bent her legs and wanted to kneel down to greet Lin Ray and beg for mercy. However, the moment she stopped, Lin Ray waved his hand, and a pure saint's spiritual chi controlled the old woman. His voice was calm as he said, "Don't worry, this sovereign won't kill him." The reason why he did that before was to teach him a lesson. Now that the old man has become like this sovereign has no interest in continuing. As he spoke, he looked at the old woman and said, "In the future, he will quietly stay by your side. As for your children and grandchildren, if you want to find them, this sovereign can help you. After all, it wasn't my intention to separate you from your family." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the old woman shake her head. They have their own lives. As for me, as she spoke, her eyes locked onto her husband on the bed. A smile appeared on her face. We have been trapped here for half of our lives. Now, at the end, it's time to see the outside world, in the mountains and rivers, and find a beautiful place to spend the rest of our lives. Chapter 1305. As the old lady spoke, a yearning smile appeared on her face. Lin Ray did not stop her. Now that Fan Jun had been found, and they were of no use to him, even if he released them, it would not be a big deal. Moreover, to the old lady, Lin Ray was still the same. He would be able to get what he wanted. He turned around and walked to the door. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "You have 12 years of lifespan, and Wang Xianghua has 11 years left. During this time, you should be able to live a good life and fulfill your wish." With that, Lin Ray did not continue. He stepped out of the room and walked into the distance. In the room, when she heard Lin Li's words, hot tears flowed down from the old lady's eyes. "Thank you. Thank you for telling me all this." As she spoke, the old woman bowed respectfully towards the direction Lin Li had left in. Regarding this, Lin Li was very clear about what was happening in the room, and a smile appeared on his face. "You'll have to rely on yourself for the next few days," he muttered to himself and walked out of the Prime Minister's residence. Ouyang Zheng and the others had been waiting in front of the door. The moment they saw Lin Ray walk out, they all went up to him. "Young master, Brother Lei." Looking at them, Lin Rei nodded. His gaze fell on Fan Jun. He had already recovered, but he was still weak due to the loss of blood. Ouyang Zheng, send Fan Jun back. After that, wait in the Emperor's equal prince's residence. Wait for the right time to act. As the former head of the family, I believe you can add fuel to the fire and help Li Zhiping achieve unification. Ouyang Zheng smiled awkwardly. Indeed, as the former head of the family, if he did not have the ability to survive in a place like Sea City, how could the Ouyang family become one of the few great family heads? Remember, after completing the mission, immediately leave. Wait outside the capital for my return. At that time, we can return to the Holy World. Hearing this, Ouyang Zheng nodded and bowed. I will remember, young master. This subordinate will definitely complete the mission you gave me. And he waved his hand and let Ouyang Zheng leave with Fan Jun. Only the Scarlet Flame Tiger, Zhong Li, and him were left in the field. Now, the matter had basically been resolved. His gaze landed on Zhong Li. Regarding the Netherworld, he still had to rely on her. After all, he did not know the way to the Netherworld. Zhong Li was also a smart person. When he saw Lin Rei's gaze, he subconsciously understood and said, Senior, this junior is very honored to lead the way for you. Looking at her, Lin Rei smiled and nodded. Little tiger, let's go. Let's go to the underworld and see how strong the cultivators here are. Owu, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, who had been impatient for a long time, growled and nodded. Brother Lei, we should have gone a long time ago. Living in such a comfortable environment every day, I'm almost bored to death. As he spoke, the Scarlet Flame Tiger grumbled. Lin Rei wasn't dissatisfied with this at all. On the contrary, he felt that the Scarlet Flame Tiger was right. As a cultivator, he was supposed to go against the heavens. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. Cultivators should live with the kind of experience that accompanied killing and lingered on the edge of life and death. Only then could they comprehend a higher level of cultivation and stimulate their own potential, thus improving their great Tao perfectly. However, since coming to the empty nether territory, not to mention opponents, it was rare to see a cultivator. Happy was a small cultivator who hadn't reached the Golden Core realm. Lin Rei couldn't help but feel very disappointed. Even in the Dharma-ending age of Aqua Blue Planet, there was a group of nascent soul realm cultivators who could transcend the tribulation. However, here, let's go. With that, Lin Rei came to the back of the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Lin Rei also wrapped Zhong Li with his spirit chi and threw her into the air. With Zhong Li leading the way, Lin Rei wasn't worried at all. Of course, his biggest confidence was that he had recovered his cultivation and improved it to the peak of the Tao Fruit Realm. Given his current level of power, even if he were to encounter a powerful demonic beast, Lin Li would definitely be able to kill it. Not to mention this empty nether territory. In the Emperor's equal mansion, Ouyang Zheng brought Fan Jun to the room he had stayed in before. He stopped him and reminded him, remember your mission. You must provoke a battle between the Emperor and the Emperor. Don't look at how Fan Jun was just a commander. His position in the prince's mansion was still very important. Fan Jun nodded. Understood. I will definitely complete the mission given by Master. Okay. All right. In that case, you can stay here. I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Fan Jun's response, he turned around and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, sitting quietly. In the room, looking at the furniture that had not changed at all, a smile flashed across his face. It seems that Aunt Ming often comes to help clean. There was no dust in the room. He didn't need to think to know who was helping him clean. Of course, when he thought of Aunt Ming's feelings for Li Zhiping, his originally high mood instantly fell into the abyss. Forget it. The most important task is still to complete the mission given by Zhu Tong. With that thought, he got up and walked out of the room. As a commander in the past, he still had his own subordinates and army. Although these troops belonged to the Emperor's equal mansion, they still listened to his orders. This time, he was going to bring this army to create chaos in the capital. This time, he was going to make the Emperor's equal mansion go to war with the Emperor. He believed that as long as he stirred things up, he would definitely be able to achieve his goal. Of course, this was only a last resort. After all, if he did so, he might lose his life because of this. Sigh. With a sigh, he sped up and quickly left the city. He came to a military camp not far away from the city. This was the army of the Emperor's equal mansion. Similarly, it was also the army he had once led. At the entrance of the military camp, 6 soldiers stood on both sides. They were very straight. Although the sun was high in the sky and they were wearing armor, they were still fearless. "You are Commander Fan?" When Fan Jun arrived, the moment the 6 soldiers saw Fan Jun, they were stunned. One of the youngest soldiers called out Fan Jun's identity with a doubtful expression. "Commander Fan?" The young soldier's words pulled the other 5 soldiers back to reality. They looked at Fan Jun in disbelief. They had all heard about Fan Jun being imprisoned, breaking into the palace alone and assassinating the Emperor of Hong Tian. What kind of crime was that? They had heard that he was imprisoned by the Emperor. But now, while everyone was doubting him, Fan Jun came in front of them and looked at them. He smiled and said, "You guys, I've only been away for a while. Why? Have you forgotten about me?" Hearing this, the 6 of them scratched their heads awkwardly. Indeed, they used to drink together often. However, they had heard about Fan Jun's situation. Now that they saw him in person, they found it unbelievable. All right, looking at the 6 of them, Fan Jun couldn't help but smile. He waved at them and said, "Let's talk later. I am here for an important matter." As he spoke, he stepped into the military camp without waiting for them to speak. Why did this guy come out? Didn't we hear that he was imprisoned by the Emperor? I don't know, but since he can come out, it means that the Emperor has gotten over him. That's impossible. He tried to assassinate the Emperor. He is not a profligate son of the royal capital. How could the Emperor release him so easily? The 6 of them looked at each other. In the end, they didn't get a good answer and chose to remain silent. After all, this wasn't something they should be discussing. Their job was to guard the entrance of the military camp. That was all. In the military camp, Fan Jun arrived at the commander's tent with ease. Along the way, he met familiar people and naturally greeted them warmly. The moment he entered the commander's tent, he saw the person sitting on the commander's seat. Aunt Meng? Aunt Meng, who was working with her head lowered, heard the familiar voice and looked up. When she saw Fan Jun, she froze on the spot. Aunt Meng's eyes were filled with confusion and surprise. Others might not know, but as a retainer of the Emperor's residence, she naturally knew. Not long ago, Fan Jun used unknown direction. At that time, the Emperor's residence even sent out secret guards to search for him. However, they found nothing. But now, this fellow appeared on his own. Furthermore, he appeared in the military camp in uniform. What was he doing? What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Fan Jun joked when he saw Aunt Meng in a daze. Then, he walked over and sat across from Aunt Meng. Then, he reached out and picked up the teacup on the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. "You..." Aunt Meng recovered her senses and looked at Fan Jun. She felt that this was somewhat unreal. A person who disappeared for a few months suddenly appeared. There was no news of him for the past few months. Even the Emperor's residence didn't know where he went. Now, he suddenly appeared. How was she supposed to deal with this? Xiao Chen understood what Aunt Meng meant. However, he did not explain too much about it. After all, there was no need to. Although he knew that Aunt Meng knew about Lin Rui and Ouyang Zhen's existence. "Aunt Meng, I've troubled you to clean my room during this period." However, as Xiao Chun spoke, his expression suddenly turned serious. "This time, I have something important to do." As Xiao Chun spoke, he stood up and walked to the bookshelf at the side. He reached out and opened the small wooden box on the bookshelf. Then, he took out a tiger head token and turned around, intending to leave. "What are you doing?" The moment Xiao Chun turned around, Aunt Meng's voice rang out in the tent. If one listened carefully, one would be able to hear the worry in Aunt Meng's voice. Unfortunately, Fan Jun was focused on completing Ouyang Zhen's mission. Hence, he did not notice the worry in her voice. Without turning around, Xiao Chen replied in a low voice, "Killing people. Since your highness is not making a decision, as your subordinate, I naturally have to help your highness wake up. You? Aunt Meng was shocked. She understood that her thoughts were correct. Fan Jun was really going to do that. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the worried Aunt Meng. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Don't worry. This time, I will make your highness realize that the Hong clan is not suitable to be the emperor of Hong Tian. After being in power for so long, their insides have completely rotted. It is time for a change." As Xiao Chen spoke, he walked out of the tent, leaving behind a stunned Aunt Meng. Outside the tent, Fan Jun came to the soldier roll call platform. He had made many important decisions here. Now that he stepped on it again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Xiao Chen raised his hand and looked at the tiger head token. His eyes were filled with determination. He raised his head and looked at the soldiers who were training. Gather. Rumble. Once the order was given, all the soldiers, regardless of whether they were training or resting, came to the soldier roll call platform at the fastest speed. They stood still in silence and waited for the commander's order. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Fan Jun was quite satisfied with this speed. After all, 30,000 people were definitely not a small force. Looking at the orderly and energetic soldiers, Xiao Chun raised his hand and flashed the tiger head token. He said, "Next, my orders are greater than the heavens. Therefore, the first mission I will give you is to march into the capital." What? This? Just as Fan Jun finished speaking, all the commanders were speechless. They looked at each other. Marching into the capital was not a small matter. If there was an order from above, it might not be a big deal. However, if they acted on their own, it would be considered a rebellion. If someone obtained the throne, this crime would be a great crime that would implicate their entire family. Hearing the discussions of the people below, Fan Jun's face turned gloomy. When he was on the throne, military discipline was strict. How could such a situation occur? However, it was different now. "All of you, shut up. I haven't seen you for a while. Are you itching for a beating?" Hearing this, the discussions below stopped. Looking at Fan Jun's angry gaze, the 30,000 people lowered their heads and did not dare to make sound. Look at how spoiled you are." Seeing that no one spoke, Fan Jun continued, "In short, listen to me. If you succeed, you'll be promoted. If you fail, you won't have lived in vain. Of course, this time, I am not asking you to enter the palace. I just want to teach the officials and generals in the capital a lesson. They have been living too comfortably and have forgotten the hardships they went through when the Hongtian Empire was first established. Furthermore, at this point, Fan Jun paused for a moment before continuing. His Highness is famous. He is more suitable to be the emperor of the Hongtian Empire." Hearing this, the expressions of the people below changed. Indeed, everyone agreed with Fan Jun's words. They had had enough of Hong Ji's anger. However, Li Jiping had been tolerating it. Until now, everyone was still being bullied and unable to stand out. Seeing that everyone was silent, Fan Jun did not waste any more words. "The command seal is here. You will be under my command. Next, all soldiers march into the capital." At this moment, in a corner not far away, Aunt Meng saw everything that Fan Jun did. Without thinking much, she wrote a letter and reported the situation to Li Jiping for him to make the decision. 10,000 meters up in the air, everything Fan Jun was doing was within Ouyang Zhang's field of vision. He didn't try to stop Fan Jun, because this was the only way he could complete the mission Linley had given him more quickly. Go ahead. Next, the entire capital is your territory. If anyone tries to stop you, I don't mind helping to settle it. Chapter 1306. Fan Jun did not know that Ouyang Zhang, who was 10,000 meters up in the sky, was watching his every move. In the camp, Fan Jun and the 30,000 soldiers were waiting. However, trouble had come. Aunt Meng knew the purpose of Fan Jun's actions. After sending a message to Li Jiping, she came to the main gate of the camp. She stood there with a sword and looked coldly at the camp. She wanted to stop Fan Jun from doing something stupid. She knew that if she let Fan Jun and the 30,000 soldiers out, they would die. Fan Jun's actions were like rebellion. Not only that, if Hong Ji used this reason to convict Li Jiping, it would be too late. She would not allow such a situation to happen. Of course, half of the reason was because she did not want to lose Fan Jun as a good friend. Fan Jun led the army to the main gate. When he saw Aunt Ming standing there, the army suddenly stopped. Fan Jun frowned and looked at her. He felt helpless. He had expected such an outcome, but normally, he would listen to Aunt Ming's opinion. After all, Ouyang Zhen and the others were not around at that time. He knew the problem between Li Zhiping and Hong Ji. However, after confirming that Ouyang Zhen and the others really wanted to help Li Zhiping unify the country, he did not suppress it anymore. Of course, he knew that no matter what the outcome was, he would die in the end. However, if he could use his death to help Li Zhiping, he felt that it was worth it. It was very worth it. Therefore, let me do it. You can't stop me. He shook his head helplessly. However, his hand was on the sword at his waist. It was as if he was ready to attack at any time. Aunt Ming saw Fan Jun's actions clearly. Her heart sank, and her expression turned ugly. Fan Jun, do you know what the outcome will be if you do this? Do you know that if you do this, the 30,000 soldiers will eventually get married? They have their families, relatives, and friends. If you do this, you will undoubtedly push them to the edge of death. Don't you feel guilty for doing this? Fan Jun fell silent. Indeed, he knew that if he did this, the worst outcome would be that the entire army would be wiped out. However, he had no way out. However, Auntie Ming did not stop at Fan Jun's silence. She raised her hand and pointed at the soldiers beside Fan Jun. With an agitated expression, she said, "Look at them. They were once comrades who fought alongside you. Brother, by doing this, you—" "Enough, stop talking." Fan Jun shouted angrily to stop her, but Auntie Min continued to speak. Naturally, he could not change his mind about what he had already decided. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at his brothers behind him. His heart clenched, and he made up his mind. Then, he turned around and looked at Annie Wei. With a clang, Fan Jun did not waste any more words. He drew his sword and pointed it at Aunt Ming. The last bit of tenderness in his eyes was forcefully suppressed. Do it. In the end, our thoughts will never be the same. Since that's the case, there's no point in saying more. If you defeat me, you will become what you imagine. As he spoke, he leaned forward and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. The soldiers behind him knew that Fan Jun was about to make a move. On the battlefield, Fan Jun had once slaughtered the enemy army in such a manner. Now that he had appeared again, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. Aunt Ming understood Fan Jun's current actions even more. At this moment, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart. "You want to attack me?" Looking at Fan Jun, Auntie Ming asked with a somewhat pale face. "Let's fight." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun said that, he instantly charged out and turned into a beam of light. He instantly arrived before Aunt Ming. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to defeat Aunt Ming and then proceed with his plan. Seeing Fan Jun before her, Aunt Ming's expression changed drastically. A trace of disbelief flashed across her face. With a clang, before Aunt Ming could be distracted, Xiao Chen's sword passed over her head and instantly clashed with Fan Jun's sword. Are you crazy? Xiao Chun had really made a move. This was a scene that she had never imagined before. The pain in her heart became even more obvious. There's no other way. Looking at Aunt Ming, Fan Jun shook his head. A trace of helplessness flashed across his face. There was indeed no other way. If he wanted to complete his plan, he had to deal with Aunt Ming first. Just give up. You are not my opponent. After saying that, Xiao Chen's sword separated. Without waiting for Aunt Ming to react, Xiao Chen's sword strangely dodged Aunt Ming's sword. In the end, Xiao Chen's sword was placed at Aunt Ming's throat. You've lost. After going through the baptism of Lin Rei's 2 elixirs, it was impossible for an ordinary person to not improve at all. Moreover, Fan Jun was a commander who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Even Li Zhiping, who was both a marshal and a prince, wouldn't be able to last long against Fan Jun. Feeling the iciness coming from her throat, Aunt Ming understood that she had lost. However, she didn't believe that she would lose so quickly. In the past, she was on par with Fan Jun. But now, it hadn't been long since they last met. She didn't understand how Fan Jun could be so strong. If Fan Jun knew what Aunt Meng was thinking, he would probably sneer. When he was fighting with Aunt Meng earlier, Fan Jun had only used less than 10% of his strength. If Aunt Meng knew about this, who knew what she would think? However, it was fine. She wouldn't know. Men. Without replying to Aunt Meng, Xiao Chun started to speak. Two soldiers broke away from the absolute encirclement and came before Fan Jun. They bowed respectfully. Commander, lock her up. Release her after the army enters the royal capital. After saying that, the two soldiers moved aside. The two soldiers took Aunt Meng from Fan Jun's hands and nodded to Fan Jun. Then, they turned around and walked towards the military camp. Fan Jun, you'll kill them by doing this. You, don't be stubborn. The matters of the prince are not something small people like us can interfere with. If you do this, you want me. What do you want me to do? Hearing this, Fan Jun, who was about to continue moving forward, paused. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. If it was in the past, he would give up without hesitation when Aunt Meng said this. In the past, he really wanted to tie the knot with her. Unfortunately, Aunt Meng's mind was filled with Li Zhiping's figure. How could she see his existence? Unfortunately, times had changed. Now, he couldn't give up on that plan because of this. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Let's do this, Fan Jun said with difficulty. After that, he stopped moving and led the army in the direction of the royal capital. The moment he left, Auntie Min's heart felt empty. The words Fan Jun had said before he left lingered in her ears. These words were like a demon's voice, lingering in Auntie Min's mind. No, you can't do this. You will die. You will die. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Aunt Meng's eyes. Her voice was trembling as if all the energy in her body had been sucked out. She sat on the ground, paralyzed. Her eyes were lifeless. How can this be? Just a moment ago, many scenes flashed in her mind. Most of them were how Fan Jun treated her well. In the past, Fan Jun was obedient to her. There was nothing he didn't do. Unfortunately, back then, she only had Li Zhiping in her eyes. Fan Jun had never existed. In the past, she only treated Fan Jun as a brother, a friend. However, this thought had changed. Unfortunately, she realized that it was too late. Fan Jun had walked on the path of death. There was no turning back. As for her, she could only watch helplessly as Fan Jun walked on that path of no return. God, why are you doing this to me? Why didn't you let me wake up earlier? Fan Jun roared at the sky. Unfortunately, it was too late. 10,000 meters in the sky, everything that happened was seen by Ouyang Zheng. The corner of his mouth curled up, and a smile flashed. Why do people only know how to cherish things when they are about to lose them? In front of the royal capital, it was still the same as before. Crowds came and went, and no one noticed that something was wrong today. In front of the city gate, a group of soldiers was patrolling as usual. All of them had smiles on their faces. Perhaps they had never thought that there would be a day when an army would appear directly in front of them. Or perhaps they thought that they were in the royal capital. Since the royal capital had Li Zhiping's protection, it was impossible for it to become a battlefield. Therefore, they were living very comfortably. Not far away, Fan Jun led the army. He held a sword in his hand and was filled with killing intent. He walked step by step toward the city gate. At this moment, in front of the city gate, the captain of a group of guards was talking and laughing with his team members. Suddenly, he glanced into the distance. In the distance, a huge crowd was neatly lining up and walking towards these few tables. Only at this moment did he notice that the ground beneath his feet was trembling slightly. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. He stood up and raised his head, focusing his gaze into the distance. What's going on? Looking at the approaching army, he was dumbfounded. He didn't receive any notice, nor did he hear about the defeat at the border. Why would an army appear here? Something's not right. At this moment, his previous thoughts were overturned. In the army, he saw that the soldiers were all wearing Hongtian Empire's armor. This made him even more confused. Quick, close the city gate. Although he didn't know why the other party was here, the only thing he had to do now was to close the city gate. He didn't want to bear the responsibility for a moment of carelessness. Naturally, the soldiers under him saw the approaching army. Hearing the captain's words, they didn't hesitate and dragged everyone into the city. The gates of the royal capital were closed. The captain and the soldiers all came to the top of the city wall. At this moment, standing at a high point, they could see everything clearly. Fan Jun led the army to the city gate. He raised his head and looked at the people standing on the city wall. He frowned and said coldly, "Open the city gate." Fan Jun's figure fell into the eyes of the captain. Being in the royal capital, he was naturally familiar with the important figures in the royal capital. He also recognized Fan Jun. When he saw Fan Jun holding his sword and shouting for the gate to open, he knew that the situation was beyond his imagination. Lowering his head, the captain looked at Fan Jun with a gloomy face. He had heard of Fan Jun's previous actions. Assassinating the emperor was a serious crime. Now, he was leading an army to the city gate. What was he trying to do? "Fan Jun, do you know the consequences of doing this?" The captain spoke. Consequences? He recognized the person on the city wall. It was Zhang Yong, a commander who used to be on the battlefield. However, because of a fight, his internal organs were injured. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat behind the scenes and become one of the captains in the royal capital. Looking at Zhang Yong, Fan Jun sneered. "Zhang Yong, I respect you as a man, so I'll give you a chance. Open the city gate, and I won't make things difficult for you today." But suddenly, his face turned cold, completely different from before. "If you don't open the gate today, then don't blame me for not giving you face." There were absolute forces in the royal capital. However, they were like hothouses who talked too much and had never experienced the slaughter of the battlefield. He didn't care about such an army. Fan Jun, are you really going to do that?" Zhang Yong understood that if he opened the gate today, his crime would be unforgivable. Even his wife and children behind him would be implicated because of this matter. However, he knew that the military strength in the royal capital was not enough to fight against the army in front of him. He could clearly feel it from the aura. One was like a gentle cat, obedient and gentle. The other was like a lion in the hunting ground. One careless mistake could lead to death. 3. Not wasting any more words with Zhang Yong, he gave the final deadline. "Fan Jun, you too. Fan Jun, don't be stupid. What's the point of doing this? The emperor's equal is at the border. If you do this, does the emperor know about it? Will he allow you to do this?" Zhang Yong spoke, using the emperor's equal as a deterrent. Unfortunately, if it was the old Fan Jun, he might have retreated because of this sentence. Unfortunately, the current Fan Jun was helping Li Zhiping in order to complete Ouyang Zhen's mission. Therefore, he didn't care about what Zhang Yong said. 1. After the last count, he pointed his sword at Zhang Yong. A surge of qi that even he didn't understand instantly surged into his limbs and bones. He bent his right leg and fiercely kicked with a muffled bang. The ground under Fan Jun's feet cracked. The moment Fan Jun's body cracked, a miracle happened. Fan Jun's body soared into the sky and appeared in front of Zhang Yong in an instant. Zhang Yong was dumbfounded. What was this operation? What kind of ability was this? What the hell? 10,000 meters in the sky. Looking down, a smile appeared on his face when he saw Fan Jun's action. I didn't expect Fan Jun to have such a fortuitous encounter. 2 types of pills actually gave him such an ability. Looking at Fan Jun, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Does this count as stepping into the ranks of cultivators?" Fan Jun didn't know what kind of ability this was, but he knew that this ability made him feel very good. It was a feeling he had never felt before. Raising his head, Fan Jun sneered at Zhang Yong and said with disdain, "You can't stop it. Today, the entire capital is in chaos. I advise you to hurry up and go home." After saying that, he walked down. When he passed by, Zhang Yong's subordinates didn't dare to stop him. The scene just now was enough to prove that he wasn't Fan Jun's opponent. None of them were Fan Jun's opponent. Without any obstruction, Fan Jun arrived at the city gate. He raised his hand and used force to open the gate. Looking at the troops waiting outside, a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Come, Let me see your ability. Today, I want all the enemies of the Emperor to die. Chapter 1307. Woo-woo. 30,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Suddenly, the entire royal city, both inside and outside, was awed by this shout. In the imperial palace, Hong Ji, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the shouts of 30,000 soldiers. Lying on the bed, he frowned and turned his head with a cold expression. He shouted, "Men! Jia!" The door was pushed open and a servant walked in. He walked slowly to Hong Ji's bed and knelt on the ground, trembling. As Hong Ji's servant, he knew Hong Ji's temperament very well. He heard the shouts just now. Hong Ji's cold expression naturally meant that it was because of that shout. "Your Majesty, what's going on? Didn't the Emperor say that when the Emperor is sleeping, he shouldn't be disturbed?" The servant was even more frightened. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know where the shouts came from. "Speak," Hong Ji said coldly. He wanted an explanation. He wanted to kill the person in front of him to vent his anger. "Your Majesty, it's not good." Just as Hong Ji was waiting for the servant's answer, a hurried voice came from outside the door. Then, a chamberlain of imperial insignia rushed in. "HM?" Seeing the chamberlain of imperial insignia's anxious expression, Hong Ji frowned. He didn't understand what was going on today. Why was there always something going wrong? He was already very unhappy that he was woken up. He didn't expect the chamberlain of imperial insignia, who was usually very disciplined, to be like this. "Put on." The chamberlain of imperial insignia came in front of Hong Ji and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, there was a report just now. Fan Jun led 30,000 soldiers and broke through the gates of the capital. They are wantonly slaughtering in the city." "What?" Hong Ji sat up straight on the bed and stared at the chamberlain of imperial insignia in disbelief. He remembered Fan Jun. However, in his memory, wasn't Fan Jun imprisoned by Li Jiping? Furthermore, he heard that Fan Jun had disappeared. How could he be now? No. Where did the 30,000 soldiers come from? How could Fan Jun have broken through the gates? Also, wasn't the gate guarded by guards? Where were the guards? What was Li Jiping trying to do? Thinking of Li Jiping, Hong Ji's heart calmed down a lot. Thinking that Li Jiping would not return this time, he felt much better. However, the most urgent matter now was the 30,000 soldiers. With that thought in mind, he raised his head and looked at the chamberlains of imperial insignia. "Go, pass down the Emperor's order. Order the chamberlains of imperial insignia and the city gate guards to gather all the troops in the city and capture Fan Jun. Anyone who kills Fan Jun will be rewarded with the title of Marquis of 10,000 households." The so-called way of the Emperor was nothing more than this. Hong Ji did not feel that this reward was heavy at all. After all, the title of Marquis of 10,000 households was just a title. As for what the final reward would be, it was up to him to decide. The moment these words were spoken, the Jinwu Guard commander became excited. Marquis of 10,000 households was much more precious than a mere commander of the Jinwu Guard. Imagining himself as the Marquis of 10,000 households, some kind of twinkling star, his heart was burning. "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying that, the commander of the chamberlains of Jinwu turned around and left. Because of Hong Ji's order, the entire royal palace became lively. There were not many chamberlains of Jinwu, only around 5,000 in total. On the other hand, there were quite a number of guards at the city gate, around 15,000 in total. Of course, compared to 30,000, the chamberlains of Jinwu were still very confident. After all, who wouldn't want to be the master of the chamberlains of 10,000 households? Who wouldn't want to be respected by others? Of course, Fan Jun was completely unaware of this. At this moment, the first place Fan Jun went to was the Minister of War's residence. He thought back to how during the war, the Minister of War's greed had caused the entire army to starve for 7 days. During those 7 days, some of the soldiers had eaten tree bark, some had eaten their own horses, and some had even started eating human flesh. Fan Jun had always been brooding over this matter. In his heart, he hated the Minister of War to the bone. However, this Li Jiping was too cowardly, so he had yet to take revenge. Now, the Minister of War was the first person he wanted to kill. In the eastern part of the city, Fan Jun led the soldiers directly to the Minister of War's residence. 30,000 soldiers had completely sealed off the Minister of War's residence. Not even a fly could fly in. It could be said that the residence was impregnable. Jia. The door opened, and the Minister of War, Lu Wei, walked out. He glanced at the soldiers in front of him, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. However, when he remembered that he was in the imperial capital, that fear disappeared. He straightened his back and looked coldly at Fan Jun. He said coldly, "Fan Jun, since Li Jiping didn't imprison you, it seems like he's going to rebel." Huh. Fan Jun didn't take Lu Wei's words to heart. As for Li Jiping's rebellion, he wouldn't admit it. After all, only by succeeding would he be able to do whatever he wanted. Now wasn't the time. He raised his head and looked at Lu Wei. The coldness in his eyes was like a cold knife, mercilessly moving around Lu Wei's body. "Lu Wei, do you still remember what happened at the border?" Among the 30,000 soldiers, a portion of them had survived that battle. Therefore, when they saw the Minister of War, they had the urge to rush up and eat him alive. Unfortunately, Fan Jun didn't make a move. They could only endure it. After all, Fan Jun was the highest commander in the army. Lu Wei said coldly. He might not remember other things, but he remembered what happened back then very clearly. At that time, he was possessed and almost made a huge mistake. Fortunately, Hong Jiping held him back, allowing him to have his current achievements. You don't need to know other things. You only need to know that you. Fan Jun walked up to Lu Wei and lowered his head to Lu Wei's ear. He continued, "You chose the wrong side, so you naturally have to pay the price. Old and new debts will be settled together. The entire Lu clan will be destroyed today." Fan Jun waved his hand and said to the 30,000 soldiers, "Brothers who experienced that battle, the enemies are right in front of you. Kill them and avenge your brothers who died." Revenge, revenge. At this moment, Fan Jun could be said to have hundreds of people responding to his call. With a wave of his hand, the 3,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Without a doubt, they were the survivors of that battle. Kill. Behind the scenes, more than 3,000 soldiers charged towards the Minister of War's residence. As for the Assistant Minister of War, Lu Wei, I was grabbed by Fan Jun. My face was red as I looked at Fan Jun in disbelief. If he was fearless before, now his fear had reached its peak. He didn't expect Fan Jun to kill an important official of the imperial court in the capital. What kind of guts was this? What kind of courage was this? Chapter 1308. A great reshuffle was about to happen. The entire capital was in full swing because of Fan Jun's actions. It was very lively. On the other side, in the empty nether region, in the opposite direction of heavenly King Hong City, a man, a woman, and a demonic beast were strolling in a mountain range. Senior, not far ahead, is the entrance to the underworld. There are two strange beasts guarding it. If you don't have a special token, I'm afraid you'll be devoured. Zhongli looked at Lin Rei and subconsciously told him what she knew. Lin Rei, who was walking forward, stopped and turned to look at Zhongli. A hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he was interested in the strange beast that Zhongli mentioned. A tiger roar came out of the scarlet flame tiger's mouth. It stared at Zhongli with a hint of disdain. Strange beast, The scarlet flame tiger obviously didn't care about the strange beast that Zhongli mentioned. In this world, how strong could a demonic beast be? Say, Senior, Zhongli's leg went soft, and she couldn't walk anymore. She had been with these two experts every day, and her life was very restrained. Although the food she ate was better than what she ate before, but the other party was too strong. The aura that they casually emitted was not something that a small cultivator like her could resist. On the side, Lin Rei felt the same as Zhongli. He waved his hand. This matter ends here. As for the strange beast, we'll talk about it later. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the scarlet flame tiger and said seriously, "Little tiger, although your strength can keep up, but remember, this world is very big and very mysterious. Don't just look at the surface. If there are no experts in this world, how can it not be eroded? Don't you feel that the spiritual energy here is very rich? Moreover, there's a faint Tao rhyme flowing in the space. The scarlet flame tiger choked. This world is not as simple as you think. I believe that there are experts here. Moreover, you might not be a match for them. As he spoke, he looked at the sky. Linray was right. This world was not as simple as it looked. If they had known earlier, they would have come from the saint's world. Their auras were so powerful, yet they did not attract the Tendo of this world. There were usually two reasons for such a situation. First, Tendo was truly afraid of them. Secondly, it meant that the heavenly Tao did not care about their cultivation levels. Between these two outcomes, he was more inclined towards the latter. If Tendo's strength was weak, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Seeing Lin Ray's serious expression, the Scarlet Flame Tiger knew that it was wrong. It nodded repeatedly and promised, "Elder Brother Lei, I won't dare to do it again." As he spoke, he lowered his head and walked forward, leaving behind Lin Ray and Zhongli. In response, Lin Ray helplessly shook his head and waved at Zhongli to continue forward. Inside, the heavenly king of Hong, Fan Jun, killed everyone in Lu Wei's residence. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled the streets. Lu Wei was slapped to death by Fan Jun. Just like that, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War of Hong Tian Empire, Lu Wei, died without a shred of dignity. After the matter was settled, everyone gathered at the entrance. Originally, the 3,000 soldiers were unhappy with Fan Jun's actions. However, after what happened just now, they were completely convinced by him, because Fan Jun gave them a chance to take revenge. That was all. "Commander, who's next?" Perhaps because the beast in the soldier's heart had been completely unleashed, someone asked as soon as everyone gathered outside. When everyone heard this, all eyes were focused on Fan Jun. The corner of his mouth curled up, and a bloodthirsty look flashed across his face. Since Assistant Minister of War Lu Wei is dead, his father-in-law is next. Father-in-law. Everyone's head was filled with question marks. They were not in the royal capital, so they did not know who Lu Wei's father-in-law was. "Could it be?" asked one of the soldiers in shock. He had once heard that Lu Wei's father-in-law was the imperial uncle. That was a person who had once been a very famous person. However, it was a pity that he had once oppressed Li Jiping and Li Jiping's army. It seems like you know. Looking at the shocked soldier, a strange look flashed across Fan Jun's eyes. He smiled and continued, "The current imperial uncle, Zhong Shanxiong." Boom! Zhong Shanxiong's name lingered in the ears of the 30,000 soldiers. It was like a demon's voice that could not be dispelled. Zhong Shanxiong was once an overlord. However, for some reason, he submitted to the previous emperor. Now, he could be considered as a major figure of two dynasties. The scariest thing about Zhong Shanxiong was that he could kill without blinking. There were rumors that Zhong Shanxiong could cut off the flow of a lake with a single slash. That's right. Fan Jun understood what they were thinking. However, if he wanted to come, it would be difficult. He felt that Zhong Shanxiong could be his second target. Over the years, those old fellows had been hostile to Li Jiping. Just based on that point, he could not indulge them. Without waiting for anyone to react, Fan Jun took the lead and walked off into the distance. "Commander, wait for us." Seeing Fan Jun leave, everyone's hearts turned cold. They hastily followed. At this moment, the Jinwu Guard had led the city guards. When he heard that the Ministry of War had been killed, he immediately changed directions. He had thought that he would be able to make it in time, but unfortunately, he was too late. "Let's go." Sensing that his blood was still warm, he immediately rushed in the direction of the sound, leading more than 10,000 soldiers. Not long after, the two sides finally met. He stood where he was, looking at Fan Jun in the distance. With a roar, he unsheathed his long blade and charged at Fan Jun, his face ferocious. When he turned around and saw the figure charging over, a cold smile appeared on his face. He said to the surrounding people, "This is a personal grudge. If anyone dares to help, kill them without mercy." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed it at the head of the Chamberlain of Chamberlain of Chamberlain of Chamberlain. Jingu. Suddenly, inexplicably, a white ray of light rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Die. Get lost. When the commander of the Golden Guards saw the white light, he raised his long saber and rushed towards it. Pung! After a muffled sound, a figure was sent flying. The scarlet light in the air was very eye-catching. Put on! The black figure landed on the ground. After the dust settled, the Jinwu guard was lying on the ground. His face was pale, and he coughed up blood. His body was trembling as he looked at Fan Jun. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't understand what kind of energy could make him so miserable that he couldn't even take a single blow. Chapter 1309. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. The chamberlains of Jin and the city gate guards who thought that they could suppress everything became uncertain. The scene just now was too dramatic, especially the strength that Fan Jun used just now. It was not ordinary at all. It seemed to have exceeded their imagination. At this moment, everyone no longer looked at Fan Jun with disdain and ridicule. Instead, they looked at him with respect and reverence. In all worlds, the principle of the strong being respected was unchangeable. The strong were respected. The weak could only be at the bottom of the world and look up to the strong at the top. In the eyes of the soldiers, Fan Jun had already become the existence at the top of their world. He was unreachable. Under the gazes of the crowd, Fan Jun walked up to the commander of the chamberlains of Jin and looked down at the person lying on the ground like a dead dog. He sneered in his heart. When was there a time when the chamberlains of Jin were high and mighty and looked down on them? Because they were the personal guards of Hong Ji, their status was higher than others. Unfortunately, what about now? In Fan Jun's eyes, the commander of the chamberlains of Jin was a dead dog, a lackey that no one wanted. Looking at the commander, Fan Jun said in a cold voice, "Isn't it good to bring him along in the palace? Isn't it better to stay at home? Why come out and find trouble for yourself?" Indeed, if the chamberlains of Jin weren't greedy and wanted to become the Marquis of 10,000, they might still be living a peaceful life with a wife and children. Unfortunately, they couldn't start all over again. Today, the commander of the chamberlains of Jin would have to pay the price for his greed. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Fan Jun in horror. He didn't expect Fan Jun to be so terrifying. Furthermore, what are you trying to do? I am His Majesty's personal guard. Do you dare to kill me? As soon as those words came out, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. At this time, you're still trying to cause trouble. Why don't you think about it properly? Since you dare to bring soldiers in, you must not be afraid of Hong Ji. Doing this will only increase the other party's desire to kill you. Poochie. The sound of flesh being cut rang out. Suddenly, the scene became very quiet. Everyone looked at the commander of the chamberlains of Jin. Some couldn't believe it, some took it for granted, some were shocked, and some felt relieved. At this moment, everyone's gazes were different. It was very interesting. Gurgle gurgle. A strange sound rang out, and everyone's gazes were drawn over. What they saw was a head rolling on the ground. It was none other than the commander of the House of Golden Guards who had been beheaded by Fan Jun. Even after his death, he still couldn't believe that Fan Jun would really dare to make a move on him. What a pity. If he had known this before, he wouldn't have ended up like this. After doing all this, he turned his head to look at the crowd. Looking at them, he really didn't want to start a massacre. Although he was here to kill people today, it had nothing to do with them. Fan Jun looked at the crowd, and his voice was transmitted into the ears of all the students from Second High School. Everyone, I have come less this time because I have no intention of being your enemy. I have come less this time, mainly, because I want to settle some personal grudges. So, if everyone can give me some face and leave now, if everyone insists on stopping me. As he spoke, he swept his gaze over the crowd. Then, he raised his long saber and swung it to the side. Swoosh! Pung! A loud sound rang out. In the direction where Fan Jun swung his saber, a 3-meter-long saber mark appeared. Hiss! When everyone looked over, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were shocked to the extreme. What kind of power was this? What kind of method was this? This question appeared in everyone's mind. Perhaps they didn't know that even Fan Jun himself had the same thought. He knew that this might have something to do with the two kinds of medicinal pills he had eaten before. He could feel that this energy didn't make him afraid. On the contrary, it made him feel very comfortable. Everyone, what do you think? Looking at the crowd, he waited for their reply. At this moment, the long saber in his hand was placed horizontally in front of his chest. It was as if he was saying that if they agreed, they would be safe and sound. If they didn't, he would kill them. This action was seen by everyone. Suddenly, the House of Golden Guards, who rarely came, were the first to give up on guarding. At this moment, they only wanted to leave the area around Fan Jun. As for the mission given to them by Hong Ji, under the pressure of Fan Jun's aura, they had already forgotten about it. The House of Golden Guards will leave. After saying this, the vice commander of the House of Golden Guards led the rest of the House of Golden Guards away, heading towards the Imperial Palace. As for the city gate guards, they were even more tactful. Even the House of Golden Guards had left, so what use was there for them to stay here? Of course, there was still one use, and that was to tell the entire Heavenly King City that Fan Jun was not to be trifled with. And today's matter was even more out of their hands. Just like this, the two groups of people came quickly and left quickly. In comparison, Fan Jun didn't feel anything. After the House of Golden Guards and the others left, Fan Jun led the army forward. During this time, all the people in the royal city who had once been enemies with Li Jiping received news of Lu Wei's death from the Ministry of War. In the royal city, more than half of the officials began to think of a way out for themselves. Those who could become officials in the royal city were naturally very smart. After receiving news of Lu Wei's death from the Ministry of War, they sensed that something was different, especially the direction that Fan Jun was heading in. That was the direction that the Imperial Uncle was at. It was easy to imagine what he wanted to do. Each and every one of them usually acted so arrogant, but now, when their lives were threatened, everything changed. While the massacre was happening in the royal city, Li Jiping, who was far away at the border, received a letter from Aunt Meng. After receiving the letter and reading the message, the smile on his face slowly turned serious. In the end, his smile completely disappeared and was replaced with a gloomy expression that was extremely cold. When the middle-aged general saw Li Jiping's change, he couldn't help but ask, "Marshal, what happened to make you like this?" He didn't say anything. Instead, he handed the letter in his hand to the middle-aged general for him to read. What? How could this be? The moment he received the letter and read the contents, the middle-aged general was speechless. I also find it hard to believe. I don't understand why Fan Jun would do this. Doesn't he understand that he's courting death? Li Jiping said, "That's right. How could he do this? Moreover, how could an army of over 30,000 be able to do this in a royal city?" The middle-aged general questioned. At this moment, the tent fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke, and everyone fell in a deep thought. Chapter 13:10. Report. A shout broke the silence in the tent. The two of them woke up from the silence and looked outside. Li Jiping said, "Come in." The next moment, the soldier at the entrance walked in and stood in front of Li Jiping. He said, "Marshal, we have just received news that the soldiers of the three empires have returned. They also said that they will not attack Hong Tian Empire for the next 10 years. Li Jiping, the middle-aged general, this came too suddenly. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about how to deal with the situation in the capital. Who knew that something like this would happen first? However, why did the three empires suddenly withdraw their troops? There is no accurate information about the reason behind their withdrawal. As the marshal of an army, if he didn't know the real reason why the other party withdrew their troops, he wouldn't return so hastily. If that was the case, he wouldn't have reached where he was today, becoming a prince and marshal of an empire. Towards Li Jiping's question, the kneeling soldier hesitated. He did find out that the other party had withdrawn their troops. However, the news was too strange and impossible. He didn't dare to say it. Li Jiping noticed the soldier's expression and frowned. Tell me, what's going on? The moment he said those words, the soldier tilted his body and nodded his head in response. The news that we received previously was due to someone taking the initiative to stop them on their way to the Hongtian Empire, after which they killed several 100,000 of their men and threatened the marshals of the three empires to not invade the Hongtian Empire for the time being. What? Li Jiping was stunned. Is it possible for one person to kill hundreds of thousands of people? Is it possible? Furthermore, it is related to Hongtian Empire. No matter how he thought about it, this matter might have something to do with Lin Rei and the others. No, Fan Jun. Suddenly, Li Jiping thought of a possibility. Now, this matter had occurred here, and Fan Jun had appeared in the royal capital. Didn't this mean that his time had come? In addition, he could sense that there was a pair of hands pulling the strings behind all of this, and this person was naturally Lin Li. As he imagined this, a happy smile appeared on his originally cold and hesitant face. His previous doubts had been completely resolved, and he no longer cared about the matters of the capital city. Previously, he hadn't fallen out with Hong Ji because of the matter at the border. Now that the matter at the border had been resolved, he believed that with Lin Rei around, the other empires wouldn't dare to invade for a while. Go, assemble the border troops. Tell the reinforcements you brought this time to bring their own things and accompany this king to the capital. As he spoke, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. This time, it's time to settle what happened back then. 1,000,000 miles away, Lin Rei was being led by Zhong Li to the entrance to the underworld that Zhong Li had mentioned. Within the mountain range, Lin Rei and the others left the cliff and looked up. Before, the continuous mountain range was quite majestic, and this world's unique spiritual chi made Lin Rei feel very comfortable. Where is the entrance? Lin Rei asked. At this moment, they were at a cliff, and Zhong Li said that this was the entrance. Then, as he thought about this, he looked down at the bottom of the cliff. It was pitch black, and there was a lingering fog. It can't be. As he spoke, Zhong Li pointed down and expressed his guess. Looking at Lin Rei, Zhong Li nodded and said, Senior, this is the entrance to the underworld. It is also below where the mutated beasts live. As expected, hearing this, Lin Rei understood. However, he didn't expect that the entrance to the underworld would be in such a place. Moreover, there were mutated beasts as he thought about this. He turned to look at the flaming tiger. I've given you the mutated beast. Are you confident? Yes, of course. The flaming tiger didn't even think and promised. Brother Lei, who am I? I am your most loyal subordinate. You have to believe me. As it spoke, it looked down, and an undetectable murderous intent began to brew in its eyes. This fellow. Looking at the flaming tiger's battle intent, he was amused. He really didn't care about mutated beasts. However, he just found out that there was a huge existence below. If there were only mutated beasts and the entrance, he might not be so worried. However, as a saint-level array master, he knew too well how malleable Zhanda could be. However, the power of an array was too many. One moment, it was a trap array. The next moment, it could become a shocking, killing array. At this moment, he could only pray that the flaming tiger wouldn't be too rash and fail to prove itself. Sigh. He shook his head helplessly and looked at Zhong Li. Then, he picked her up and nodded to the flaming tiger beside him before jumping down. Huff, huff, huff. On the way down, a gust of wind flashed past. Lin Rei, who had a defense, didn't notice anything. However, Zhong Li didn't. She had a defense, but it was too weak. It was equivalent to having nothing. The fasting period was not worth mentioning in front of this gust of wind. In comparison, seeing Zhong Li in such a state, Lin Rei waved his hand, and a stream of saint spiritual chi covered Zhong Li's body. Suddenly, the feeling of being torn apart disappeared and was replaced by a warm feeling. The wound that was torn apart earlier was also slowly recovering under this energy. He turned to the flaming tiger and said, Flaming tiger, let's go down and see what's going on. I have a feeling that it's not that simple. The flaming tiger didn't hesitate. He also felt that this was just a cliff and there was such a strong energy. From the wind, he could feel that it was at least the power of the nascent soul realm. Although it was slow, it was real. "Don't worry, Brother Lay." Then he quickly fell down. He wanted to see what was below. Moreover, just now, he vaguely felt the suppression from the bloodline. Although the feeling was brief, it was real. "I'm Flow Guy. You're lucky that you're so presumptuous in front of me. See how I'll deal with you when I find you later." With indignation in his heart, his body returned to its original form. The falling speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Lin Ray. "How deep is this cliff?" "It's just a little bit." "Why does it feel like it's endless?" Looking down, Lin Ray muttered to himself. He didn't notice it just now. However, when he saw Flaming Tiger returning to its original form and disappearing after falling, he couldn't help but suspect that there was something strange about this place. System, investigate this place. Okay, the system didn't say much. It seemed that it had also noticed that there was something different about this place. So, it seemed that he had to be careful. With that thought, the Chaos Dragon Spear appeared in his hand, and he was ready for battle. This action made Zhongli even more nervous. Chapter 13:11. The atmosphere became more and more tense. The atmosphere became more and more strange. Zhongli Jin clearly felt it, but she did not understand why she did not feel anything. The only thing she could feel was that the thing in the abyss was especially strong, so strong that her body could not accept it. "Be careful, there might be something here." Lin Ray's voice transmitted to Zhongli Jin's second middle school. She turned her head and looked at Lin Ray. A strange light flashed through her eyes. She nodded heavily and replied, "Understood, Senior." After saying that, the two of them fell into silence. Because Lin Ray was there, Zhongli Jin felt extremely safe and at ease. At the bottom of the abyss, the Scarlet Flame Tiger had returned to its original size. Its body was 100 jong tall, but even so, it still had not reached the bottom. What exactly is this place to think that roar? Suddenly, a bestial roar came from below. Along with the appearance of the bestial roar, a blazing energy rushed out from below. Fuck! The Scarlet Flame Tiger lowered its head and looked down. That blazing energy made it feel extremely uncomfortable, especially the suppression from its bloodline, which made it extremely angry. It did not expect that in such a remote place, there would be a demonic beast with a bloodline purer than its own. "Who are you? Get out here!" The Scarlet Flame Tiger roared furiously. Suddenly, it rushed down with a surge of energy. Suddenly, the fog that was originally enveloping it dissipated for a moment and recovered. That is, the moment the fog separated, the Scarlet Flame Tiger's gaze locked on. Although it was only for a moment, it was still able to see it clearly. "Zhu, how is this possible?" 4,000 years had not only allowed the Scarlet Flame Tiger's cultivation to increase greatly, it had also increased its knowledge by a lot. When it saw the thing in the abyss just now, it was completely stunned. Zhu, a ferocious beast that had existed since an unknown time. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. When the world was created, it had already appeared in the desolate era. Of course, it had only appeared once and did not leave much behind. However, that mere instant was enough for everyone to remember his existence. There was no other reason than his ferocity. When Zhu appeared, the sky changed color. Everything that Zhu did not like would be mercilessly erased by him. Not long after the beginning of the chaotic era, Zhu's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Not necessarily. He had left behind a few words in the book, as well as a portrait of a candle. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Flame Tiger happened to be looking at the existence of Feng Zhu in the system's library. However, he did not dare to believe that the infamous Zhu would actually exist in such a desolate place. Holy shit, that's not right. If that guy is really Zhu, not to mention me, even if Brother Lei were to come, he would likely not be a match for Zhu. The Scarlet Flame Tiger's death was fine, but he didn't want anything to happen to Lin Ray. Brother Lei? His divine sense and spiritual power instantly turned left and released Tao Extremity in an attempt to contact Lin Ray. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a minute had passed. However, there was still no reply from Lin Ray. The Scarlet Flame Tiger was truly anxious. Brother Lei, he called out again, but Lin Ray's voice still did not resound in his mind. Forget it. Seeing that Lin Ray did not give any response, he understood that he could only resign himself to fate this time. The sense of danger that emerged from below grew even stronger. The Scarlet Flame Tiger even felt as if he could see the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Zhu, although your inheritance is mysterious, this king does not believe in evil. Even though he said those words, his heart was trembling. Zhu, that was Zhu, not an ordinary monstrous beast. He did not have the slightest idea of how to defeat Zhu. Where did you come from? Why does this emperor sense a familiar aura from you? Zhu's voice sounded from below and landed on the Scarlet Flame Tiger, second middle school. He frowned and lowered his head to look. A familiar aura. Other than the holy spiritual aura, there shouldn't be anything else. As he thought about this, he released his cultivation. Instantly, it extended downward. He believed that this was the energy that Zhu was talking about. Chaotic era. You came from the chaotic era? The muffled voice sounded again. You? Previously, he had only guessed. Now, he was certain that the person who spoke was really Zhu. However, this name seemed to be a very distant thing in the untainted age. Chaotic era. The Scarlet Flame Tiger frowned. He recalled the records of Zhu's disappearance from the chaotic era and seemed to have thought of something. He continued, Senior, you left the chaotic era for too long. Now, the chaotic era is no longer called the chaotic era. Oh, Zhu replied indifferently. Then, he fell into silence. He seemed to be thinking about something. No one knew what it was exactly. Yes, the Scarlet Flame Tiger did not stop. He did not dare to act rashly in front of Zhu. After all, Zhu's existence was a supreme existence. Of course, that was in his heart. As for what other people thought, it was their business. Senior, the current chaotic era is no longer the same as in your memory. It has become the current sacred world. The energy that you feel might be the energy of a saint. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Half-holy spiritual aura instantly gushed out from his palm and rushed downward. As expected, a soft sigh sounded from below. Then, a declining voice sounded again. Lu Mei, fellow Taoist Lu Mei, are you well? Fellow Taoist Lu Mei. The Scarlet Flame Tiger was unfamiliar with this name. He did not know who Lu Mei was. After all, he did not know all the people, things of the chaotic era. It was not easy to read a few introductions from books. Moreover, there are many books in the scripture pavilion in the system. He could not read all of them. It seems like there are not many old friends left. The voice sighed. A regretful voice sounded from below. Then, the shadow of a huge creature suddenly appeared in the fog. No matter how stupid the Scarlet Flame Tiger was, he knew that it was going to rush out and be proud. As he thought about it, his body tensed up. He looked down vigilantly. The spiritual chi in his body circulated to the left. He was ready to fight at any time. Below, the huge shadow grew bigger and bigger. Soon, a huge shadow appeared in front of the Scarlet Flame Tiger. A strange Zhu appeared in front of Lin Ray and the others. Zhu had the head of a dragon, the body of a qilin, and the tail of a dragon. Its cultivation was extremely high and unfathomable. The Scarlet Flame Tiger felt like an ignorant child in front of Zhu. It did not have the slightest intention of fighting to the death. Little guy, the bloodline of the Scarlet Flame Tiger has been cultivated to this level by you. It seems like you did not work hard in private. Looking at Zhu, the Scarlet Flame Tiger scratched its head awkwardly. If it was said that it worked hard in cultivation, then it was true that it did not. In Lin Ray's body, it did not need to deliberately cultivate. Spiritual chi would enter its body at every moment. Its cultivation was increasing at every moment. Of course, if the Scarlet Flame Tiger had a high-grade bloodline, it might not only be in the divine venerable realm. Sigh. Looking at the scarlet flame tiger, Zhu sighed. Its face showed a sad expression. It recalled its charm in the chaotic era. It thought of the carefree journey with its best friends. It was so beautiful, so cool, and so happy. Unfortunately, ever since it came here, it did not have the chance to go back. It was not that it did not want to, but it did not know how to go back. It did not have the ability to go back. No. As if it thought of something, its eyes lit up. It raised its head and looked at the scarlet flame tiger anxiously. Little guy, can you tell the Emperor how you came to this place? Once those words were spoken, the scarlet flame tiger was stunned. He truly did not know how to answer Zhu's question. After all, it also came out when it came to this place. So, Senior, it's a long story. Actually, it's also Little Tiger. Just as the scarlet flame tiger was speaking, Lin Rei's voice came from above and entered the scarlet flame tiger and Zhu's ears. Zhu raised its head and locked its gaze on Lin Rei. When it sensed Lin Rei's cultivation, a smile flashed across its face. It raised its head and looked at Lin Rei. Little kid, are you with this little guy? Lin Rei noticed Zhu's existence the moment he arrived. However, he was a little stunned by the existence in front of him that did not look like anything. Ding! Host, please be careful. The cultivation of the thing in front of you is very good. It is estimated to be at the Dao integration stage. Dao integration stage, this is also what? Dao integration stage? Lin Rei was dumbfounded. He did not react earlier. However, when he did, he was shocked by Zhu's cultivation. What kind of level was the Dao integration stage? It was the peak existence in the sacred world. Back then, Hongjun was only at the Dao integration stage. Furthermore, it was only a preliminary estimate. What was the point of this? If it went deeper, the other party's cultivation would gradually increase. That is possible because the aura that Zhu is emitting right now is only at the Dao integration stage. Since you have not activated the probing ability, the system can only make a preliminary estimate. Lin Rei, hearing these words, Linley was dumbfounded. So it really was as he had thought. As he thought about it, his shocked gaze locked onto Zhu. It was really unbelievable that such an existence would guard such a desolate place. Zhongli, is this the strange beast you were talking about? Air. Zhu turned to look at Lin Rei and nodded awkwardly. Yes, Senior. This is the strange beast that guards the underworld. However, when I came here previously, it was not like this. It was just an ordinary cliff. He looked around at the gray, misty surroundings and was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. She had no idea what was going on. What the F***CK is going on? She felt terrible. Previously, she thought that the strange beasts here were nothing to them. Now, she looked at this guy who was estimated to be at the Dao integration stage. Wasn't this a blatant slap to her face? Kid, the Emperor is asking you if you are with Little Tiger. An impatient voice sounded and entered Lin Rei's ears, instantly waking him up. He looked at Zhu and nodded subconsciously. Yes, I did come with Little Tiger. It was up to him to say that a wise man submits to circumstances. When facing an opponent who was stronger than him, it was better not to keep up appearances and suffer. A real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. Wasn't that better? Brother Lei, what should we do next? Little Tiger's voice sounded in his mind. Looking at Little Tiger, Lin Rei hesitated for a moment. When he looked at Zhu again, a smile flashed across his face. He clasped his hands and asked shamelessly, Senior, can we enter the underworld from here? The underworld? Lin Rei's question instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yes, the underworld. Lin Rei nodded heavily. Zhu's relaxed face instantly became serious. She stared at Lin Rei with vigilance. Kid, you're not from this world. Therefore, the Emperor still advises you to return to where you came from. Be a good person and do things steadily. Don't do things that you can't handle. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Zhongli, who was trapped by Lin Rei. She shook her head helplessly and raised her claws, slashing at the energy barrier that trapped Zhongli. Bang! In an instant, just an instant, Zhongli, who was trapped by Lin Rei's energy barrier, was shattered by Zhu's gentle words. His energy dissipated into the air. Seeing that his energy barrier was broken, Lin Rei was furious. However, when he thought of his opponent's cultivation level, the surging atmosphere instantly calmed down. "Senior, don't you think this is a little swoosh?" A piercing sound rang out as Zhong Li, who had been standing tall in the air, instantly disappeared from his original spot. He turned around and appeared beside Zhu as he stared blankly at the scene before him. His horizons had widened. Sigh, it was a pity that he could not by the call of the wind and summon the rain during this period of time. "This person is from the underworld. I recognize his aura. Please return. With the Emperor's protection, you won't be able to pass." As he spoke, he turned around and led Zhong Li away, disappearing from Lin Rei and Zhong Li's line of sight. The slaughter continued in Hongtian City. Fan Jun did not let the matter rest after killing Lu Wei. In the blink of an eye, he slaughtered the imperial uncle's residence, and then the officials of the various empires. Other than those who were on good terms with Li Jiping, the other officials were all killed by Fan Jun. Those who were too important to be useful were all killed without exception. Of course, they were basically the main members of those officials' families. The rest of his servants and maids were all dismissed. In contrast, in the palace, Hong Ji had already been killed. He sat on the ground, paralyzed. His face was filled with pain and malevolence. Previously, he was worried about Li Jiping and thought that it would be a pity to use the three empires to kill Li Jiping. However, he did not expect that there would be such a plaything in the capital. With 30,000 soldiers, they were able to suppress all the military forces in the capital. The other party did not even have a chance to retaliate. "Li Jiping, I didn't expect that after you died, your subordinate would still do this. What is he trying to do? Does he really want my Hongtian Empire to be destroyed before he stops?" On the road back to the capital city, Li Jiping was galloping on horseback, hurrying along without stopping. If Hong Ji saw Li Jiping, he would probably jump up in fright and ask him a question. "Didn't you get up?" Chapter 13:12. At the bottom of the cliff, Lin Rei and the Scarlet Flame Tiger stood proudly in midair. Their eyes were fixed on the dense fog below them. They didn't know where they were, and they felt helpless. Zhu's existence was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Rei and the Scarlet Flame Tiger had never imagined that the empty nether region would have such a powerful and invincible existence. "Brother Lei, what should we do next?" She looked at Lin Rei and asked helplessly. He really didn't know what to do with Zhu. Although he was full of pride before, Zhu was too powerful. She looked at the Scarlet Flame Tiger. How could she know what to do? He also felt Zhu's power. If Zhu was really guarding the area below them, their chances of entering the underworld might be slim. However, he wanted the bloodline grass and the high-grade, demonic beast bloodline. His initial hesitation was strengthened. They had to enter the underworld no matter what. It was for no other reason than that little tiger could break through to the Saint Realm, or even better. Without a high-grade demonic beast bloodline and a bloodline, little tiger's future would be bleak. Sigh. He let out a long sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. He walked into the distance. With Zhu here, their chances of entering the underworld were slim. Unless there was another entrance somewhere else. Brother Lei. Actually, looking at Lin Rei, who was about to leave, the Scarlet Flame Tiger hesitated. It seemed like it wanted to say something, but was too embarrassed to say it. Sensing the Scarlet Flame Tiger's strange behavior, he turned around and looked at the Scarlet Flame Tiger. He didn't hide the question in his eyes. I think we can be honest with Zhu." Finally, the hesitation in its eyes turned into certainty. Zhu wanted to ask us how we got in just now. What if Zhu doesn't know how to leave after entering this place? Even if his cultivation level is at the Dao integration stage or even higher, if he doesn't know how to leave this place and is imprisoned here by something, does that mean we can help him leave this place and the Dark Void domain? If that's the case, maybe Zhu can help us enter the underworld. Lin Rei didn't reply. He looked at the Scarlet Flame Tiger with a strange gaze. For a moment, he realized that little tiger wasn't that stupid. Of course, he wouldn't express this thought out loud. If he did, who knew what the Scarlet Flame Tiger would do? However, Scarlet Flame Tiger's words were still a solution. Thinking about it carefully, Zhu's question did have the same meaning as Little Tiger's. No, there was no response, and he fell into silence. He entered the system with his spiritual sense and looked up at the sky. He repeated Little Tiger's thoughts and the system's original explanation. Heh, I didn't expect this little guy to have such a brain. The system laughed. Hearing this, Lin Ray smiled awkwardly. He didn't think that the system's thoughts would be similar to his. However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. As he thought about it, his expression turned serious. System, tell me, is what Xiao Hu said reasonable or not? If it's really as Little Tiger said, then can I go and give it a try? At this moment, the system's opinion was often the most important. After all, the system was experienced and knowledgeable. Even if it couldn't give a decisive opinion in the end, it could still be used as a reference. However, what made Lin Ray speechless was that after he finished speaking, the system fell into silence and didn't speak. After going crazy for about 10 or 20 minutes, there was still no response from the system. Lin Ray understood that the system wouldn't help him. As he thought about it, his spiritual sense dissipated and he exited the system and returned to his body. Take care of it yourself. You can't always come to me when something happens. As soon as Lin Ray left, the system's voice sounded out and disappeared again. In contrast, Lin Ray didn't know what the system meant. At this moment, after Lin Ray exited the system, he decided that Little Tiger's idea might be worth a try. As he thought about it, he smiled at Little Tiger. Little Tiger, if you guess correctly this time, I'll definitely refine a saint-level pill for you to improve your soul realm. Really? Brother Lei? Little Tiger was excited. In addition to physical cultivation, a demonic beast's soul power was the second most important. Generally, the only way for a demonic beast to improve their soul power was to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to improve their overall cultivation. Looking at Little Tiger's excited expression, Lin Ray smiled and nodded. When have I, your brother Lei, ever lied to you in this aspect? As he spoke, he strolled to the front of the red flame tiger and reached out to stroke its head. Then, his expression became serious and his gaze fell on the ground below. Phew, success or failure depends on this. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Ray circulated his cultivation to the extreme. The chaotic void spear was also controlled by his spiritual sense. If the discussion went south, he could use it at any time to defend himself. After everything was done, he asked Little Tiger to stay where it was and return to his original place. Looking down, the chaotic dragon spear instantly appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and held the chaotic dragon spear tightly. The saint's spiritual chi in his body circulated to the extreme and transmitted into the chaotic dragon spear. Suddenly, a giant chaotic dragon spear shadow appeared below Lin Ray. Shadow spear kill. He had obtained a shadow spear a long time ago. However, this kind of spear was used to store power and wasn't suitable for battle. Therefore, he had neglected it. He hadn't expected it to come in handy now. The first form of a shadow spear was formed. The pressure of a perfected Dao fruit instantly reached the extreme. Go! With a shake of his hand, the giant spear shadow broke free from Lin Ray's control and charged into the fog below at lightning speed. He believed that although this spear couldn't do anything to Zhu, it would at least alarm him and make him reappear. And that was all he hoped for. After all, only then would he have a chance to negotiate with Zhu. Boom! A loud explosion rang out from below. The instant the explosion rang out, it was accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar. Ants, Emperor didn't intend to lower himself to your level. I didn't expect the two of you to be so ignorant. Aren't you afraid that Emperor will kill you? Zhu's voice rang out from below. From his voice, one could tell that he was truly angry. Extremely angry. Swish! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out from below. In the next instant, Zhu's giant figure reappeared before Lin Ray and Little Tiger. However, Zhu didn't have the same appearance as before. He glared at Lin Ray as if he wanted to skin Lin Ray alive. Lin Ray wasn't afraid when he saw Zhu's current appearance. Instead, a smile remained on his face. However, the scarlet flaming tiger in the distance saw everything clearly. At this moment, Lin Ray's back was drenched in sweat. Looking at Zhu, Lin Ray smiled and said, "Zhu, I know you're powerful, but how about we make a deal?" Chapter 13:13. A deal. Zhu looked at Lin Ray with a strange expression when he heard the word deal. Clearly, he had not expected Lin Ray to bring up the matter of a deal. In his heart, he did not think that a small saint at the Dao Fruit Realm could exchange anything with him. In his opinion, he did not lack anything. In his opinion, Lin Ray could not give him anything either. Lin Ray could see through Zhu's thoughts from the surface. After all, he was indeed lacking in front of Zhu's strength. Lin Ray smiled when he saw the disbelief on Zhu's face. The comparison was very normal. "Zhu, I know what you're thinking. I'm just a small saint. I'm nothing in front of you. I don't have anything that you want either." Zhu raised his head and nodded in agreement when he heard this. He did not care about Lin Ray's face at all. However, when he heard Lin Ray's next words, Zhu, who had been disdainful, became serious and excited. Lin Ray smiled as he looked at Zhu. "I want to tell you that my deal will allow you to leave this place, leave this world, and return to the Saint's world. You'll obtain true freedom." With that, the smell of dessert flashed. "What do you think of this deal? Of course, if you don't think it's possible, then let's forget about this matter. After all, with your great strength, what can't be solved? What do you think is right?" At this moment, the way Zhu looked at Lin Ray changed. The disdain and contempt that had been there before had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an expression of reevaluation. This was especially true when he heard Zhu's words hit the nail on the head. Just this alone was enough to prove that this small saint who was only at the Dao Fruit Realm was different. "What? You don't agree?" Lin Ray's heart pounded when he saw Zhu remain silent. After all, there were many examples of people who failed to show off in front of an expert who was far stronger than them. Usually, there was only one outcome for these people: death. And he, Lin Ray, did not want to be one of those examples, so he was very nervous. He was afraid that he had guessed wrong. Zhu, who had been deep in thought, was awakened by Lin Ray. She returned to her senses and looked at Lin Ray with a smile. At this moment, Lin Ray's originally nervous heart finally calmed down. "Little guy, tell me your conditions." Zhu did not ask if they could leave or when they could leave. Instead, she directly asked for the conditions. In comparison, Lin Ray understood that the other party was not simple. In front of such a powerful expert, Lin Ray did not dare to relax in the slightest. His smile remained, but his heart was extremely nervous. "Let me enter the underworld," and, as he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and continued. "Tell me about the situation in the underworld, then give me a bloodline grass and, little fellow, enough is enough." Zhu became somewhat impatient when she heard Lin Ray's increasing demands and reminded him. "Don't worry. I believe that these things will be very easy for you." Lin Ray did not choose to stop because of Zhu's warning. "Speak," Zhu said. Hee, that's more like it." Lin Ray's face was full of smiles. He was overjoyed inside. Just think about it. How great would it be to threaten an expert who was who knows how many times stronger than him? Of course, Lin Ray did not go overboard. He had handled this matter perfectly. "Last one." He pointed at Zhu's body and said, "Give me 3 drops of your essence blood. Then, I will take you away and return to the Saint's world. I will give you freedom." Roar! As soon as Lin Ray finished speaking, a furious roar emerged from Zhu's mouth. It was accompanied by a terrifying energy. Suddenly, Lin Ray lost control of his body and began to tremble in the air. It was as if he would fall at any moment. Thus, Lin Li now had an even deeper understanding of Zhu's power. "Little fellow, do you know what you just said?" Lin Ray did not take Zhu's threat to heart. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course, it's only 3 drops of essence blood." "Only?" Hearing those words, Zhu felt as if she had vomited 3 liters of blood. Essence blood was the foundation of all living things in the world. This was especially true for demonic beasts. They had less essence blood compared to humans. A single drop would take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to recover. However, Lin Rei had asked for 3 drops of essence blood. The energy contained within those 3 drops of essence blood was enormous. With Zhu's cultivation base, it was unknown how long it would take to recover 3 drops of essence blood. Therefore, he hesitated. "Host, you're a little shady." The system's voice rang out. "Am I shady?" Although that was what he said, he had the same feeling in his heart. He had originally planned to ask for 1 drop of essence blood. However, when he recalled that the other party species was a little amazing, he decided to ask for 3 drops. Who knows, they might be useful in the future. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. It was always better to take precautions in advance than to wait for it to happen. Time passed peacefully in silence. No one knew how much time had passed. All they knew was that the sun of the Celestial Empire had moved from the east to the west. Finally, Zhu spoke. 3 drops is impossible. 2 drops, at most 2 drops. If you ask for more, this deal is off. However, although Zhu was somewhat dissatisfied with the price offered by the other party, it was still a sure win. In the end, Zhu appeared to be enduring the pain and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since Senior has asked for 2 drops, then 2 drops it is. Senior, you're the bigger one." After saying that, he waved his hand and a jade bottle flew out of his hand. It floated in the air before Zhu. "You." Seeing Lin Rei's actions, Zhu felt a burst of anger in her heart. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Since she had already agreed to it, there was no going back on her words. However, when she thought of Lin Rei's conditions, her gaze locked onto the scarlet flame tiger, and a smile flashed across her face. "Little fellow, you're really blessed to have such a master." Zhu understood that the bloodline grass and the demonic beast blood essence could only be used to help this low-level demonic beast fuse its bloodline. Other than that, he really did not know what else these 2 things could be used for. Of course, he could also absorb all the energy in the blood essence and use it to increase his cultivation. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Zhu could see that the saint's spiritual qi in Lin Rei's body was extremely vigorous. His Dao foundation was not the slightest bit illusory. It was impossible for such a person to use such a method to increase his strength. However, if Lin Rei knew about Zhu's thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. After all, before this, he had used the energy transmitted from the floating treasure mirror to recover his original cultivation. Then, he had broken through to the complete Dao fruit realm. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Lin Rei knew. Zhu also knew. However, only the Scarlet Flame Tiger was a little confused. So you don't know?" Seeing the confused look on the Scarlet Flame Tiger's face, Zhu smiled awkwardly and shook her head. Nothing. I'm just a little emotional. How good would it be if I could meet such a responsible person like him?" Chapter 13-14. Seeing Zhu's expression, the flaming tiger scratched his head helplessly. He did not understand what the 2 of them were talking about, but he understood one thing. It was because Linley treated him very well, extremely well. If not, his cultivation base wouldn't have risen so quickly. Also, back then, he wanted to eat Linley. If it wasn't for Linley being soft-hearted and subduing him, he would have already died and returned to the 9 heavens. Brother Lei, looking at Lin Rei, a look of gratitude flashed across his eyes. That look was very TSK. That's enough. He waved his hand. He appreciated the flaming tiger's gratitude. After so many years, the 2 of them had gone through thick and thin together. They were even closer than blood brothers. He looked at Zhu again. At this moment, he was most concerned about the 2 drops of blood essence. They were good stuff. If he gave 1 to the flaming tiger, the rest would be his. "Let's begin. 2 drops of blood essence." Zhu, looking at Lin Rei and the helpless look in his eyes, he gritted his teeth at Lin Rei. If not for the fact that he could not leave this place, he would not have given these 2 drops of blood essence. These were his life. Sigh, forget it. With a sigh, 2 drops of crystal clear blood essence were spat out from Zhu's mouth. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual chi began to gather. The spiritual chi was so vast that Lin Rei could not help but click his tongue. Thinking back to when he had devoured spiritual chi with the devouring heaven art, he had thought that it was a lot. However, when he saw the extent of the spiritual chi gathering, he admitted defeat. He reckoned that even the devouring clan would not have the ability to gather spiritual chi like this. The source of all this came from the 2 drops of blood essence. In comparison, Lin Rei's eyes burned with passion. He began to wonder if he could break through the Earth Saint realm and enter the Heavenly Saint realm if he devoured and refined just 1 drop. You little guy, you've really made the Emperor suffer a great loss. Zhu looked at Lin Rei and reluctantly put the 2 drops of blood essence into the jade bottle. Crack! A shattering sound was heard, attracting everyone's attention. They saw that the jade bottle containing the blood essence was starting to crack. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as more and more cracks appeared on the jade bottle. In the end, it completely exploded. F***CK. Lin Rei was dumbfounded. Zhu was dumbfounded. Even the Scarlet Flaming Tiger was dumbfounded. This situation had come too suddenly. The 3 of them were caught unprepared. You don't tell me this bottle is of inferior quality. A strange gaze flashed as he looked at Lin Rei. Lin Rei wanted to refute, but the bottle was indeed broken. Moreover, this jade bottle was very expensive. It was practically the most expensive and best jade bottle he had. Brother Lei, I think you should change to another one. Who knows, this jade bottle might go bad. Lin Rei, Zhu, their gazes were focused on the Scarlet Flame Tiger as if they were looking at an idiot. What the F***CK? Do you think this is some kind of fruit that will spoil if you can't finish it? What a joke. Of course, Lin Rei took the Scarlet Flaming Tiger's warning seriously. Of course, it was not spoiled. He took out a new jade bottle. This jade bottle was the same as the previous one. It was also rare and was made of star jade. Its value was extremely high. He believed that if this jade bottle made of star jade appeared in the holy world without an owner, it would definitely lead to a bloody storm. I didn't expect you to have so many good things on you. Zhu smiled when he saw the jade bottle that Lin Rei handed over. Of course, he knew about the star jade. Back in the Untainted Land, this kind of thing was very rare. Of course, it was useless to him, but it was a very useful heavenly material and earthly treasure for godly realm cultivators. Hurry up and put it in. Lin Rei was too lazy to respond to Zhu's words. He rolled his eyes and said snappily. His gaze was focused on the blood essence. Looking at the blood essence fusing with the jade bottle, Lin Rei was very excited. At the same time, he prayed that nothing would go wrong this time. The blood essence was stored in the jade bottle as expected. This time, there was no sound of discomfort or the previous scene. Looks like the grade of this jade bottle is still crack. Before he could finish his sentence, the cracking sound from before was heard again. Suddenly, the 3 of them were stunned. F***CK. We can't be so unlucky. His gaze fell on the jade bottle. He saw that the cracks were mending and the speed at which the cracks were gradually increasing. F***CK. Can't we play properly? After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Zhu with an expression that said, You have to give me an explanation. F***CK. Don't look at me like that. He understood Lin Rei's expression. Zhu could not help but explain when he saw Lin Rei's resentful gaze. Little guy, listen to me. The main thing is that the energy in my blood essence may be enormous. So much so that the power of your 2 jade bottles has not reached the hardness to bear it. Yes, that's it. Are you sure? Looking at Zhu, his strange gaze locked onto him. He looked up and down as if he was trying to see through Zhu's thoughts. Unfortunately, forget it. Thinking about how the 2 jade bottles were not working, Lin Rei felt a headache coming on. These 2 jade bottles were the most valuable and also the highest grade. Now, they were useless. Yes, system. I still have a system. Thinking of a system, Lin Ray smiled. His divine sense entered the system, and he raised his head to speak. His voice penetrated the entire system space. System, stop hiding. You should know what happened just now. Tell me. He believed that the system was watching him at all times. Therefore, he did not believe that the system did not know what happened just now. Or perhaps the system already knew that the jade bottles were useless against the blood essence. Time was of the essence. The system still did not respond. The space was silent, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. System, you're not coming out, are you? The system still did not respond. In contrast, Lin Ray did not act like before. Instead, he picked up the sword and placed it on his neck. With an arrogant face, he threatened the system. I'll give you 3 seconds. Come out and explain yourself to me. Otherwise, if I die, you'll have to find a new host. At that time, I can't guarantee that there will be a Hongmeng supreme body in 100 million years or 10 billion years. As he spoke, he held the sword hilt with both hands and placed it on his neck. Using his arm, he moved the sword in his hand and prepared to slash it from the right. TSK, a first-grade Saint grade sword. I wonder if a sword of this grade can leave a few more scars on my body. Who knows, if I use too much force, it might cause a major artery to bleed. At that time, don't blame me for not. You're ruthless, you're awesome. Just as Lin Ray was about to finish his threat, the system's voice appeared. However, it was clear that the system was furious to be able to say such words. Chapter 13:15. Lin Ray was too lazy to care about the system's business. He only knew that he had achieved his goal. Other than that, nothing else mattered. Moreover, he thought that even if the system was angry, it would not leave him. At most, it would sulk for a few days so that the missions given to him in the future would be harder and the rewards would be cheaper. Host, you are getting more and more shameless. Looking at Lin Ray's proud smile, the system could not help but comment. Oh, looking up at the sky, an imperceptible smile flashed across his face. He cupped his hands and said, You flatter me. This is what I learned from the little dragon and Sir System. Speaking of which, Sir System and the little dragon were my first teachers. System, after Lin Ray said this, the system did not speak anymore. It had nothing to say. It could be said that Lin Ray had blocked its way. What was this called? Teaching the disciple to starve the master to death? Or was it that the student had surpassed the master? Enough, you just want a solution. The system changed the topic, not wanting to stay on that matter any longer. Lin Ray pricked up his ears. He wanted this final result. If it was not for the system's silence, he would not have done so well. Looking at Lin Ray, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. However, the system still told him the solution. Don't you have a storage in the system? You can use the system's storage equipment. That's it. Hearing the system's solution, Lin Ray was speechless. After all this time, the final result had always been on his shoulders. Thinking about what he had done before, he felt that it was hilarious. Thinking about what he had done before. Hiss, that's too scary. Get out. Lin Ray wanted to say something, but unfortunately, before he could finish, his spiritual sense returned to his body. But, I say, can you be a little more gentlemanly? He rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood. The system was not born. Lin Ray had already expected this, but fortunately, the problem had been solved. With that thought in mind, he strolled through the air and arrived in front of Zhu. He looked at the 2 drops of blood essence placed before him and raised his hand to grab them. Scared? A crisp sound rang out as Lin Ray's outstretched hand was broken by the candle. What's wrong? I won't stop you if you want to die. However, you have to wait until you send me out before you seek death, okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Ray frowned. Clearly, he did not understand Zhu's words. Don't tell me you didn't see it clearly just now? What? Lin Ray finally understood how painful it was to have an ending without a middle and a beginning. Sigh, it's a miracle that you were able to reach the Saint realm with that level of intelligence. As he spoke, he didn't forget to mock Lin Ray. However, in the next moment, The mocking look on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious and solemn expression. He pointed at the 2 drops of blood essence and explained, "If you had touched them with your hand just now, I can guarantee that in the next moment you—" "Oh, that's not right." Your entire body and your soul would have received some kind of rumble and be mobilized. And after that, Lindley said, he was not the slightest bit careless with regards to the energy within the blood. The reason why he had extended his hand earlier was because he wanted to store the 2 drops of essence blood. Otherwise, if others found out, the entire world of emptiness would probably start killing each other. Ignorant. The look on Lindley's face was too dramatic, causing Zhu to feel a sense of defeat in his heart. Looking at Lin Ray, Zhu snorted coldly and continued, "The energy within these 2 drops of blood essence is enough for a family to grow from an ordinary person to the peak. So, don't touch them carelessly." He raised his head and widened his eyes. An imperceptible and peculiar emotion flashed across his eyes. At that moment, Lin Ray's hand was already placed above the 2 drops of blood essence. His divine sense instantly wrapped around them. His divine sense suddenly moved. Just a moment ago, he was worried that the 2 drops of blood essence would be powerful enough to injure Lin Ray. Who would have thought that in the next moment, the 2 drops of blood essence would disappear from Lin Ray's hand? Looking at Lin Ray, Zhu increasingly felt that he couldn't see through Lin Ray. If he had thought of killing Lin Ray in the past, he wouldn't do so now. He realized that Lin Ray was hiding a lot of secrets. Just the fact that the blood essence had been taken away was enough to prove it. It seems that this little guy doesn't nag. As he thought about it, he began to ponder. When he thought about the condition that Lin Ray had agreed to, he, who had originally wanted to try it out, began to believe in it. In comparison, Lin Ray wasn't sure. At that moment, Lin Ray was happily looking at the 2 drops of blood essence in the system storage. Ding! Item detection automatically activated. What? Lin Ray was dumbfounded. Usually, the system was like a dead person. If he didn't nod his head, the system wouldn't say anything. Motherf asterisk cur, ding. Item name detected. Zhu's blood essence. Beginning to detect the energy contained within. At that moment, he understood everything. The system had come for Zhu's blood essence. In comparison, Lin Ray was relieved. Lin Ray didn't stop the system. The main reason was that he wanted to see what kind of energy was contained within Zhu's 2 drops of blood essence. Time slowly passed. The system seemed to be silent. However, Lin Ray knew that this wasn't the case. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, arousing Lin Ray's curiosity. Ding! Detection complete. The energy contained within is equivalent to a small dark jade mine. Dark jade mine? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Lin Ray's eyes flashed with doubt. After all, this was the first time he had heard of a dark jade mine. He had never heard of it before. However, he had heard of many spirit veins. Moreover, there were many spirit veins in his storage ring. It's time to explain. Knowing that Lin Ray didn't know, the system opened its mouth to explain to Lin Ray. Dark Jade Mine is a mine in the underworld. It's similar to the Holy Spirit crystal in the Holy World. However, the energy contained within the Dark Jade here is extremely large. Therefore, it eventually became the currency of the underworld. System, what's the exchange rate for Dark Jade? The system asked as it began to calculate in its mind. Ding! No comment. Lin Ray, he was dumbfounded. How could this be? No comment? What are you trying to do? Although he was angry, he still had to ask questions. After all, there wasn't much difference between him and an illiterate person here. Ding! Back to the topic. The energy contained within Zhu's 2 drops of blood essence is extremely terrifying. The host shouldn't absorb it without permission. This will easily cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the host now has the suspended mirror. There's no need to take the risk. The system suggests that the blood essence be exchanged for exchange points to repay the host debt. Chapter 13:16. Lin Ray didn't say anything. Blood essence was such an important thing. No matter what, he couldn't just give it away. There was so much energy in the blood essence. Who knew what would happen in the future? If he couldn't deal with it, the blood essence would be able to resist for a while. Lin Ray didn't even consider the system's suggestion. As for the money he owed the system, he would pay it back when he had time. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. Okay, now let's talk about the Nether Jade mine. The system knew what Lin Ray was thinking and didn't continue. Linley became serious. He was rather interested in the Nether Jade, or if a small vein of Nether Jade was worth a droplet of essence blood, did that not mean that if he could find a vein of Nether Jade, he would be able to resolve the matter of exchange points, and he would even be able to give some to the Sect, allowing the Sect to return to normal quickly. By then, he would no longer have to be so cautious in the Saint's world, where he had to consider everything carefully. Lin Ray's eager gaze became even more passionate. It was like a raging fire that wanted to burn the system to ashes. Damn, can't you be more reserved? Seeing the host like this, the system couldn't help but remind him. As Lin Ray's system, seeing the host like this, it couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, forget it. Since things have come to this, it's better to help the host rise quickly. Otherwise, as he thought about it, the space suddenly became heavy. The system's serious voice sounded. Nether Jade, you will probably encounter it later. Lin Ray didn't understand what the system meant. What did it mean by he would encounter it later? Actually, the Nether Jade mine is the same as the Netherworld. It is in the Netherworld, and Nether Jade is the currency of the Netherworld. So, do you think you will encounter it later? Hearing this, Lin Ray's heart sank. His expression became serious. His heart, that originally wanted to enter the Netherworld, slowly calmed down. Nether Jade was in the Netherworld. If the Nether Jade mine was worth a drop of Zhu's blood essence, then the Netherworld was really as weak as it seemed on the surface. Or perhaps what he thought of was just the tip of the iceberg of the underworld. In fact, it was not even the tip of the iceberg. Of course, there was also another explanation, which was that what Zhongli had said before was a lie. The sects in the underworld were very powerful, so powerful that they were enough to make Zhu fear them. F***, it can't be. His heart was in a mess. He wanted to enter the underworld, but he did not dare to do so. If a powerful existence like Zhu was guarding the entrance, then for a moment, Lin Ray was conflicted. He didn't know what kind of decision he should make. The energy contained within the Nether Jade is extremely vast. It's even greater than the holy spirit crystals of the Saint's world. There's even a hint of the way within the Nether Jade. Something like this doesn't exist in the Saint's spirit crystals of the Saint's world. If I had known earlier, a Saint would be able to break through the Heavenly Saint realm and enter the Tao integration realm. At this point, the system's voice became even more serious, as if what was about to happen next was very important. The Nether Jade no longer exists in the Saint's world. It's something that only exists in this world. The way of a Nether Jade is even more powerful than the Tendo in the Saint's world. As long as you can cultivate the way of the Nether Jade, when you return to the Saint's world, Earth Saints will be a piece of cake for you. You won't have to be like before and almost lose your life in the end. So what if you're a Heavenly Saint? As long as you can absorb the way of the Nether Jade, it'll be a piece of cake for you to break through to the Heavenly Saint realm after you break through to the Earth Saint realm. To put it bluntly, the cultivators here are incomparably powerful compared to the cultivators in the Saint's world. Lin Ray was even more shocked when he heard the system talk about the underworld. He originally thought that he would be able to sweep through everyone in the Saint's world. Who would have thought that he would be able to sweep through everyone in the Saint's world? It turned out that it was just his wishful thinking. If Zhu did not make this move, he would have been able to sweep through everyone in the underworld without any scruples. In the end, he would have been the one to be swept away. Even leaving the underworld, it would have been a problem. When he thought of this, Lin Ray could not help but shiver. When he thought of his previous thoughts, he found them extremely laughable. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The system's voice sounded. There was a hint of mockery in its voice. Sigh. Lin Ray did not refute the system's mockery like he usually did. This was because he understood that he had been rash before. However, if the people in the underworld were so powerful, why were Zhong Li and the others so weak? Lin Rei could not understand this. If what the system said was true, then Zhong Li and the others should be very powerful. If he had guessed correctly, then why? Because once they leave the underworld, their cultivation will be suppressed. Of course, even if they return to the underworld and recover their cultivation, they will not be a match for you. Even in the underworld, your cultivation is at the level of an old ancestor. So, all right. Lin Rei shrugged helplessly. After a long time, it turned out that he had been wrong. Seeing Lin Rei's listless expression, like a frosted eggplant, Zhu's teasing became even more intense. Now, do you still want to enter the underworld? Lin Rei opened his mouth. After the word, there was no more. Lin Rei pondered in silence. If he said that he was afraid of entering the sacred world, it was indeed a little. After all, it would be hypocritical to say that he was not afraid of such an unfamiliar place. If he said that he was not afraid, it would be even more unrealistic. However, if he were to enter or not, it was a very good question in Lin Rei's heart. In the outside world, seeing Lin Rei's silence, Zhu became a little impatient. In any case, he was also an expert. What's wrong with him? Is he looking down on humans, or looking down on ferocious beasts or something? How dare he ignore the emperor? Does he really think that he is a golden bachelor? Is he so great because he is rich? Looking at Lin Rei's meditative appearance, Zhu finally could not bear it any longer and walked in front of Lin Rei. Looking at Lin Rei, who was still in a daze, he opened his mouth and blew out a breath. And what the F***CK is that smell? In the system, Lin Rei, who was in deep thought, suddenly smelled a terrible stench. In an instant, his meditative state was broken. With a thought, he exited the system space. Mother ****, what is this thing? Looking at it, a bloody mouth appeared. The source of the stench came from this bloody mouth. That smell, tiske, it's sour and irritating to the eyes. Little brat, you are finally awake. When Lin Rei regained his senses, Zhu was very happy. As for what Lin Rei was thinking, if Zhu knew about it, it would probably be another great battle of the century. Looking at Zhu, Lin Rei was filled with anger. If not for the fact that he could not defeat Zhu would not be able to do anything to him. Huff, I am not angry, I am not angry. When he thought about Zhu's strength, the anger that surged in his heart slowly subsided under Lin Rei's self-hypnosis. However, the stench from Zhu's mouth was still there. In comparison, Lin Rei sealed his sense of smell and walked to the side. Looking at Zhu's mouth, the anger that had calmed down was instantly ignited again. Mother ****, you are an expert of your generation. How can you do such a childish thing? As he thought about it, he cupped his hands and said, May I know why you are looking for me? Lin Rei seemed to have forgotten that they were in the middle of a deal. Now that Zhu had given him the 2 drops of blood essence, he originally wanted to see Lin Rei's sincerity. He did not expect that the first thing Lin Rei said when he regained his senses would be this. In response, Zhu was stunned when he heard this. His entire being was in a daze. What do you mean by what? Big brother, have you forgotten the agreement between us? When he thought of this, his gaze towards Lin Rei suddenly turned cold. Little brat, you seem to have forgotten something important. Something important? Lin Rei was startled when he felt Zhu's murderous gaze. Suddenly, the matter of the deal from before came to his mind. After what the system had said, he had completely forgotten about it. When he thought about it, an awkward look appeared on his face. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. How could I? Right? As he said that, he recalled his previous attitude. For a moment, his face was full of smiles, and he quickly explained, Senior, you see, you've only given me 2 drops of blood essence. You haven't given me the bloodline grass yet. Besides, didn't I mention my condition? You have to bring me into the underworld. Look at me, damn it. Zhu was clearly unhappy when he heard this. I've already given you the 2 drops of blood essence. The deal should be more than 30% complete. His icy expression did not fade away. He stared at Lin Rei and said unhappily, "Little brat, a deal is between two parties. I've already given you the blood essence. You should at least give me something in return. For example," he pointed downwards and continued, "no matter what, you have to rescue me from this place." Rescue you? That's right, rescue you." When he said that, a trace of shame and indignation appeared on his cold face. Back then, because the Emperor accidentally entered this place, he was young and ignorant. I thought that the Emperor's strength had reached the heavens. Back then, the Emperor was living a carefree life. Looking at Candle, Linley felt as though he had returned to that confident, carefree face of the past. Looking at him, an awkward smile appeared on Linley's face. That's right, he was indeed carefree. No, he was so carefree that he was trapped here forever. No, Lin Rei's expression was completely concealed by Zhu's eyes. In comparison, there was nothing wrong with Zhu's expression. However, the carefree smile on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by anger, unwillingness, and endless struggle. Back then, didn't I just kill that old fellow's grandson? That old fellow chased after the Emperor endlessly. Tell me, can you blame me for that? Lin Rei was speechless. Lin Rei did not know how to respond. If he said that he blamed Zhu, he was not as powerful as Zhu. If he said that he did not blame Zhu, the old fellow that Zhu was talking about had lost his grandson. Humph. Even if I give the Emperor another chance, the Emperor will still not regret what he did back then. Lin Rei did not respond. Just like that, he quietly listened to Zhu's pretentious act. Furthermore, can't you at least finish telling me what happened? You don't even have an end to it. What do you want me to say? Little fellow, don't you want to say something? Seeing that Lin Rei did not say anything, Zhu said with a cold expression, No. What did it mean to anger someone to death without paying for it?" Lin Rei was exactly what it meant. Zhu had spoken with such righteous indignation. Even if he was listening to a book in a tea house, he would still shout, "Humph, you didn't see it back then." That old fellow's strength had surpassed the sage realm and entered the immortal realm. Back then, the Emperor was young and ignorant. No matter what, it was impossible for him to be suppressed. Understood. The story had reached this point. Simply speaking, Zhu Tai was too reckless back then. In the end, he died. However, according to what Zhu had said, Lin Rei had obtained an extraordinary item. What level was it to surpass the sage realm and enter the immortal realm? Compared to the expert sealed in the functional realm, who was stronger and who was weaker? Hey, are you listening to what the Emperor said? Seeing that Lin Rei was in a daze, Zhu reminded him. What? Zhu Tai returned to his senses and raised his head to look at Lin Rei. A confused expression appeared on his face. Seeing that, Zhu Tai's anger surged. You humph. Forget it. Now that you know what happened, shouldn't you express your gratitude? For example, you should rescue the Emperor first. Zhu Tai's eyes were filled with a yearning for freedom. Lin Rei shivered as he looked at Zhu Tai. However, at this moment, Lin Rei was in a dilemma. Could he undo a seal that surpassed the sage realm? That was an unknown factor. Furthermore, he didn't even know how the other party sealed you. How was he supposed to deal with it? However, since he had made a promise to Zhu Tai, Lin Rei would naturally not go back on his word. He raised his head to look at Zhu Tai and asked, back then, why did that expert only seal you and not kill you? According to what you said, you killed his grandson. He shouldn't have allowed you to be sealed here so easily, right? Indeed, there was no way to explain this matter. Wouldn't killing him be more satisfying? Why did he have to go through so much trouble to seal him? It was the same logic as taking off one's pants and farting. Wasn't this clearly looking for trouble? However, Zhu Tai's originally angry face was now filled with pride. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Humph, you killed the Emperor? What kind of joke is this? The Emperor is the lord of a realm after all. Forget about that old man. Even if someone more powerful than that old man were to come, they wouldn't be able to kill the Emperor. However, when it comes to sealing him, the Emperor can't do anything about it. Zhu Tai was still as arrogant and proud as ever. It was enough to tell what kind of state he was in before he was sealed. Lord of a realm? Which realm are you the lord of? Zhu Tai was from the primitive era. Furthermore, he had been around even before the primitive era. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean? The lord of the Hongmeng realm. The lord of the Hongmeng realm. The two of them spoke at the same time. When they heard this, both of them were stunned. They stared at each other for a long time. You know about the Hongmeng realm? Zhu Tai raised his guard as he looked at Lin Rei. Logically speaking, the Hongmeng realm was even more powerful than the Saint's world. Even in the primitive era, not many people knew about the existence of the Hongmeng realm. However, this young man had actually managed to guess his identity just by speaking. Are you really the lord of the Hongmeng realm? Lin Rei found it very hard to believe. He had only guessed it earlier. He had never thought that he would actually be right. Chapter 13:17. Unknowingly, Zhu began to retreat. His vigilant gaze became even more intense. His heart was filled with feelings for Lin Rei. As for Zhu's identity, the system was in disbelief. The lord of the Hongmeng realm was something that it had never expected. Moreover, the system did not even give a hint. This was something that surprised the system. As for the identity of the lord of the Hongmeng realm, the Scarlet Flame Tiger was at a loss. He did not understand the identity of the lord of the Hongmeng realm. Looking at Zhu's vigilant expression, Lin Rei smiled. Lord of the Hongmeng realm, I didn't expect you to be in the empty underworld. Should I say that fate is not shallow? Or should I say that the heavens are toying with me? He thought about the system's mission to help the Hongmeng realm unseal. Now, he had coincidentally met Zhu, the lord of the Hongmeng realm. What are you smiling about? Zhu looked at Lin Rei and asked. Lin Rei? Zhu's current behavior made Lin Rei feel helpless. What was this? Wasn't it just an identity? Besides, the Hongmeng realm had been sealed. Why was the lord of the Hongmeng realm so vigilant? Sealed? That's not right. Suddenly, he thought of something. He looked up at Zhu and asked, Zhu, can I call you this? Zhu nodded silently and replied, Yes. Good? He nodded and voiced his doubts. Zhu, when you left, was the Hongmeng realm safe? This was a very important question. If the primordial world was safe and sound when Zhu left, it meant that there was an even stronger enemy waiting for him there. If the primordial world was sealed when Zhu left, would those Zhu know the truth behind it? The system would always have a reason to ask the system about the Hongmeng realm. It was either that he did not have enough authority or that he was not strong enough. If he could get some clues from Zhu, then Lin Rei's eyes burned as he imagined this. He was like a hunter who had been waiting for his prey for a long time. Now, his prey had finally come to him. How could he not be excited? What do you mean by that? Zhu sensed that there was something amiss with Lin Rei's words. That was especially true when she saw Lin Rei's blazing gaze. That caused Zhu to feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as though she was being targeted. You go first. Answer my question first. This question is very important. Maybe you can get something you don't know. Lin Rei said eagerly. Hearing this, although he felt that something was wrong, in order to prevent Lin Rei from saying something he didn't know, he still honestly told him what he knew. He glanced at Lin Rei, then raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. It was as if the other side of the sky was his peaceful home. With a heart full of longing, he spoke of everything he knew. Back then, when Emperor left the Hongmeng realm was flourishing. At that time, the number of orthodoxies grew day by day. It was because of this that when I saw the prosperity of the Hongmeng realm, I, as the ruler of a realm, chose to head to the Hongmeng realm that Pangu had opened up to train. After all, opportunities were everywhere in this new world. I had originally thought that Pangu had opened up a higher realm like the Hongmeng realm. Unfortunately, it was only after I arrived that I found out that the Hongmeng realm was actually several levels lower than the Hongmeng realm. Oh, hearing this, Lin Rei knew the answer in his heart. He became even more cautious about the system's mission. The Hongmeng realm was as good as new when Zhu left. However, it was now sealed. What was the reason for this? Or perhaps, after the ruler of the Hongmeng realm left, the Hongmeng realm had provoked some unspeakable existence. If that was the case, wouldn't the possibility of him completing the mission be even slimmer? When he thought of this, his heart became incomparably heavy and his expression turned solemn. He had originally thought that his future would be even clearer after breaking through the Holy Scripture realm and entering the Hongmeng realm. However, it now seemed that this was not the case. What's wrong? Did something happen in the Hongmeng realm? Lin Rei's expression and actions fell into Zhu's eyes. For a moment, Zhu's heart thumped and a bad premonition surged into his heart. The Hongmeng realm was his home. If something happened to his home, he would definitely do everything in his power to leave this place. For this, he would not hesitate to make a sound. He returned to his senses and looked at Zhu's anxious expression. With a sympathetic heart, he said, "About this, don't get agitated. Hurry up and tell me." Zhu roared angrily. At this moment, he was certain that something must have happened in the Hongmeng realm. As the saying goes, touching a dragon's reverse scale would result in death. The Hongmeng realm was Zhu's reverse scale. He did not wish for anything to happen in the Hongmeng realm. All right. Lin Rei did not hide anything. He shrugged and said, "The Hongmeng realm has been sealed. Everyone, everything, and everything in it has been sealed. Of course, they have only been sealed. They have not died or been destroyed. Earlier, when I asked you if anything had happened in the Hongmeng realm before you left, I wanted to confirm my suspicions. Now, after listening to your words, I am certain that something must have happened in the Hongmeng realm after you left. Whatever happened in the Hongmeng realm must have been extremely destructive. Otherwise, the Hongmeng realm would not have been sealed." Boom! Suddenly, a violent energy appeared and a gust of wind appeared at the bottom of the cliff. Shit, what are you doing? The gust of wind arrived. Lin Rei and the Scarlet Flame Tiger did not expect it all. Their bodies were sent flying the moment they came into contact with the gust. Bang! Crack! The two of them were pressed against the wall by the gust. The wall shattered and cracks spread in all directions like a spiderweb. The gust of wind blew. Lin Rei was pressed against the cliff wall by the gust. He circulated his cultivation frantically, as if he wanted to find an outlet to vent his unwillingness. However, shit, it's so strong. How am I supposed to deal with it? He realized that his resistance was useless. His body was pressed against the wall, and he had no strength to resist at all. He did not even have the ability to fight back. He could not even break free from the gust of wind and find a safe place to hide. With Lin Rei in such a state, there was no need to mention the Scarlet Flame Tiger. It was completely suppressed. He turned his head with great difficulty and looked at the Scarlet Flame Tiger. He felt helpless. At that moment, he could not even put the tiger into his body. In the distance, Zhu seemed to have gone crazy as he unleashed the powerful cultivation within his body. This wild wind was stirred up by Zhu's powerful cultivation. Zhu's cultivation had already transcended the Wei integration stage and entered the eternal realm. As a Dao fruit saint, Lin Rei could easily resist her when her cultivation was mixed in the gust of wind. As for the Scarlet Flame Tiger, it was only a peak ultimate god. It had no strength to fight back at all. It could be said that Lin Rei and the Scarlet Flame Tiger could only admit that they were unlucky and suffered an unexpected calamity. Chapter 13:18. Arg, who is it? Who dares to do this to my Hongmeng realm? A voice filled with murderous intent reverberated throughout the abyss. Murderous intent swept out in all directions. The murderous intent was so immense that it condensed into a solid form. Lin Rei was shocked. When it came to killing intent, Lin Li knew that it was extremely terrifying. Because of the disturbance caused by killing intent in the past, in order to condense his killing intent and prevent it from interfering with his mind and his cultivation, he had focused on retiring. For a period of time, he had lived a carefree life, working from sunrise to sunset and resting. But now, after seeing Zhu's murderous aura, Linley felt as though his own murderous aura in front of Zhu was like the difference between an adult and a child. As for him, he was the child. In front of Zhu, he was completely powerless to resist. Just the power condensed from murderous intent was enough to kill him. Lin Rei was not exaggerating at all. Damn, if this continues, it will be strange if I don't suffer from internal injuries. Seeing that Zhu did not seem to be restraining himself, Lin Rei could not bear it any longer. Zhu calmed down. His voice was transmitted. However, what awaited Lin Rei was silence. It was as if Zhu did not receive Lin Rei's message at all. Damn, what is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to kill me? Lin Rei's mind was preoccupied. He communicated with the system with his divine sense and said, "System, can I enter the system with the Scarlet Tiger now?" Zhu, this old thing's cultivation is too strong. He has already gone crazy. If I don't think of a way now, when he wakes up, I'm afraid that only a cold corpse will be waiting for me. Yes, but because the other party is too strong and your strength is too weak, it will have a corresponding effect on you. So, you understand. Lin Rei rolled his eyes at the systems you understand and shook his head helplessly. His heart was filled with speechlessness. However, when he felt the pain in his body, he could not help but nod his head. All right. How much do you need? Just do it for a few days. Hurry up. Even if my physical body is sanctified, I won't be able to withstand this old thing's torment. If this goes on, my physical body will collapse. Lin Rei cried. At this moment, Lin Rei could faintly hear the sound of his own bones being crushed. This made Lin Rei very worried. He was worried that after this, his body would need to be repaired. Sigh, it's too difficult for me. At the same time, the system notification rang out in Lin Rei's mind. Ding! 1 million exchange points have been deducted. Protective shield will be formed around the host and the Scarlet Tiger. Ding! The protective shield has been activated. Host, please check. What? Lin Rei was dumbfounded. 1 million exchange points? F***CK. Wasn't it just the end of the system? Was there a need to be so greedy? Just now, Lin Rei was still thinking that it would be at most a few tens of thousands of exchange points. Now, Lin Rei didn't think so at all. He had underestimated the potential of the system. Host, you have to understand the difficulties of the system. After all, the other party is at the immortal realm. You're just a small Dao fruit sage. You're very lucky to be able to survive under such pressure. Moreover, you have to understand your own shortcomings. If you were at the Dao integration realm now, you wouldn't even be able to use 50,000 exchange points, let alone 1 million. However, the point is, who asked you to not be at the Dao integration realm? You're right, aren't you? Lin Rei was speechless. As soon as these words came out, no matter how reasonable Linley was, he was rendered speechless. This Mother of Asterisk-Ker had blocked all his paths of escape. However, at this moment, Lin Rei didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He felt that the pain in his body was slowly subsiding, and his heart relaxed a lot. Come to think of it, the protective shield set up by the system must have taken effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Brother Lei, this protective shield is... Just as Lin Rei felt that the pain in his body was slowly subsiding, the Scarlet Flame Tiger's voice sounded in Lin Rei's mind. Its voice was filled with gratitude and relief. Are you all right? Lin Rei felt very guilty toward each other. If he had known that the candle cult would be so crazy, he wouldn't have left the Scarlet Flame Tiger outside. More importantly, the 1 million exchange points that the system had cheated him out of. If he had known that, he wouldn't have entered the system or left this place when Zhu had gone crazy. Brother Lei, I'm fine. What should we do now that Zhu is in such a situation? Moreover, as it spoke, the Scarlet Flame Tiger hesitated, as if it wanted to say something. What's wrong? Lin Rei asked with a slight frown. It turned its head and looked at Lin Rei. When it saw that the protective shield on Lin Rei's body was faintly discernible, its heart was filled with worry. Brother Lei, I think that we should quickly think of a way to leave this place. I feel that this protective shield on my body will soon dissipate. What? Lin Rei frowned. He opened his eyes and looked at the protective shield around him. When he saw the faintly discernible appearance of the system, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. Holy shit, system, don't tell me that this protective shield is about to disappear. The moment those words came out, Lin Ray's heart thumped. How he wished that his thoughts were wrong. Unfortunately, sometimes reality would play tricks on people like this. Indeed, the protective shield can only last for 5 minutes. From the moment the protective shield appeared until now, 3 minutes and 56 seconds have passed. Oh, that's not right. 59 seconds. If one were to ask Lin Ray to estimate the size of the shadow in his heart, there would be no need to calculate. It would be 100% certain. Inexplicably, when he heard the system's reminder, 10,000 alpacas galloped through his mind. Next time, when something like this happens, can you make it clear in advance? Gnashing his teeth, Lin Ray finished this sentence. Thinking that there was less than a minute left, for a moment, he was anxious. He turned his head and saw that the protective shield around the flaming tiger was faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any time. With a thought, he covered the flaming tiger in an instant. Little tiger, don't resist later. Hearing this, the flaming tiger's body moved aside and quickly nodded. He understood that the moment of life and death had arrived. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Keep. Suddenly, with a thought, the flaming tiger's huge body was directly stored into the system. As for him, the moment the flaming tiger disappeared, he disappeared into the abyss. Bang! However, the moment Lin Ray and the flaming tiger disappeared, the mountain rocks where they were originally standing suddenly exploded. The mountain was shaking and looked like it was about to collapse at any time. In the system, he was safe and sound. When he looked at the outside world and saw the mountain collapsing and the clouds surging, he was shocked and speechless. This power has exceeded the range that Tendo can withstand. Chapter 1319. In the outside world, Zhu was still madly releasing all of his cultivation. It was rare for the void underworld realm to not collapse due to such a powerful cultivation. It would appear that Zhu was right. This world is indeed not as simple as we imagined it to be. Thinking about how Zhu was still unable to destroy this world with his cultivation, it meant that this world's tolerance had already surpassed the limits of the sacred realm and even the Hongmeng realm. Thinking about the experts in this world, thinking about how he would be able to find an opponent in this world, Zhu's silent heart began to surge with excitement once again. As the saying goes, the edge of expectation would usually be accompanied by the appearance of opportunity. Thus, Lin Ray greatly desired the feeling of death. Only by doing so would his cultivation be able to rapidly increase. Furthermore, only by doing so would he be able to consolidate his strength and even surpass opponents of the same level as him. His yearning for the void underworld realm in the system space grew even stronger. At this moment, he was already impatient to enter the underworld realm and see exactly how powerful the cultivators of the underworld realm were. Brother Lei, how much longer will Zhu continue like this? Looking outside, the Scarlet Flame Tiger asked. This, Lin Ray hesitated. With Zhu's current state, he truly did not know how long it would take for him to stop. Unfortunately, it was certain that releasing his cultivation for a long period of time would be a burden to him. If he knew that a sealed cultivator would exhaust his cultivation for a long period of time, the formation that sealed him would become even more powerful. In fact, if he were to release his cultivation, it would be absorbed by the formation and turned into nourishment for the formation. With that, the formation would be able to strengthen the formation and seal the people, things that the formation wanted to seal. Thus, Chu Feng believed that as long as he was a rational person, it would not take long for him to comprehend Zhu's madness and calm down. Chu Feng believed that Zhu was a rational person. Otherwise, he would not have been sealed for so many years. Chu Feng knew the characteristics of this formation very well. Thus, just like that, Lin Ray stopped thinking about random things. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Rather than having the time to think about random things, it would be better to use this time to cultivate and strengthen himself. Lin Ray started cultivating, while the scarlet flaming tiger lay on the ground, bored. Perhaps it was because it was too bored, or perhaps it was because Lin Ray didn't want to talk to it. But in the end, it also started cultivating, and neither side paid attention to the other. Time quietly passed. After an unknown amount of time, the raging winds below the cliff slowly calmed down. In the end, the raging winds completely disappeared, and the area below the cliff once again became the same fog-filled area as before. Feeling that he had consumed too much of his cultivation, his face was filled with helplessness and melancholy. Knowing that his plane had been sealed, although he was happy now, the pain from his body had multiplied. The pressure from a formation below the cliff was slowly eating away at the candle, trying to push it to the bottom of the valley again. Alas, looks like I still underestimated that old fellow's strength. I didn't expect that this formation would still be so powerful after so many years. Just the consumption of his cultivation was enough to make him reactivated. Feeling that his body was getting heavier and heavier, Zhu was extremely unwilling. When exactly will I be able to leave this damn place? My plane is still waiting for Emperor to return and unseal it. Thinking about his companions and citizens who were sealed in the Hongmeng realm, Zhu's heart was filled with grief. He thought back to the time when he was in high spirits. At this moment, if he was given another chance to choose, he wouldn't make the same decision as he did back then. He knew that after he left, the Hongmeng realm would go through such torment. Back then, he wouldn't have left no matter what. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Otherwise, Zhu would have bought a dozen of it. Exhaling a turbid breath, Zhu tried his best to calm his agitated heart. He scanned his surroundings, but he didn't see the people he wanted to see. Releasing his divine sense, he couldn't find any traces of the two people within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Zhu didn't frown, and his killing intent slowly emerged. Could it be that when Emperor went berserk, they ran away? Zhu began to doubt whether what Lin Ray said before was true. Now that he had given away 2 drops of blood essence, if he couldn't find them, then wouldn't it be a great loss? Moreover, he couldn't leave this place now. Because of his mistake, the formation had been reactivated. His body would be suppressed again soon. Even if he wanted to find them, he wouldn't be able to leave. Just thinking about it made him feel very sullen. Previously, he had a good impression of Lin Ray. But now 2 words. Due to the system's notification, Lin Ray withdrew his martial arts and looked up at the screen in the sky. He saw Zhu's huge figure appear. Damn, what is this guy thinking? Lin Ray heard Zhu's muttering words clearly. It would be fine if he could subdue Zhu. If he couldn't, then they would never have any contact in the future. Of course, the most important thing for him now was to help his clan escape punishment and rescue them. As he thought about it, he looked at the scarlet flame tiger that was quietly cultivating. The corners of his mouth rose to reveal a smile. He nodded his head in satisfaction. It seems that you have really grown up. Now, you even know how to cultivate diligently. In the past, although the scarlet flame tiger also cultivated, he was forced to do so. Furthermore, in his special space, even if he stopped cultivating, his cultivation would still gradually increase with the passage of time. He stood up and patted his messy clothes. Then, he communicated with the system using his divine sense and instantly disappeared from the system space. In the outside world, at the bottom of the cliff where Linley had disappeared, the cliff was now completely gone. One could imagine what had happened after he left. Gulp. His throat wriggled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was filled with shock. Earlier, he had seen Zhu go crazy. However, after that, he entered a state of cultivation. He didn't know what happened after that. Swish! Suddenly, a gust of wind came from behind Lin Ray. A middle-aged man was standing behind him. His eyes seemed to be sizing up Lin Ray. It was as if he was searching for the secrets on Lin Ray's body. When he turned around and saw the middle-aged man, Lin Ray was stunned. He sensed the other party's cultivation. Suddenly, Lin Ray understood. Zhu, I didn't expect that you would be so handsome after transforming into your human form. Indeed, at this moment, Zhu looked exactly like what all women yearn for. His face was like jade, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. His eyes seemed to contain the entire galaxy. They were sparkling, and no one dared to look at him directly. In Lin Rei's eyes, this appearance was simply perfect. However, he didn't understand why Zhu would meet him in such a state. Little fellow, Emperor thought that you had escaped when Emperor went crazy. Previously, Emperor had made wild guesses. I apologize. After saying that, he bowed and cupped his hands to apologize to Lin Rei. Chapter 1320. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about your plan first. You look crazy just now. It seemed like you wanted to kill your way back to the Holy World. That's right. The Emperor wants to kill his way back. He wants to see what kind of person would dare to treat the Hongmeng realm this way. The Emperor wants to know who has the strength to resist the entire Hongmeng realm and even force the Hongmeng realm to be sealed. The Emperor wants to see what kind of person this is. Zhu's face turned solemn. To be honest, the Emperor doesn't have the ability to seal the Hongmeng realm with his current cultivation. So what? Linli cried out in surprise. His face turned solemn, and the pressure he felt towards the mission given by the system increased several times over. What realm was Zhu at? What realm was he at? What realm was the person who sealed the Hongmeng realm? Would he be able to unseal the Hongmeng realm when he reached the Hongmeng realm? Right now, Linli wasn't so sure. Of course, this didn't change Linli's desire to unseal the primordial world. After all, if he didn't complete the mission given by the system, the final outcome was obvious. As for the system, it would threaten him with his life. This was a price he couldn't afford to pay. His life wasn't just his. It was his family's, his friends', his lovers', his enemies'. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to be strong enough to intimidate his enemies. He wanted to be strong enough to make them tremble in fear. He wanted to be strong enough to make the entire universe tremble under his feet. Is there a problem? Zhu was puzzled by Lin Rei's surprise. No, nothing. He raised his head and looked at Zhu. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Zhu, I want to ask you, with your current cultivation, how confident are you even if you go back? Don't say anything. Let me finish. Before he could finish, Lin Rei's voice continued. My suggestion is to improve your cultivation. When your cultivation is stronger and you enter a new level, you can return to the Hongmeng realm. At that time, you can unseal the Hongmeng realm. Furthermore, the cultivations of the people that the primordial realm remembers should have reached an extremely terrifying level. They won't die. As for you, if you return in your current state, you'll only be able to free yourself from the primordial realm. In the end, you'll end up losing your life. Therefore, Lin Rei's words were like the sound of a hammer that hammered heavily into Zhu's heart. At this moment, Zhu was silent as he sank deep into his thoughts. He had heard Lin Rei's words earlier and was considering them seriously. Zhu's silence did not surprise Linli. That was because he believed that everyone understood what he was thinking very well. What's more, Zhu had lived for so many years only because this matter concerned his reverse scale. Thus, the onlooker had a clear view of the situation. Wang Wang. What's that? While Zhu was silent, a trembling sound was heard. Although the trembling sound was very soft, it did not escape Lin Rei's sharp hearing. He lowered his head and looked in the direction of the trembling sound. He saw a faint flash of light below. System, can you detect what's down there? Lin Rei did not want to go down to investigate because of his curiosity. This place was far too mysterious to him. No one knew what was down there. Now that Zhu Du had appeared, he was no longer shocked by what was down there. Ding, can I? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Rei was startled and a smile flashed across his face. Ding, host's authority is insufficient. You do not have the authority to investigate what's down there. Lin Rei, what is this? Is it taking a breather? Thinking back to the system's breather just now, he thought that it would work. Who would have thought that he would be happy for nothing in the end? Forget it. There's no point in looking for you. I don't have the authority. I really don't know when I'll be able to obtain the authority. He rolled his eyes and ignored the system. Zhu, I say, coming back to his senses, Lin Rei turned his head to look in Zhu's direction. However, the moment he turned his head, he froze on the spot. The place where Zhu had been was now empty. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. F***CK. What the hell is going on? He released his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. However, to Lin Rei's disappointment, there was no sign of Zhu. All right, not being able to find Zhu, Lin Rei gave up and looked down, curiosity bubbling in his heart. To be honest, although he did not know what dangers were down there, as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Lin Rei was undoubtedly the cat that was filled with curiosity. Let's go down and take a look. Who knows, there might be an incredible opportunity. He stopped hesitating and jumped down. Without Zhu's obstruction, Lin Rei quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. Plop! His feet finally touched the ground, and he felt much more at ease. You're finally down. As Lin Rei's feet touched the ground, Zhu's voice sounded in Lin Rei's ears. F***CK. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Zhu sitting on a rock in the distance and looking at him with a face filled with curiosity. Seeing Zhu's current appearance, Lin Rei suddenly recalled the trembling sound that had sounded from the bottom of the cliff earlier. Now that he saw Zhu at the bottom of the cliff, he vaguely understood what was going on. With a smile on his face, Chu Feng moved and slowly walked toward Zhu. As he walked, he told Zhu his hypothesis. The trembling earlier was the activation of the spirit formation at the bottom of the cliff. That spirit formation is the spirit formation that is suppressing you. As for you, after you frantically unleashed your power earlier, your cultivation was absorbed by the spirit formation, which indirectly activated the spirit formation. That is why you're here right now. Am what I said correct? Hearing Lin Rei's analysis, Zhu's eyes lit up. Evidently, he agreed with Lin Rei's analysis. Not bad, not bad. Lin Rei, I must admit that you're very good. Why don't you? Lin Rei's curious gaze landed on Zhu. This emperor's cultivation is not bad. Why don't you take this emperor as your master? This emperor possesses the strongest martial technique in the entire Hongmeng realm. As long as you have the support of this martial technique of mine, your cultivation will definitely don't. Seeing that Zhu was speaking enthusiastically, Lin Rei immediately waved his hand to refuse. Earlier, he had wanted to subdue Zhu. If he were to take Zhu as his master, then all his efforts to subdue him as his subordinate would have been in vain. What's wrong? Do you think that with this emperor's cultivation and experience, he is not qualified to be your master? In the next instant, Zhu's expression turned gloomy. It was as if he was about to explode at any moment. About that, Lin Rei wanted to say yes. But, faced with Zhu's strength, Lin Rei could only go against his conscience and say, no, how could that be? After saying that, Lin Rei finally arrived before Zhu. Not caring about Zhu's current mood, he sat down. You've thought it through? Chapter 1321. What? Zhu said coldly. Just a moment ago, you were half dead and wanted to take revenge. What's wrong? Now, you don't want to admit it. He explained with a smile. Zhu was speechless. His previous behavior was so laughable now that he thought about it. Not only did his anger not solve the problem, it also exhausted his cultivation. Now, he could only be suppressed here, especially when he saw the gloating look on Lin Li's face. Zhu could not help but grit his teeth in anger. Zhu was angry, but Lin Rei was very happy. Looking at the sulking Zhu, Lin Rei did not interrupt him. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and his mental power gushed out and permeated the entire bottom of the cliff. Although Chu Feng knew that he might not be able to breach the spirit formation before him, he still wanted to see exactly what sort of spirit formation was capable of sealing an eternal Zhu realm expert. What made Lin Rei even more curious was that Zhu, with his powerful cultivation, could only reactivate the formation. How powerful would the formation be if it was truly activated? Thinking about it, as a second-grade Sacred Grade Array Master, his heart was itching. He could not wait to immediately decipher the formation and rescue Zhu. Lin Rei remained silent, and Zhu did not disturb him. Zhu, who was in the immortal realm, had sensed Lin Rei's mental power the moment it appeared. He was shocked that Lin Rei could unleash such a vast mental power. According to his speculation, such a level of mental power had already entered the sacred realm. He was even more shocked by Lin Rei's age. In his spirit sea, Lin Rei's bones, meridians, and so on all appeared. It was like a 3D image that appeared in Zhu's mind. From his bones, he knew that Lin Rei's bone age was less than 5,000 years old. What kind of concept was that? A cultivator who had entered the initial stage of the sage realm was less than 5,000 years old. This had never happened even in the untainted age. However, it had happened in the later world where spiritual chi was scarce. He was so young, and he was a sage realm matrix master. What was more, Lin Rei's body was also at the sage realm. This was too much. If there were only one or two of them, it would still be fine, but there was no end to it. If they had known earlier, no matter which one of Lin Rei's, everyone would have to work hard to obtain it. As for Lin Rei's, there were less than 4,000. TSK, what a monster! He smacked his lips and shook his head. His face was filled with envy. At that moment, Zhu thought back to the time when he was at this age. Back then, he had been a country bumpkin who knew nothing. At that time, his cultivation base was not even as high as Lin Rei's. Hongming's sovereign physique is indeed powerful. It is a complete set with a void bloodline. Mother Astersker, if it was me, I wouldn't be able to cultivate to this level even if I were 4,000 or 5,000 years old. At this moment, Lin Rei had no idea that Zhu had seen through all of his secrets. Of course, with the exception of the system, as long as it was Lin Rei's sovereign physique, Zhu would be able to see through it very clearly. Even Hongming's sovereign physique was overlooked. Right now, Lin Li was concentrating all of his attention on inspecting the formation beneath the ground. In the underground world, Lin Rei's mental manifestation raised his head and looked with wide eyes. A very large and dense matrix had completely entered Lin Rei's line of sight. The size of the formation was beyond Lin Li's imagination. What's more, the combination of the formations was so perfect that Lin Li couldn't even begin to imagine that he would be left in the dust by such an enormous combination formation. He believed that even if his matrix was upgraded to the 9th grade of the Saint grade, he might not be able to break the matrix before him. It was not because of any other reason. The matrix in front of him was too large, too dense, and too high level. It was so high level that it made him feel despair. However, along with despair came opportunity. If he used this matrix as a foundation, he believed that he would be able to break through very quickly in the future. Based on his initial estimates, if he could meditate here for 1,000 years, his matrix would be greatly improved. Even if he couldn't break through to the 9th grade, he would still be able to break through to the 8th grade. After all, the profound meaning of this matrix was too obvious. This was equivalent to Zhu. This was originally a treasure mountain, but he had treated it as trash and thrown it here. If Zhu could carefully comprehend it, she might have been able to leave by herself long ago. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, Zhu's personality could be seen from various signs. She was easily angered, too superficial, and could not control her emotions. She could easily ignite herself because of a single sentence. Thinking of Zhu's advantages, Lin Rei smiled bitterly. He communicated with the system with his divine sense and asked, "System, can this matrix be broken?" Ding. It is not possible. As the system's level is too low, it is not enough to break the matrix sealed by the sealer. Sealer? Although the system did not consider rejecting him outright, it seemed to have provided quite a lot of information. Ding. The host's authority is insufficient. You do not have the right to know. Lin Rei was speechless. Insufficient authority again. Ever since he had gotten the system, he had heard the words insufficient authority the most. Fine, fine, fine. I won't tell you. Lin Ray was too lazy to say anything to the system. He waved his hand and said, "Since I can't break it, can I suppress it so that Zhu can move for a short period of time? Don't refuse. I believe you'll have it. I know the old rules. Just deduct as many exchange points as you want. Anyway, once you have enough lice, you won't itch." When he said that, the system was completely helpless. If it had known that this would be the result, it would not have allowed him to borrow money. Now, as the host, Lin Ray had not let down the system's good intentions. He had borrowed money all the way, but there was no other way. The system did not prohibit the host from borrowing money. So ding, the system store has an item that can temporarily suppress a matrix. However, the item may be expensive. Do you want to buy it? Yes. He knew that the system recommended it to be expensive. Moreover, to suppress such a powerful matrix, he could not think of a reason why it was not expensive. Ding. Okay, host, please wait a moment. In the system space, the store interface appeared. The items on the interface flashed quickly, and no one bought them. The system was activated. The items flashed quickly. If Zhu saw this scene, he would be very shocked. He would even have the impulse to rush up and take them for himself. Any one of the products that flashed across the screen would be the one that he would be obsessed with. In the end, the screen kept changing. The originally dazzling items disappeared and were replaced by a weapon similar to a trident. The screen was fixed on the store interface. Ding! Time pestle. 150 million exchange points. The host confirms the purchase. Ding! Time pestle purchase successful. The host has successfully purchased a low-grade Taoist instrument. As the host is in debt, the system has automatically added 150 million to the previous debt. Please check and accept. Chapter 1322. One thump, 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 thump. Lin Ray could clearly hear his own heartbeat beating violently. The corners of his mouth twitched and his eyes twitched. His face was filled with the pain of bankruptcy. 150 million, 150 million. System, are you sure you're not messing with me? You, 150 million? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Lin Ray came back to his senses. When he heard the price, Lin Ray felt unwell. He froze on the spot as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind was still in a state of confusion. Previously, he had thought that it would only be a few tens of millions. After all, the most expensive item he had ever bought was only 50 to 60 million. However, now that the price of the time pestle was revealed, Lin Ray only wanted to slap himself. Why was his mouth so annoying? Why did he have to say that he was going to buy it? Did he think that he was a tycoon or a local tycoon? Was he crazy? 150 million, plus the previous 300 million. In total, it would be 500 million. Thinking about how he would have to pay off the 500 million in the next year, in a few months, Lin Ray had the urge to stab himself several times. It would be best if he could stab himself to death. In this way, after he died, his debts would be cleared, and he wouldn't be in pain because of the 500 million. Unfortunately, reality was reality. Now that the 500 million had appeared, Lin Ray's pressure multiplied. He knew that he would have to live for the sake of earning redemption points in the future. Host, take it easy. The system's voice rang in Lin Ray's ears. As the saying goes, pressure is motivation. With pressure, there will be motivation. With the pressure of 500 million, you will understand that you still have to work hard. Lin Ray was speechless. He only had one thought about the system, and that was to scram as far away as possible. It would be best if he never heard this voice again. 500 million? What did you think 500 million was? The first thing that came out of his mouth was to cheer him on. I'll throw it. Give me a try. Let's see if you can get rid of the urge to beat someone up. His mood was extremely bad. Looking at the trident in his storage ring, he felt as if he could see the blood in his heart. Bastard, I owe a huge debt for you. If I don't help you this time, I won't be surnamed Lin. When he thought about Zhu, he realized that all of this was because of Zhu. Therefore, he attributed all of his debts to Zhu, including the other 300 million. At this moment, Zhu still did not know that he had inexplicably provoked a miser like Lin Rei. It was precisely because he did not know that he had become a powerful cultivator who was about to work for Lin Rei. When he came back to his senses and thought about his 150 million, the way he looked at Zhu changed. It was as if Zhu was his 150 million. That burning passion. Are you all right? Lin Rei's burning gaze fell on Zhu's eyes. Suddenly, he frowned and a cold look appeared on his face. Damn, don't tell me this guy has that kind of fetish. Zhu imagined Lin Rei's gaze just now. It was no different from a ferocious beast in heat. As he thought about it, he involuntarily took a few steps back and distanced himself from Lin Rei. You bastard. Zhu's actions fell into Lin Rei's eyes. Looking at Zhu's reaction, Lin Rei cursed inwardly. He then raised his head and smiled. Zhu, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Suddenly, the tone of his voice changed. The initial scorching heat disappeared and was replaced by a strange smile. This smile caused Zhu to feel even more terrified than before. However, when he thought of the two choices, his heart was inexplicably throbbing. He felt that if he did not choose this time, he might miss out on the greatest opportunity of his life. He raised his head and looked at Lin Rei. He nodded and replied, Let's talk about the bad news first. It's better to have the bad news as a foundation. Lin Rei nodded, his smile growing even wider. The bad news is that you have to wait quietly and follow me, because only I have a way to leave this place, and only I can rescue you from this formation. Follow you? Zhu could not help but frown. For a powerful existence like Zhu, these words are the most taboo words. However, Zhu's temperament was strong and did not change. Instead, he quietly waited for Lin Rei to continue. However, the good news is that I've found a way to temporarily suppress this. Although it's only for a short period of time, it's better than being impatient. Furthermore, with some things suppressed, you won't be restricted from entering the underworld. Are you sure? Zhu became serious. I'm sure. Zhu fell into deep thought when he saw Lin Rei nod in confirmation. He could not understand why this little fellow was so confident. This little fellow was actually able to find a way to restore his freedom in a short period of time when he was unable to solve the problem. Although he did not believe it, if it was truly possible, then the request for the bad news could be considered. How about it? Do you want your temporary freedom? If you don't want it, then there's nothing I can do. Earlier, when I investigated the formation, I found out that this formation has already surpassed the limits of the Sheng stage. Therefore, I want it. Without waiting for Lin Rei to finish speaking, Zhu hurriedly spoke out her request. All right. Lin Rei nodded. He was not surprised by Zhu's reply. After all, for someone who had been imprisoned for an unknown period of time, freedom was more important than anything else. Since this was already a foregone conclusion, Lin Rei did not hesitate. He used his divine sense to communicate with the time pestle in his storage ring and pulled it out. This is... Zhu frowned when he saw the trident that had appeared out of thin air. From the aura emitted from the trident, he could sense that it was a low-grade Dao artifact that could not be seen. This fellow actually has such a good item on him. Why didn't he take it out earlier? The aura of the trident made Zhu's heart burn. A low-grade Dao artifact was one of the top treasures even in his possession. Now, it was an item that was extremely difficult to find in the sacred world. Lin Rei did not know what Zhu was thinking. At this moment, Lin Rei was confident that he could suppress the formation and release his hired thug. That's right, a hired thug. He was being treated as a hired thug by Lin Rei. Furthermore, he was an extremely powerful and intimidating hired thug. The appearance of the low-grade Dao artifact caused the formation that was suppressing Zhu to suddenly shake. It appeared to be unstable. Is it really useful? Zhu became excited when he sensed the resistance from the formation. For so many years, he had been hoping for the formation to loosen up so that he could make a breakthrough with his cultivation base. Nonsense. That's 150 million. How could not be useful? Lin Ray could not help but think to himself. Although this was already a foregone conclusion, he could still feel the pain in his heart. The strength in his heart had not recovered with the passage of time. Chapter 1323. Buzz Buzz. The frequency of the formation's vibrations gradually increased. In the end, it began to devour Zhu as if it had gone completely mad. It looked extremely crazy. In the process of receiving the backlash from the spirit formation, Zhu's middle-aged appearance gradually disappeared. What replaced it was that he slowly became older. His hair turned from black to white. In the end, he became like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, despite this, Linley did not underestimate Zhu at all. Even though he appeared to be old on the surface like a wooden old man, in reality, Zhu's body contained an enormous amount of energy. Linley knew that he was no match for this energy. Holy shit, little guy. Can you do it? Zhu was dumbfounded when he sensed the changes in his body. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ray with a questioning gaze. He found it hard to believe that this formation had such a side to it. Previously, he only knew that this formation could devour cultivation. Now, did he really see the formation's full potential? Don't worry, it's fine. A smile flashed across his face as he gave Zhu a reassuring smile. Then, he began to activate the time pestle. He believed that the time pestle would definitely be able to suppress this formation. However, he was very curious about the existence of the sealer. What kind of strength did the sealer need to call him that? System, how much longer will it take to suppress this formation? Its strength has already exceeded my imagination. If this continues, I'm afraid that Zhu, don't worry. The system understood Lin Ray's thoughts and replied, although this formation is very powerful, but the power of the time pestle is far beyond your imagination. Although this time pestle is a low-grade Dao artifact, it is an imitation of a dragon artifact. It is extremely powerful. So, don't worry, it will be done in a while. After saying that, the system disappeared and did not say anything else. It was as if it knew that Lin Ray would definitely ask some questions. However, that was indeed the case. After Lin Ray heard the system's words, he did indeed have a new discovery. He wanted to ask the system about it. However, since the system had said so, there was nothing more to say. Lin Ray understood that the system had its reasons for not saying anything. Lin Ray didn't want to say anything. He circulated his mind power to the maximum in order to see the time pestle's every move. He really wanted to see how the time pestle suppressed the formation. In a certain space in the netherworld, a white-haired yet spirited old man suddenly opened his eyes that were originally closed, and a wisp of a breathtaking gaze flashed into appearance. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a smile flashed before disappearing. Interesting. Who exactly is it that is able to temporarily suppress this venerable's formation? Release that guy for a while. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched involuntarily when he thought of Zhu's figure. When he thought of Zhu, he could not help but want to move his body so that he could give Zhu a good beating. In his memories, Zhu was simply too much. So forget it. I've locked you up for so many years. I'll just let you out temporarily. The underworld has been quiet for too long. It's time for some liveliness. Imagining that, he waved his hand and a forbidden character floated before him. Never would I have thought that this venerable would one day use you again. Buzz buzz. As if sensing that he was looking at it, the time pestle used its vibration to recover. Seeing that, the old man smiled lightly. Then he extended his hand and pressed on the forbidden character twice. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the forbidden character. I hope that you will not disappoint this venerable. As a ruler of a realm, I believe that you will not go crazy. Right after he finished saying those words, his eyes closed again. The forbidden character was very obedient. As if it had gained sentience, it returned to the sleeve of the old man the instant he closed his eyes. As for Lin Ray, who was far away at the entrance of the underworld, the vibration that was originally becoming more and more obvious suddenly disappeared. The time pestle that was originally operating suddenly retracted its radiance and returned to its original appearance. It returned to Lin Rei's side. I can go out now. Zhu, who was sitting far away, was startled. Then, a smile appeared on her wrinkled little face. However, that smile became frightening because of the wrinkles on her face. Zhu smiled. On the other hand, Lin Rei was dumbfounded. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. The time pestle had not been truly activated to suppress it. Why was the formation suddenly suppressed, and Zhu able to regain her temporary freedom? All of this happened too suddenly. Lin Rei was unable to react at all. As for the system, it was even more puzzled. It knew very well that the true might of the time pestle had not been activated yet. Logically speaking, this should not have happened. Wahaha! Holy shit! I have finally regained my freedom. Zhu faced the sky and roared. Then, with a shake of her body, she returned to her original form. Suddenly, her enormous body appeared before Lin Rei. Then, she took a step back, and in an instant, she disappeared before Lin Rei's eyes. Lin Rei did not care about Zhu's departure. At this moment, he only wanted to know who it was. He had clearly spent 150 million, but now all of that money was wasted. For no reason at all, he now owed another 150 million. This a sucker. What people called a sucker was none other than Lin Rei. Host, you must not think too much about it. If you want to eat, isn't it better for Zhu to come out? Although the time pestle was not activated, the result is the same. Isn't that right? The system's voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared completely. It could feel that Lin Rei was burning with anger. It did not want to become Lin Rei's punching bag at this moment. Damn it! You owe me 150 million for no reason. Don't let me find out who is behind this. If I find out, I will definitely make you understand why flowers are so popular. As he spoke, he regained his senses. Looking at the time pestle, Lin Rei's heart ached. Just stay in the storage ring obediently from now on. You are very valuable. I have to treat you like an ancestor in the future. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the time pestle disappeared. He returned to the place where he was supposed to return to. After doing all this, he calmed his agitated heart and waved his hand to release the flaming tiger. Just now, he felt that the flaming tiger had already recovered from its cultivation. Damn, Brother Lei, where is this? Other than the system, looking at the vast place in front of them, they felt uneasy. In here, the flaming tiger felt extremely cold. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with a violent energy. Zhu? Why is Zhu's energy wandering in the space? It had felt Zhu's energy before. Therefore, when it felt this violent energy, it immediately thought of Zhu. Not far away, Lin Rei heard the flaming tiger's question. He smiled bitterly and replied, Zhu can come out for a short period of time. When he comes back, we can go to the underworld. Remember, when you enter the underworld, you must not cause trouble. When you enter the underworld, I will let you enter the saint realm. After all, there's a risk in this position in the underworld. If you can improve yourself, do your best to improve. Chapter 13:24. After making their decision, the two of them sat down and waited for Zhu's return. After all, he had been sealed for so many years, it was understandable for him to be so crazy. Time slowly passed. After 3 days and 3 nights, Zhu finally returned. Not only did he return, but he also brought many heavenly treasures with him. Of course, in Lin Rei's opinion, they were useless. After all, there were no high-grade heavenly treasures in the empty underworld region. However, there should be some in the underworld. All right, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the Emperor would have been sealed for who knows how many years. Perhaps when the Emperor reaches the end of his lifespan, I'm afraid that. He shrugged his shoulders and did not continue speaking. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. For a moment, Lin Rei quickly opened his mouth to break the oppressive atmosphere. Look at you. You've been out for 3 days and 3 nights. We've been waiting here for such a long time. Back then, you were too fast. You haven't told me how to enter the underworld. These words hit the nail on the head. Previously, he had searched for it, but unfortunately, He could not find it all. He did not even sense the fluctuation of the array, which made him very disappointed. Upon hearing this, Zhu smiled as if he had already guessed it. The underworld is very dangerous. Do you really want to go in? Yes, that's right. They nodded without hesitation. Of course. I've heard so much from you. There are many experts in there. Of course, we have to go in and experience it. Otherwise, this trip to the empty underworld region would have been in vain, Xiaohu said, looking very excited. All right. Zhu nodded with a smile. Since they wanted to go in, he would not stop them. He took a step forward, passing by Lin Rei and Xiaohu, and walked towards a stone wall in the distance. Looking at Zhu's figure, Lin Rei and Xiaohu hesitated for a moment before following him. They had already checked the stone wall in front of them. There was nothing special about it. Open. When they arrived in front of the stone wall, they could sense Lin Rei and Xiaohu's aura behind them. Their smile grew wider. They raised their hand and placed it on the stone wall. With a low shout, the stone wall suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an energy vortex. F***CK. When this scene appeared, Lin Rei could not help but curse out loud. He could not understand why he had failed to detect it, but Zhu had. This is a passageway to another world. If you were to probe it like you did with a formation, you would not be able to find it at all. No matter how powerful your spiritual power is, it would not be of any use, because it is completely useless. I believe you have already experienced it. With these words, he took a step back and stepped out of the way of the energy vortex. Then he quietly looked at Lin Rei and Tian. You aren't going in with us? Lin Rei asked doubtfully as he looked at the candle behind them. Hearing Lin Rei's words, the Scarlet Flame Tiger turned to look at Zhu with the same puzzled look. The two people's puzzled gazes caused Zhu's body to tremble. I say, if you want to go in, then go in. Why do you have to drag me in? I'm telling you, I'm not going. This is your problem, so don't even think about dragging me into it. Now, I can be considered to be temporarily free. Naturally, I will not return to that old man's place. With these words, he did not wait for Lin Rei and Tian's reaction. He turned around and walked away. Looking at the departing Zhu, Lin Rei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it. Originally, I wanted to go in and help you find a way to completely undo the formation. Now it seems like, I was thinking too much. That's right. Of all the things we could do inside, why we have to worry about this? Understanding Lin Rei's thoughts, the Scarlet Flame Tiger tacitly agreed. They seemed to be talking to each other, but in reality, they were all talking to Zhu. Little Tiger, let's go. We just need to walk around the underworld. As for the heavenly treasures, we can use our things to exchange for them. As for the method to undo the formation, forget it. I'm too lazy to look for it. Let's go. With these words, Zhu stepped into the energy vortex. Swish. Suddenly, an aura appeared in an instant. It was accompanied by Zhu's voice. How can that be? No matter what, the Emperor has been here for so many years. He can be considered a local. Since the two of you have come here, the Emperor should do his part as a host. With these words, Zhu grabbed Lin Rei with one hand and the Scarlet Flame Tiger's thigh with the other. Suddenly, the two of them felt light, and the three of them disappeared into the energy vortex. The moment the three of them disappeared, the energy vortex disappeared and the stone wall returned to its previous appearance. It was as if the vortex had never appeared. It was as if what had appeared before was just an illusion. The only difference was that the ferocious beast that was originally guarding this place no longer existed. The underworld was destined to become turbulent because of the arrival of Lin Rei and the other two. Ouyang Zhen, who was far away in heavenly King Hong, looked at the scene of war below. Although he wanted to help the unrelated people, he ignored them when he thought of Lin Rei's orders. As for the karma, he no longer cared about it. As long as he entered the Saint Realm, the karma would no longer exist. Outside the capital, Li Jiping returned with the army. Looking at the ruined city, he felt helpless. When he received Aunt Ming's letter, he rushed back without stopping. He didn't expect that he would still be too late. As for the destruction of the city, it was completely caused by Fan Jun. Previously, he had killed all the civil and military officials except for the people on Li Zhiping's side. Afterwards, in order to clear out the obstacles, Fan Jun fought his way to the imperial palace. He wanted to kill Hong Ji, but who would have thought that a few black-clothed people would appear? They were extremely powerful. According to Fan Jun's estimations, they were much stronger than Li Zhiping. Behind those black-clothed people were a dozen or so black-clothed people. This made Fan Jun even more serious. With such strength, it would be easy for them to overthrow the Hongtian imperial dynasty. Why didn't they do it? In the end, they even captured Hong Ji. This made Fan Jun feel very uncomfortable. However, Fan Jun heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't relax for long. The army on Hong Ji's side received the news from somewhere and started to attack the capital. Fan Jun, who only had 30,000 soldiers, had no choice but to appear. 3 days and 3 nights. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, it could be said that Fan Jun was like a man holding back 10,000 men. He charged into the enemy camp and was successful in every endeavor. In the end, more than half of the 30,000 soldiers were killed. Finally, the enemy retreated temporarily. Fan Jun, perhaps due to exhaustion, directly laid down on the mountain of corpses and fell into a deep sleep. After that, Hong Ji's army didn't invade for a short time. Fan Jun heaved a sigh of relief. If they came again, although he could still resist, the remaining few thousand people wouldn't be as lucky as him. Thinking of the 23,600 people who died because of the war, Fan Jun's heart ached. The guilt towards the 23,600 soldiers made Fan Jun a little breathless. However, at least Li Zhiping was finally back. He could finally put down the burden on his shoulders. Chapter 1325. Things were progressing smoothly in Heavenly King Hongtian City. Everything was under Ouyang Zhen's control. On the other side, 3 figures appeared at the teleportation entrance of Huanghui City in Lu Province of the Underworld. They attracted the attention of the guards. There weren't many people from the Underworld who had entered Empty Underworld. Those who had entered Empty Underworld before had all returned. Now that the teleportation formation had activated again, how could they not be nervous? After all, this had never happened before. Seeing the teleportation formation open, the guard commander, Lu Jiang, waved his hand at the guard beside him and said, "Go and report to the city lord that the teleportation formation has been activated. Unknown people have entered the underworld." The guard hesitated. Today, the city lord had told them not to disturb the teleportation formation unless there was something important. If they went now, they might what? You don't want to listen to me? Seeing the guard's hesitation, Lu Jiang glared at him fiercely. The guard stuttered and looked at the commander. He didn't dare to say anything. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Silence was the best way to behave now. Lu Jiang knew the temperament of his subordinates very well. Seeing the guard remain silent, Lu Jiang waved his hand and asked him to leave. "Forget it. Let's wait and see. I really don't know how your wife fell in love with you when you're so cautious." As soon as he said that, the crowd burst into laughter. Everyone here knew each other. Naturally, they had seen the other party's wife before. Usually, they didn't have money to joke around. The guard couldn't be bothered with the laughter of his companions. He pushed them to the side and stopped talking. This calamity was over. This time, everyone's attention was focused on the teleportation formation. They wanted to see who had come out of the teleportation formation. Within the formation, Linley had a pretty good idea of what was going on outside. He had heard every single word of what the guards outside had said. He was very curious about the rules of the underworld. Even places like the Divinity World and the Holy World didn't have absolute certainty. But here, the guard commander was so confident. It was evident how powerful the underworld was. Do you see that? This is the Netherworld, an old-fashioned, unkind, and boring place. All those years ago, I wanted to be like you, a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. Unfortunately, I was hunted down not long after. I wonder if the Netherworld realm has stopped trying to kill me after so many years. Since it hasn't, that's interesting. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. However, Lin Ray and the Scarlet Flame Tiger's faces darkened. They had just arrived here, so they didn't want to be hunted down so quickly. They didn't want to leave the underworld because of being hunted down by experts. There were new things everywhere. Although they were still in the middle of the teleportation, Lin Ray could feel that the dark space chi outside was very dense. It was at least 7 or 8 times stronger than in the dark space domain. Zhu's despicable demeanor made Lin Ray and Lin Fan feel helpless. Their bodies involuntarily retreated a few steps, and the distance between them increased a little. It was as if they were expressing that they didn't know each other. Zhu had no idea about that. At that moment, his heart had already flown beyond the 9 heavens. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was insufficient, he would have already gone to find the sealers for revenge. It would appear that we must keep an eye on this guy later. Otherwise, who knows what sort of trouble he might cause. Lin Ray and the Scarlet Flame Tiger exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The teleportation formation closed, and the blue pillar of light disappeared. Lin Ray and the 2 others appeared before the guards outside. Men? Humans? No, monstrous beast? Seeing Lin Ray and the 2 others, the guard commander sensed the auras emitted from their bodies. Thus, he was able to determine their identities through the auras emitted by Lin Ray and the 2 others. You all, why have you come to the underworld? The guard commander asked as he looked at Lin Ray and the 3 others. Being in the underworld, one's body would emit the unique aura of the underworld. He was only able to sense that aura from Zhu and the 3 people before him. Furthermore, that aura was extremely rare. It was so rare that it appeared as if it was dispensable. It was as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. However, that was not the thing that shocked the guard commander the most. What shocked Lu Jiang the most was that if they were not people from the underworld, where did their cultivations come from? The outside world? How could that be? If one could cultivate in the outside world, they wouldn't be separated from the underworld realm. His thoughts were not confirmed. He only hoped that the 3 people before him would cooperate with him. Lu Jiang had sensed a dangerous aura when they were on the mountain. That was a unique ability of a soldier. It was an ability that only those who had experienced countless battles on the battlefield would possess. Lin Ray took a step forward and cupped his hands with a smile. Sir, it's like this. The 3 of us have just arrived here. We've heard about the existence of the underworld. Thus, we've searched for many years and finally arrived. Sir, we're the same. Furthermore, we'll leave after buying some heavenly treasures and elixirs. We definitely won't cause any trouble for the underworld. With that, Lin Ray took out a sane elixir from his storage ring. Then, the 2 of them stuffed it into Lu Jiang's hand. After doing all that, he reached out and patted Lu Jiang's hand gently. Then, he returned to his original spot and quietly waited for the other party's result. Lin Ray did not hide his actions from the crowd. In his opinion, there was no need for that. Furthermore, he believed that for someone of his age to be in such a position, his subordinates would not be able to cause any trouble. Although he did not want to admit it, he had the same thoughts as Lin Ray. Looking at the elixir in his hand, a smile suddenly appeared on Lu Jiang's cold face. As the saying goes, whoever gives milk is your mother. Here, Lin Ray had given him a sane elixir. Furthermore, Ahuan had only learned a little about elixirs. Fellow Taoist, since you've come here because of its reputation, you must take a good look around in the future. There are a lot of fun places here. I believe that fellow Taoist will definitely not regret your decision. After saying those words, Lu Jiang placed the elixir in his hand into his pocket. Then, he moved aside and opened up a path for Lin Ray and the others. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lu Jiang's face as he looked at the path before him. He felt extremely happy. There were problems that could be solved with money could not be called problems. However, if the problem could not be solved with money, then it would be fine to just add a bit more money. As the saying goes, if you give money, then you'll feel good. If you keep giving money, then you'll feel good. Seeing that the crowd had opened up a path for him, Lin Rei did not bother with superfluous words and began to leave with Zhu and the others. On the way, he even smiled and nodded at the guards on both sides. Just like this, Lin Rei and the others safely left the crowd. They left the teleportation formation and disappeared into the vast sea of people. Go and report to the city lord that several powerful cultivators have arrived in the city. Chapter 1326. Lin Rei and the other two did not know that the moment they spoke, the smile on Lu Zhong's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by worry. The reason why he was like that before was because he was unable to sense the cultivation of Lin Rei and the other two. The only thing he could sense was the vigorous energy within their bodies. This energy made him feel suffocated. In order to ensure the safety of himself and his subordinates, he had no choice but to do so. His decision was usually very wise. Because of this, he and his brothers were able to survive in this chaotic world. On the street, Lin Rei and the other two arrived at the street inside the city. This place was no different from a sacred world and the divine world. Of course, the only difference was the spiritual energy in the air and the cultivation methods of the cultivators here. Seeing the endless stream of people coming and going, Lin Rei and the Scarlet Flame Tiger were speechless. In their memories, the world of cultivation was either filled with mutual deception or killing. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. This is the Netherworld. This place is not like the sacred world that you are familiar with. Here, everyone abides by the rules. Killing is not allowed within the city. Of course, if there is a deep hatred or a blood feud, you can also settle it in the life and death arena. Apart from that, you can also leave the city. Outside the city, you can fight however you want. This is the default mode of the entire Netherworld. Hearing Zhu's words, the two of them turned their heads and looked at Zhu with strange gazes. It seemed like what he said was true. Zhu had done everything before. Otherwise, who would think of offending the ruler of a realm for no reason? Seeing the strange gazes of the two of them, Zhu coughed dryly. He did not conceal his embarrassment. I say, can the two of you not look at me like that? Who hasn't been young and frivolous? Back then, I was not sensible. But now, as he said that, he did not forget to straighten his body. It was as if he was saying that his age did not allow him to fool around. Sigh. The two of them knew Zhu's character very well. Lin Rei and the Scarlet Flame Tiger ignored him and walked away. The prosperity of this place caused their hearts to palpitate. In the reception hall of the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Lu Ding looked at the three people sitting on both sides of the hall. The smile on his face did not fade for a long time. Brother Carefree, I already know about your secluded valley. The City Lord's mansion will definitely participate in the opening of the Dragon Spring Mystery Realm this time. Yes. Hearing Lu Ding's words, the middle-aged cultivator cupped his hands. Brother Wang Yu, your valley's Dragon Spring secret realm is famous in the Lu province. If anyone is able to cultivate in the Dragon Spring mystic light water within the Dragon Spring secret realm, their cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. That's right. Can we wait? It's a once-in-100 years opportunity. Even if something big happens, it's impossible for the disciples to survive the opening of the secret realm. As soon as this was said, everyone was waiting for the person called Daylily. Similarly, Daylily's gaze swept across the crowd, and a smile flashed across her face. She felt extremely satisfied with her vanity. Of course, at the same time, he also knew that the people sitting in front of him were very powerful. So, he stood up, cupped his hands, and thanked them. You're too kind. I'm just indebted to the ancestors. As the saying goes, the ancestors planted a tree for the descendants to enjoy the shade. It's just like this now. Looking at Daylily, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched. They did not expect this guy to have such a rich side to him. You're too kind. Even if it's like what you said, it's a pity that you... Originally, he was still a little humble, but now his previous nature had appeared, and it had become even worse. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about something else. For example, people, report. Just as the few of them were having a heated discussion, a voice that did not fit the scene sounded. The voice was very urgent, as if someone was calling for a relative. Hearing that he was interrupted, Lu Ding raised his eyebrows and looked outside the door. A soldier in military uniform was kneeling on one knee, cupping his hands and greeting him. A soldier guarding the teleportation formation. Looking at the soldier's armor, he frowned. The soldiers at the teleportation formation did not need to come if there was nothing important. Shaking his head, he threw such trivial matters to the back of his mind. Then he waved his hand and said, "Stand up and reply." "Yes, City Lord Xie." The soldier stood up and walked to the center of the investigation. He was not far away from Lu Ding, and he knelt down on one knee again. He then told Lu Ding everything that had happened before in full detail. Lu Ding was shocked when he received the report from the guard. He knew Lu Jiang's strength. He really did not believe that Lu Jiang would say that the spiritual energy in his body had reached 10. "City Lord, it's like this. Our commander also asked me to pass a message." As he spoke, he fell into deep thought, as if he was recalling the message that Lu Jiang asked him to pass on. Our commander said that the other party's strength is very strong. Even he is not a match for them. It's like two stones. The other party is also a 100-kilogram stone, and he is just the most inconspicuous one in the corner. This time, Lu Ding's interest was piqued. He would not allow anyone to cause trouble in his Huanghui city. Moreover, he also wanted to talk about what kind of cultivators could come to the underworld. "Brother Wang Yu, I wonder if you can accompany me to meet them?" He knew that it was impossible for the people in front of him to not want to meet such a person. Sure enough, when they heard this, they stood up and cupped their hands. "Haha, since the city lord has issued an invitation, we naturally can't disobey." As they spoke, they looked at each other and smiled. They knew that if possible, they hoped to control Lin Ray in their sect. Think about it. A person who had never been to the underworld could find and pass the test of the guardian beast. How much willpower did he have to be able to do that? However, if they knew that the guardian beast in their hearts was beside Lin Ray, who knew what kind of attitude they would have in the end? "Let's go." They left as they said, without any signs of regret. As for that person, he still followed them. As for the actions of Lu Ding and the others, Lin Ray still did not know. At this moment, he was bargaining with the owner of a shop that specialized in selling elixir materials. For him, money could be spent, but it had to be spent where it was needed. Naturally, he would not buy things that were not necessary. At this moment, Lin Ray had a ginseng in his hand that was worth hundreds of thousands. He was determined to get this ginseng. After all, although this thing could not be used to refine any high-level elixir, it could increase blood vessels. "Boss, how about 500,000 low-grade nether jade?" "No, 1 million nether jade. I can't lower the price any further. If I lower it any further, I will go all out." Chapter 13:27. 1 million. This, Lin Ray was in a dilemma. 1 million low-grade netherworld jades? He didn't even have 500,000, let alone 1 million. He only had Holy Spirit crystals, which were low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. He could get whatever he wanted. 500,000 or 1 million would be a piece of cake. But netherworld jades, he was new here. Where to get any netherworld jades? The reason why he said that was because he wanted to negotiate a good price so that he could barter later. However, it was obvious that the boss wasn't willing to sell it for 500,000, which made it difficult for Lin Ray to deal with. "Boss, can you make it cheaper? Look, you've dug out this ginseng for so long. Although you've preserved it well, it still lost some of its spiritual chi." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of water observation pills and placed it on the table. He said, "Boss, look. This is a bottle of water observation pills. It's used to heal injuries. It's useful even for serious injuries. You should know that this healing pill can be said to be a cultivator's second life." Lin Ray was very confident when it came to medicinal pills. After all, no matter where he went, everyone needed medicinal pills. Medicinal pills that could save lives were the most important. Sure enough, after hearing this, the boss's gaze fell on the bottle of medicinal pills. A strange look flashed across his face. He didn't just sell spiritual herbs here. He also sold all kinds of medicinal pills, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. With a strange look in his eyes, he picked up the medicinal pill bottle on the table with a slightly hesitant expression and opened the bottle cap. Suddenly, a refreshing medicinal fragrance emerged from the medicinal pill bottle and spread throughout the entire shop. Phew! Smelling the fragrance made one's body feel light and comfortable. The boss had an answer to Lin Rei's previous suggestion. He closed the bottle cap and looked at Lin Rei with a smile. He said, "Young friend, this medicinal pill is good stuff." As he spoke, the boss put away the medicinal pills without leaving a trace. He continued, "This bottle contains 10 medicinal pills. This way, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you 5 more water observation pills, and this ginseng will be yours. What do you think?" "What?" Lin Rei wasn't willing. He didn't even need to think about it. The water observation pill was the best pill he had. It was a second-grade Saint class pill. There was nothing better than this. Now, he needed 15 pills to exchange for a single ginseng. This was undoubtedly a losing deal. One had to know that there were many elixirs needed to refine the water-viewing pill. Xizhong had several elixirs that were more valuable than the ginseng in front of him. The only difference was that no one was willing to plant a ginseng for hundreds of thousands of years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered 10 water-observing pills. He stretched out his hand and handed it to the boss. "Give me the water-viewing pill. This sovereign doesn't want this ginseng." "No." Lin Rei, he had seen murders and robberies, but it was Lin Rei's first time seeing someone rob like the boss. For a moment, Lin Rei was amused. Mother Asterisker, there were weirdos every year, but there were especially many this year. Especially after coming here, he originally thought that this place was very normal and would not be like the Saints' world. However, now his thoughts changed. The weak and the weak in the world were everywhere. This place was no exception. At this moment, Lin Rei's attitude was no longer as good as before. He was startled and a cold aura came out. "I'll give you 2 choices. First, exchange for the pills. Second, I'll give you the pills and this sovereign will take the ginseng. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Indeed, as far as Linley was concerned, this was the best possible outcome. Unfortunately, some people just loved to be insatiably greedy. They would never feel that it was enough, as if they wanted more. Unfortunately, these kinds of people didn't even consider whether or not they had the ability to do so. The boss shook his head and took a step back. He said coldly, "The 3 of you, my Jun Bao Hall still has some reputation in Huanghui City. If I let you go today, wouldn't this old man lose face? Give me 5 more pills, and this ginseng will be yours. Otherwise," after saying that, he signaled to the servant next to him. "Pada." The servant understood tacitly and came to the front of the door. He stretched out his hand and closed the door. Looking at this posture, it seemed like he was going to close the door and beat the dog. No, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. That's not right either. This was inviting you to enter the jar. That's right, inviting you to enter the jar. After witnessing the boss's shamelessness, Lin Rei also gave up on him. Since the other party had done this, he did not have the slightest bit of worry. Although he learned from Zhu's example that he could not be too presumptuous, at least not in the city. However, Lin Rei really could not endure it anymore. Those pills were things that he risked his life to fight for and snatch from other people. Now he had to give them to this group of bastards in front of him. He was not in a good mood. Since he had already made his move, Lin Rei naturally did not need to be long-winded with the people in front of him. He looked at the people in front of him. In an instant, killing intent burst out. Lin Rei's body was shrouded in killing intent. "Originally, we could have a good discussion. Since you're so stubborn, then you can go to hell." Right after those words left his mouth, Lin Rei's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. His speed was so fast that he was not suppressed by this unfamiliar place. His figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the boss. He extended his hand to grab the boss's neck and lifted him up. You're crazy. If you make a move in the city, you'll be hunted down by all the other cities. The boss was dumbfounded, especially when he heard Lin Ray's ice-cold voice that sounded like the voice of the Grim Reaper. He was terrified. He no longer had the aggressive aura that he had before. However, Lin Ray did not care about the boss's threat at all. His principle was that as long as he was not in a good mood, he would not allow others to live happily. The boss was clearly such a person. As for him, it just so happened that Lin Ray was not in a good mood. Therefore, the hand that was grabbing the boss's neck slightly tightened. Cracking sounds could be heard. The boss's face turned red like a pig's liver. Don't kill me. Feeling the pain of death, the boss finally understood that the person in front of him was a madman. He reached out his hand to grab the ginseng on the table and placed it in front of Lin Ray. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Senior, Master, this ginseng is for you. Please don't kill me. I have elders and children to take care of. Cough. The boss only felt that his throat was getting more and more painful. His voice was getting softer and softer. His body gradually lost its strength. The hands that were originally raised slowly drooped down to the sides under Lin Ray's help. The ginseng in his hand directly fell to the ground. Seeing that the boss's breathing was getting more and more difficult, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Lin Ray's face. In this world, there will always be people like you. Originally, you could have repaid the Tao very well. Unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. In the end, you will only bring death to yourself. After saying that, he did not waste any more time. With a cracking sound, the boss's head tilted to the side. He died and returned to his soul sea. Chapter 1328. You actually dared to kill our shopkeeper. Don't you know that killing someone in public within the city is already against the laws of the Tao Alliance? Seeing their master die, just like that, the remaining people were dumbfounded. After so many years, they had followed their boss and killed people. However, when death truly came, they finally understood that the rules of the Tao Alliance still existed. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Laws? Tao Alliance? Lin Ray smiled. He did not care about these things. Even if the Alliance Master of the Tao Alliance was here, so what? If Lin Ray wanted to kill someone, even if they were at the ends of the earth or in hell, they would not be able to escape death. Furthermore, the person was right in front of him. Seeing Lin Ray acting so unscrupulously, the remaining people did not say anything. They understood that if they could leave today, they might have a chance to avenge their master. However, would Lin Ray give them a chance? The answer was, of course not. Knowing what the crowd was thinking, Lin Ray ignored them. Kill. Leave no one alive. Swish. The moment Lin Ray finished speaking, the scarlet flaming tiger, who had been impatient for a long time, rushed out and arrived before the shop assistants. Poochie. There were no screams or cries of pain. There was only the sound of people falling to the ground. In an instant, the shop assistants were all dead. No one was left alive. Bang! Lin Ray threw the corpse in his hand to the ground. He reached out to pick up the ginseng and placed it in his storage ring. His gaze landed on the corpses on the ground, and he sneered. Why bother? If it weren't for your greed, perhaps none of the people here would have died and hugged you. As he spoke, he slowly walked to the counter. With a thought, all the cabinets on the counter opened. Suddenly, a pure nether aura spread out and filled the entire room. Well, not bad. I didn't expect such a terrifying existence to exist in such a small shop. According to the information, these spiritual herbs could be used to concoct at least 100 cauldrons of medicinal pills. Furthermore, those 100 cauldrons of medicinal pills were all grade 4 or 5 saint grade. While Lin Ray was making his move, the scarlet flaming tiger arrived before the shopkeeper's corpse. It reached out its hand and took the medicinal pills from the shopkeeper's clothes. This guy, The flaming tiger's actions naturally did not affect Lin Ray's divine sense. In contrast, Lin Ray did not say anything. It was just a medicinal pill. If it had been given to someone else, perhaps the result would have been different. However, Lin Ray was not someone else. The deity moved and kept all the spirit herbs into the system. His spiritual will followed the spirit herbs, and the system entered the system. System, come out and see how much these spirit herbs cost. At this moment, Lin Ray did not remember to refine the pill. He was very clear about his current strength. It was impossible to refine a grade 4 or 5 pill without 100 years of time. As for these spiritual herbs, there would be more in the future. What he was most worried about now was the matter of the exchange points. He had to think of a way to make up for the huge amount of 500 million. Otherwise, the only thing that would disappear in the end would be his life. Ding! Begin probing. The system appeared and began to investigate. He could feel that with so many good things, they should be worth a lot. As he thought about it, his heart was filled with joy. Thinking that he would be able to return the money soon, he felt a little more relaxed. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. Lin Ray, who had been waiting quietly, finally heard the system's voice. Ding! Probing complete. The spirit herbs provided by the host, converted to exchange points, are worth about 56,360,000. Ding! Host, do you want to collect them and convert them to exchange points to repay the debt? 56,360,000 exchange points. So many things, but only so little. Hearing the system's participation, Lin Ray felt despair and disappointment. After all, this was much less than what he had expected. Ding! Confirm again. Do you want to collect them? Looking at the spirit herbs, Lin Ray made up his mind and nodded. Collect them. These will be counted as exchange points, and I will repay the debt. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ray made a great decision. These things were all good things. If he could bring them back to the sect, it would be able to help many disciples improve their cultivation. Ding! Conversion complete. As repayment, the host still owes the system 51,600,000 exchange points. Please continue to work hard. Ding! Initial estimation. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. However, while he was still puzzled, the system's voice rang out again. Life. Initial estimation. If the host wants to repay the system, he will have to rob the entire Huanghui city. Oh, a hint. Only by robbing 5 cities in this Huanghui city will you be able to repay the debt. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ray was struck by a bolt from the blue. He stood there in a daze. 5 cities like Huanghui cities, and all of them had been robbed. What kind of concept was this? Did they want him to rob them? This was the netherworld, after all. Even an expert like Zhu had to tread carefully here. He was only at the Dao fruit realm. That's not right. Suddenly, Lin Ray came to his senses. Just one store was enough to exchange for more than 50 million exchange points. Why would he need 5 cities? The system, which seemed to understand Lin Ray's thoughts, suddenly opened its mouth and explained, System, please don't be confused. Because the host has already completed the first transaction, the system that owns this item will deduct half of the exchange points. Therefore, F***, are you kidding me? What was the meaning of a trap? Don't call yourself a pig teammate. This was a living example. He shook his head helplessly. He had no other way to deal with the system. Since he had already fallen into the trap, he had to repay the system as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble the system would cause in the future? All right, I've repaid the money. As soon as these words were spoken, the system disappeared. Lin Ray was not surprised and did not pay too much attention to it. In the outside world, the matter of the store had been settled. As for this place, there was naturally no need to stay. He turned around and walked out of the door. Lin Ray had already taken one step out of the door. The illusory spirit blood fire in his hand instantly destroyed the entire store. The passers-by at the door did not leave. They had never seen a dead person in Huanghui City before. Moreover, they had made such an unscrupulous public appearance. Brother Lei, how are things now? I'm afraid that we will soon be on the Tao Alliance's wanted list. That's right. Zhu was puzzled when he saw Lin Rei's relaxed and unworried expression. He opened his mouth and asked, Lin Rei, the Emperor is very curious. Why are you so calm? Are you not afraid that the Tao Alliance will make a move? Emperor, let me say this first. Helping you is not within the scope of the Emperor's profession. Furthermore, this matter today was caused by you alone. It has nothing to do with the Emperor. Therefore, if the Tao Alliance really does make a move, the two of you should pray for yourselves. Chapter 1329. Zhu had completely disassociated himself from this matter, as if he had not been present at all. Lin Rei shrugged his shoulders indifferently as he stared at Zhu. He had long expected Zhu to react in this manner. Hence, Lin Rei had never thought that Zhu would be able to help. He ignored Zhu and turned towards the scarlet flaming tiger and said, Xiao Hu, believe in your brother Lei. In the past, we've been able to survive so many life and death situations. What's more, this little bit of trouble is nothing. TSK, this little bit of trouble. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? He glanced sideways at Lin Rei and Zhu and curled his lips as if he was not optimistic about their chances. Brother Lei, let's go. We'll find a restaurant and eat and drink while we wait for someone. I believe that it won't be long before someone will come knocking on our door. When that time comes, we'll have a better understanding of the underworld. After saying his piece, Lin Rei walked into the distance, leaving Zhu and Zhu with a deep and distant view of his back. Zhu felt somewhat puzzled as he stared at Lin Rei's departing figure. He simply could not understand how someone at Lin Rei's level of cultivation could act so pretentiously without any fear. Let's go. Zhu reminded Zhu before he chased after Lin Rei. The news of the shop burning down spread like the autumn wind throughout Huanghui City. There are all sorts of versions of the story. Some said that an enemy had come to seek revenge. Some said that the shop owner had failed to pay up and had ended up with his entire family being destroyed. Some said that the shop owner had forcefully kidnapped a woman and had provoked an existence that he could not afford to offend. There were all sorts of versions of the story. However, they did not notice that after this incident had occurred, no guards from the city had come to deal with it. Instead, they had allowed the fire to continue to burn. As for the rule that no one was allowed to kill in the city, everyone seemed to have forgotten about it as they quietly watched the raging fire burn wantonly. As the saying goes, one family rejoiced while another grieved. The shops that had been robbed of their business were now very happy to see their competitors die an unnatural death. Some had even booked a banquet in a restaurant to celebrate the arrival of their good day. At the center of the city, within the Yuan Tower, under the guidance of the waiter, Lin Li, Little Tiger, and Zhu arrived at a table and sat down. What would the three of you like to eat? In our Yuan restaurant, there are only things that you can't think of. There's nothing that Yuan restaurant can't make. As he spoke, he took out the menu from his body. A thick book, as thick as a Chinese dictionary, appeared in front of Lin Rei. Dong! The moment the menu was placed on the table, Lin Rei felt that the table couldn't bear it anymore. He even started to feel sad for the table. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Looking at the menu in front of him, the corner of Xiao Hu's mouth twitched and he felt dizzy. It was just a meal. Was there a need to make it so grand? Dear guest, you must be joking. You're the most distinguished guest of our Yuan pavilion. Tell me, why do I feel that I'm not obedient to you? As he spoke, he took a step forward and opened the Chinese dictionary-like thing on the table. Suddenly, the contents of the book appeared in front of Lin Rei. Origin: nourishing food, soup made from various spiritual herbs, meat from various spiritual beasts. It's tasty and will obviously increase the spiritual energy in your body. Oh, not bad. Looking at the introduction on the menu, Lin Rei's interest was piqued. He had eaten many things before, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. Brother Lei, I'm hungry. I want to eat. At the side, Xiaohu was already impatient and drooling. As for Zhu, she was even more so. After all, She had been imprisoned for so many years. Now that she was finally out, it was inevitable that she would want to eat. Just like that, Lin Ray didn't wait for the waiter to continue and close the menu. "Dear guest, is it because I didn't take good care of you, or?" Lin Ray's action attracted the waiter's attention. He thought that he wasn't good enough, but in fact, that wasn't the case. Looking at the waiter's nervous expression, Lin Ray smiled and waved his hand indifferently. "You're thinking too much. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to ask you to give me a copy of the entire menu. Of course, this is just the beginning. If we're happy, we'll continue." "Oh, right. Eating without drinking would reduce the fragrance by half." He raised his head and looked at the drinks on the counter and continued, "Give me the best drinks you have." "Oh, right." He pointed at the table beside him. "If you buy it, give me a copy of the exact same one. Remember, the exact same one." As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell silent. Only now did Linley realize that everyone's gazes were focused on him. Looking at the shocked and incredulous eyes of the crowd, Lin Ray didn't bother to pay attention to them. He believed that what he ordered was far from enough. After all, he was sitting with two demonic beasts. Their tastes were very big, especially for a beast like Zhu, who was even more like a bottomless pit. "You have a problem?" Right now, the waiter was standing off to the side, his mouth wide open. Linley frowned as he asked, "What's wrong?" "Hey, little guy, my brother Lei is asking you a question." The scarlet flaming tiger spoke. He hated it when Lin Ray's orders were questioned, especially by this mortal in front of him. Sure enough, after being reprimanded by the scarlet flame tiger, the waiter came back to his senses and stammered with an awkward expression, "Customers, are you serious?" The waiter didn't believe it. In his heart, the three people in front of him were just making fun of him. If he had known earlier, the entire restaurant wouldn't be able to hold all the dishes on the menu, especially when many of the ingredients required the meat of demonic beasts as the main ingredient. Usually, only the people with the highest status in Huanghui City could afford such expensive ingredients. Of course, if one were to open his mouth and ask for an entire book of dishes like Linley, it was likely that no one in Huanghui City would have the courage to do so. Sigh annoying. Lin Ray naturally understood the waiter's hesitation. However, he really didn't have anything like the nether jade. He turned his head and looked at Zhu, who was watching the show. He stretched out his hand and said, "Take it out. Don't think that I don't know that you were just sealed back then. Moreover, I don't believe that you didn't leave yourself some backup plan or resources." Zhu was dumbfounded. So after being so extravagant for so long, he was the one who paid the bill in the end. When he thought of that nouveau riche appearance just now, Zhu had the impulse to go up and give him the good beating. Unfortunately, he knew that it was impossible. Now, his freedom was completely in the hands of Lin Ray. If he didn't serve Lin Ray well, he would lose his freedom. Thinking of this, Zhu smiled in relief. "Of course, since we've come here, our first meal naturally has to be bought by the local emperor." As he said this, he put on a fake smile and handed over a netherworld jade that was emitting a faint light to the waiter. "You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."